The Emperor of Mankind knew the hideous nature of chaos, both specific and undivided, intimately well. He had known before going into the portal at Molech, and he learned the terrible truths that chaos cannot even conceive of nobler concepts, again and again, before he came back through the portal into reality, having secured his godlike power by bargaining with the powers. Perhaps he may have separated himself from his humanity, in part to protect himself from this experience, and perhaps not. But the fact was that he had indeed closed himself off from much of the spiritual and emotional truth of humanity at some point in his life, whether that was during the Age of Strife, or at Molech, or something. And then he meets Lorgar, who craves theology more than air. Had the Emperor understood even a little of what Lorgar needed, the absolute first thing would have been this: something to believe in. The Emperor knew the vision of reality and unreality of each part of chaos and of chaos undivided. He explicitly denied each of them and turned to humanity instead. But what did the Emperor believe in? Let's see if we can lay it out as concisely as with any of the Chaos Gods theology. I say concisely. This video is already like hours old. You're going to watch it, whatever. The Emperor's vision for humanity is not laid out as explicitly as the mythologies and theological truths of the Chaos Gods, but it can be discerned from his actions, policies, and proclamations throughout his rise and mortal reign. Unlike the Chaos Gods' eschatologies, which focus on destruction, stagnation, or eternal cycles, the Emperor's belief for humanity seems to be centered on progress, independence from Xenos influence, and transcendence. To state it concisely, we can summarize it having a few main points. First, humanity's primacy, the first point of what we might call the Emperor's theology of humanity. Humanity is unique among the intelligent species of the galaxy, possessing the potential for unparalleled greatness. It is humanity's destiny to inherit the stars and dominate the galaxy, uniting under a single banner of enlightenment and reason. Second, freedom from external powers. Humanity must free itself from all external forces that would subjugate it, whether Xenos, supernatural, divine, or technological. The worship of gods, particularly the powers of chaos, represents the surrender of human agency and dignity to forces that only seek to enslave, corrupt, or destroy. Third, rationality and enlightenment. Humans' progress and humanity's survival depend on the rejection of superstition, dogma, and irrational beliefs. Science, logic, and reason must replace faith and mysticism, either in the powers of chaos or in the worship of the machine. He does not achieve this. Anyway, fourth, unity and order. An unified humanity, free from the divisions of nations, religions, and ideologies, is essential to achieving its destiny. Only unified, with a strong centralized authority to guide and protect humanity during its ascent, can hope to survive and thrive in a hostile galaxy. Fifth, secular immortality. Humanity's transcendence does not lie in spiritual salvation, but in material and intellectual achievement. Through science, technology, and psychic evolution and awakening, humanity can overcome its limitations, mortality, weakness, and fear, becoming a race of godlike beings in its own right. Sixth, the rejection of chaos. Chaos is the antithesis of humanity's potential. It thrives on emotional wounds and weakness, divisiveness, the surrender of free will, and the decay of all things. The Emperor rightly sees humanity as being opposed by chaos as its greatest enemy. Because yes, it is powerful, but more because it's a reflection of humanity's flaws and failures. The rejection of chaos is a moral imperative as much as it is a matter of survival. The Emperor crafted the somewhat ill-defined imperial truth as the ideological framework for his vision. It was roughly a secular, atheistic philosophy designed to unify humanity under a single banner of reason and progress, but with enough wiggle room that it could adapt to local cultures. Besides that small wiggle room, though, it was rigid and dogmatic, leaving little room for spiritual diversity, and leaving only a well-defined space for cultural diversity, outside of which humanity was not allowed to exist. The Emperor created the Primarchs and the Space Marine Legions as tools to enforce his vision, meant to be idealized embodiments of human potential, but he still understood at some level that those were flawed but superior beings. Yes, they could unite humanity through conquest and leadership, but they were not the end goal. The Emperor's ultimate goal was in part to secure humanity's future by severing its reliance on the warp for travel. The Webway Project represented his vision of a galaxy where humanity could exist free from the influence of chaos and the dangers of the immaterium. Why, then, did the Emperor's vision, the Emperor's theology of humanity, fail Lorgar? Well, yes, it was grand and ambitious, but it lacked the spiritual and emotional dimensions that Lorgar craved and expected. And honestly, I don't think we can call him wrong for expecting it. Lorgar was not inspired by cold logic or secular progress. Most people are not. He sought meaning, purpose, a connection to something greater than himself. The Emperor's rejection of faith left Lorgar feeling hollow, and his harsh rebukes only deepened that void. Lorgar needed a belief system, something he could worship and devote himself to, without being dismissed as delusional or weak. He needed emotional validation, recognition that his desire for spiritual truth was not a flaw. He needed to be told that he had a unique strength that could be guided and shaped. He needed a fucking personal connection, like each of the Primarchs. He needed a relationship that was more than transactional, a bond of shared purpose and mutual understanding. And he wasn't going to get that from the Emperor. But he could have gotten that from one or another of his brothers, and it just didn't happen. The Emperor, of course, despite his vast knowledge and godlike power, was unable, or more likely unwilling, to meet these needs. He dismissed Lorgar's spirituality as weakness, provided him only opprobrium rather than validation, and failed to provide an alternative that could satisfy his hunger for belief. In doing so, he alienated Lorgar. The Chaos Gods thrive on emotional needs which go unmet, emotional flaws, emotional wounds. The gods provide their followers with a sense of purpose, power, and belonging, albeit at a terrible cost of damnation. The Emperor's vision, by contrast, demands that humanity rise above its emotions and weaknesses, offering no comfort or easy answers, but also not offering the understanding and validation which would allow anyone to engage with their emotions for real. This makes his vision purer and more sustainable in theory, but in practice it makes it less accessible and less compelling to anyone who seeks meaning in the face of a terrible and inscrutable universe. The Chaos Gods seduce with immediate gratification, validation, and a false sense of understanding. The Emperor's theology offers a harsh and unfeeling path to ultimate transcendence, but this was a path that many could not or would not walk because it was inhuman. Here's the thing, though. I don't think that the Emperor's vision of the imperial truth was necessarily incompatible with Lorgar's needs, whether intellectual or emotional. Neither was it incompatible with the spiritual and emotional needs of humanity as a whole. Rather, I believe that people generally pick the parts of a theology or philosophy which resonate best with them and emphasize those parts, and then just don't care so much about the other stuff. Let's take a look at the Emperor's goal of secular immortality, for example. Lorgar could have been told, humanity's transcendence does not lie in spiritual salvation, but in material and intellectual achievement. Through science, technology, and psychic evolution and awakening, humanity can overcome the limitations of mortality, weakness, and fear, becoming a race of godlike beings in its own right. Great. Not inspiring at all, right? But with his personality, what Lorgar would have heard and believed and repeated would have been closer to, humanity's transcendence lies in material and intellectual achievement. Through science, technology, and psychic evolution, humanity can overcome the limitations of mortality, weakness, and fear, becoming a race of godlike beings in its own right. This subtle shift in phrasing, which you might have missed, removing the denial of spiritual salvation and thus emphasizing humanity's potential as a spiritual goal, turns a cold atheistic statement into a grand vision of hope and purpose. This vision aligns remarkably well with Lorgar's inherent need for worship or spiritual connection, and his need to connect to something greater. Lorgar could thus have seen the imperial truth as not a rejection of faith, but rather a replacement of false gods with the ultimate truth that humanity itself is a divinely manifest force in the universe. What he needed to do to accomplish this was be told this straightforwardly by the Emperor, and to have the Emperor carefully step down from the pedestal of godhood himself. The failure of the Emperor to inspire Lorgar was not in the philosophy of the imperial truth itself, but in the Emperor's presentation of it. He was so determined to root out superstition and false belief that he neglected to account for the emotional and spiritual needs of humanity. He presented the imperial truth as a blunt negation of religion, stripping it of any spiritual or inspiring grandeur. For Lorgar, this was a denial of the very thing he yearned for the most. If the Emperor had taken a different approach, in emphasizing the awe-inspiring vision of humanity's potential to improve itself and rise as a species, Lorgar might have been able to find faith within the imperial truth and become the great preacher of this vision, exalting humanity as a sacred force designed to transcend the limitations of its past. If properly guided, Lorgar could have drawn profound meaning from the imperial truth. The imperial truth claims that humanity is divine in some way. Okay, so he could say, we are not the servants of gods, for we are the gods to come. We are the children of the stars, destined to ascend beyond mortality. Every step forward we take is a prayer answered by our own efforts. The imperial truth claims that unity is holy in some way. That's workable. In unity, we are the voice of the cosmos itself. When humanity stands as one, our strength is indomitable and our will unbreakable. The divisions of old, the petty faiths and selfish empires, are the blasphemies that held us back. To be human is to be part of a single, sacred unity. The Emperor's vision that the warp must be tamed through the Webway project. Well, Lorgar could understand it as, we do not kneel to the gods of the Immaterium, for their power is born of lies and fear. Instead, we shall conquer the Immaterium, bending it to our will as the true inheritors of creation. The warp is a tool, not our master. The imperial truth claims that humanity's destiny is to transcend. That's the strongest part. Through knowledge, through strength, through unity, we shall surpass all limits. Ours is not the path of eternal servitude to deities or technology, but the path of creators and masters. Had the Emperor realized the potential for Lorgar to use the imperial truth in a way which satisfied him, he could have shaped Lorgar's beliefs and channeled Lorgar's theological fervor into spreading a positive, inspirational interpretation of the imperial truth. Lorgar's gift for persuasion could have thus unified the Imperium, not just through conquest and the force of a promised retribution like Conrad Cours, but through belief, turning the dream of the Great Crusade into a shared faith in humanity's future. Instead, the Emperor chose rejection and rebuke, seeing Lorgar's need for faith as a weakness rather than a sign that he's fucking human, and the Emperor refused to guide him towards a better expression of faith. This failure, of course, drove Lorgar to seek meaning elsewhere, ultimately finding it in chaos. Chaos offers the affirmation and spiritual connection that the Emperor denies, but only in the worst form available. Thus, I claim, the imperial truth was not inherently incompatible with Lorgar's spiritual needs. It has the potential to become a theology of hope that would resonate with Lorgar's personality. The Emperor's failure lay in his inability to understand and engage with Lorgar's need for belief, connection, and purpose. Lorgar could have become the Imperium's greatest prophet and preacher, rather than its most tragic betrayer. There is one more point which we might add to the grand vision for humanity, one which is absolutely core to the human experience, and one which the Emperor was the least well equipped to see out of everyone. What the Emperor may have known was that chaos, no matter which god or chaos undivided is chosen, functions by latching onto emotional wounds and making it impossible for the servant's emotional needs to ever be met. What the Emperor would never have appreciated is that humanity is the path for a human's emotional needs to be met. It's that simple, a pure, unchanging truth. The only way for a person's emotional needs to be met is with the help of other people. The Emperor's greatest failure was not his inability to defeat chaos on a cosmic level. It was his inability to understand and embrace this fundamental truth about human nature. His vision for humanity, though brilliant and awe-inspiring in scope, was emotionally sterile, bereft of the warmth, vulnerability, and connection which are the only things that make human life worth living. The Emperor's understanding of chaos on an academic level was unparalleled. He had met the chaos gods personally at Molech. He saw the chaos gods for what they are, horrible parasites preying upon people's emotional wounds, amplifying pain and unmet needs until they spiral into destructive extremes. He understood that chaos offers only the illusion of fulfillment, binding its servants to an eternal cycle of suffering and stagnation. But his solution to this problem was deeply flawed. Instead of addressing the emotional wounds that chaos used, instead of addressing the emotional needs that chaos exploited, he sought to eradicate emotion itself by declaring the imperial truth, a cold, atheistic creed that denied the spiritual and emotional dimensions of life. To the Emperor, humanity's emotions were vulnerabilities and weaknesses to be repressed and transcended. This explains a lot about the Emperor, and Ferrus Manus, and Perturabo, right? The Emperor was fundamentally incapable of understanding that humanity is the way for humanity's needs to be met. Emotional needs are not weaknesses to be purged. They are truths to be embraced and met through compassion, connection, and community. Yeah, in 40K, chaos are powerful, sure, but they're deeply limited. They cannot thrive in the presence of true human connection. In the presence of virtue, sin and temptation retreat. When people come together to meet each other's needs, evil loses its grip. By turning away from the emotional needs of his sons and his people, the Emperor left them vulnerable to the insidious whispers of chaos. His sons in particular were cast adrift in a galaxy of conflict, ultimately isolated. Each Primarch Was his son a reflection of some aspect of his own identity, and yet he treated them as tools rather than individuals with complex emotional lives, because he wanted to deny that he himself had a complex emotional life. He saw the strengths, and he, in many cases, saw their flaws, but he never addressed their pain. And so Chaos did what the Emperor would not. It saw the wounds of the Primarchs, and it offered to fill the void. Sometimes this was rejected, as with Sanguinium, but in 9 cases it was accepted. The missing pillar, the central truth of humanity, which could have been added to the imperial truth, is that human connection is the ultimate source of strength. This revises the established imperial truth in a few different ways. Unity is the source of strength. Humanity's strength is not in isolation. Alone we are prey to fear and doubt, but together we are invincible. Chaos cannot thrive in the presence of trust and love. Our wounds are invitations for others to help us heal. By lifting each other up, we transcend the darkness within ourselves and forge a brighter future. The imperial truth views humanity as ultimately destined to transcend and achieve some sort of secular divinity. Well, that's workable. The warp is not the source of divinity. It is a shadow, a reflection of what is divine, the people of humanity. In each act of love, sacrifice, and fellowship, we become more than mortal. Compassion is our shield against division, and understanding is the way that we find unity. If the Emperor had embraced any part of this, he could have fostered a culture of mutual support among the Primarchs. Instead of competition and rivalry, there could have been mentorship, camaraderie, and shared purpose. For Magnus, this could have meant having brothers who helped him temper his hubris and heal his isolation. For Angron, it could have meant compassion and brotherhood instead of judgment. And for Lorgar, it could have meant faith in humanity rather than faith in one of the worst people in the galaxy, the Emperor. The Emperor's failure to meet the emotional needs of his sons allowed Chaos to step in as the false answer to their pain. But if he had been willing to be a father who embraced a person's need for connection, he could have created a foundation of trust and love among the Primarchs and among humanity that the whispers of the warp could not touch. The Emperor, for all his brilliance and power, sacrificed his humanity in his quest to save the human species. He became a paradox, a man who sought to elevate humanity to godhood, yet who could not see the divinity in the simplest human act of reaching out to another person in kindness. His rejection of human connection is his greatest flaw, and it doomed his sons, his Imperium, and himself to an endless cycle of suffering. Lorgar was right. People need something to believe in. And if the Emperor had allowed himself to believe that he could be flawed and still be a good person, then humanity and the humanity of his sons could have built the Imperium that Chaos could not touch. Real-world religions have any number of stories about how a person's emotional needs can be met by other people. Let us look at a few representative examples from various different cultures. In the Bible, in the Old Testament, there's the story of Ruth and Naomi from the book of Ruth. When Naomi loses her husband and sons, she is left destitute and emotionally shattered, despite Naomi urging her daughters-in-law to return to their families. Ruth refuses, declaring, "Where you go, I will go, and where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people, and your God my God." Ruth's loyalty and love provide Naomi with companionship and emotional healing. Together they find stability and hope, culminating in Ruth's marriage to Boaz, who secures both their futures. The lesson here is that emotional needs like grief and loneliness can be met through steadfast loyalty, love, and shared hope. In the New Testament, there's the story of the Good Samaritan from Luke chapter 10, verses 25 through 37. Jesus tells the parable of a man beaten and left for dead by robbers. And the point of the parable is not so much to condemn the robbers, but rather to also bring the audience to condemn the people who did nothing. A priest and a Levite pass by without helping, but a Samaritan, a person from a group despised by the audience contemporarily for rather racial reasons, stops, tends to the man's wounds, and ensures his care at an inn. The Samaritan's compassion provides not only physical aid, but also restores the man's dignity and hope. The lesson here is that emotional needs such as despair and abandonment are met through acts of selfless compassion, even from unexpected sources, just as are someone's physical needs. In the Hindu religion, there's the story of Krishna and Sudama. Sudama was a poor Brahmin who visits his childhood friend Krishna, now a king, to ask for help. Sudama is embarrassed by his poverty and offers only a handful of beaten rice as a gift. Krishna receives him warmly, treating him with respect and affection. Without Sudama asking for aid, Krishna secretly provides wealth and comfort to his friend, ensuring his well-being. The lesson here is that emotional needs like shame and insecurity are met through unconditional love and generosity. In Buddhism, there's the story of Kisa Gotami and the mustard seed, which you might find familiar if you or your child have watched the children's television series Bluey. Kisa Gotami, grieving the death of her only son, approaches the Buddha seeking a way to bring him back to life. The Buddha tells her to bring a mustard seed from a household untouched by death. As she goes from house to house, she realizes that suffering and loss are universal. This shared experience helps her to accept her grief and connect with others. The lesson here is that emotional needs like grief and isolation are met through shared understanding and the realization of common humanity. In Taoism, there's the story of the farmer and his neighbors, which, again, may be familiar to you if you watch the series Bluey. In this parable, a farmer's horse runs away. His neighbors express sympathy, but he simply says, "Who knows if it's good or bad?" Later, the horse returns with a second horse. The neighbors congratulate him, but again he says, "Who knows?" His son breaks his leg riding the new horse, and the neighbors express sorrow, but the farmer maintains his perspective. Later, the son avoids being drafted into war because of his injury. The lesson here is that emotional needs, such as acceptance and peace, are met through non-judgment and connection with the ebb and flow of life, as well as the support of a community and family which refrain from judgment. In ancient Greek or Roman mythology, there's the story of Philemon and Baucis. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. They were a humble elderly couple who unknowingly offered hospitality to Zeus and Hermes disguised as travelers. Despite their poverty, they show generosity and warmth. In return, the gods reward them by saving them from a flood, turning their home into a temple, and granting their wish to die together, transformed into intertwining trees. The lesson here is that emotional needs like love and a sense of purpose are met through mutual devotion and by kindness to others. Obviously, Lorgar would not have had access to any of these individual stories, but given the religious pluralism available to him in the caravan, he likely had access to similar stories. Each of these stories emphasizes the profound truth that human connection is central to meeting emotional needs. Compassion, loyalty, shared experience and commiseration, generosity, and charity. These are what is important. These examples we've looked at showcase diverse cultural perspective, but they converge on the same universal lesson. We heal and grow through each other. The only way for a person's emotional needs to be met is through other people. A human's emotional needs are met through humanity. Now again, the exact details of the religious beliefs of cultures are fuzzy. But this allows us to enter myth space and look for deeper truths unfettered by canonical specificity. Remember back when we talked about the King Arthur stuff. Anyway, real-world religions have a huge variety of stories about how a person's emotional needs can be met by other people. Such myths are so widespread that I, Evan G. Macy, might claim this to be central to the human experience, perhaps even so central as to be universally cross-cultural. If we assume that Colchizian religious tradition thus followed real-world trends by having such stories, we can see an opportunity. The Emperor meets Lorgar, lays out the imperial truth, and Lorgar immediately pipes up with the addition of the interconnectedness of humanity for emotional fulfillment and the full flourishing of human potential. For such a learned student of theology as Lorgar, hearing a comprehensive vision for humanity without human interconnectedness as a central tenet would be like a physicist or cosmologist hearing a lecture without reference to mass. It's such an obvious missing piece. This perspective strikes at the heart of the tragedy of Lorgar's fall. The Emperor's failure to reach him was because the imperial truth was not just incomplete, it was dangerously hollow. It was a view of the universe which missed the central importance of humanity's relationships and interdependence. When the Emperor met Lorgar, he encountered a Primarch already shaped by this deeply communal, emotionally resonant worldview, who had been struck by circumstance into the position of warlord. The Emperor's presentation of the imperial truth, rigidly materialistic, dismissive of spiritual or emotional frameworks, must have felt to Lorgar like not only a rejection of his upbringing, but a denial of the fundamental truth about human experience. This was not going to uplift Lorgar out of his position of warlord into some sort of grand theological epiphany. No. This is going to trap him in the position of warlord, but on a larger scale. Lorgar only did not pipe up about a desire to graft human interconnectedness onto the imperial truth because he was starstruck by his belief in the Emperor's divinity. Had he allowed himself to express this reflex born from his deepest religious convictions, an attempt to repair what he saw as an existential flaw in the Emperor's vision, many things might have been fixed. For Lorgar, a theologian, the imperial truth's dismissal of spiritual frameworks was not so much about denying gods, but about denying the sacredness of human connection. His entire philosophy honed on cultures came from religious stories, and any number of them would have revolved around stories that underscored humanity's need for each other, for love, cooperation, forgiveness, shared purpose. The Emperor's focus on scientific achievement and military conquest without grounding these goals in any sort of emotional or communal bonds was immediately and obviously alienating and barren, not just to Lorgar, but to many planets that the Emperor came to. But to Lorgar specifically, emotionally and spiritually attuned, the Emperor's truth must have felt like a cold, unyielding machine, logical but utterly devoid of soul. Any foundation of human interdependence would be a foundation for Lorgar to build upon, rather than being compelled to rebel against it. Every religious tradition has the mythic archetypes which emphasize shared burdens, collective flourishing, and emotional healing through communal bonds. These myths resonate through, as far as I can tell, every human tradition. You've got stories about shared burdens like Simon of Cyrene or Atlas holding up the heavens. You've got stories of redemption through forgiveness, like the story of the prodigal son. Any number of stories about interdependence, such as the Buddhist parable of the mustard seed. These narratives are not just moral lessons, they are the cornerstone of human meaning. The Emperor's failure to acknowledge this was an affront to the essence of what makes humanity worth saving, and Lorgar could have seen that. If Lorgar had been headstrong enough to speak up, to talk about the need for interconnectedness, or If the Emperor, greatest telepath in the galaxy, had recognized Lorgar's need for interconnectedness, he might have channeled it constructively. Imagine any sort of tenet for the imperial truth, along the lines of, humanity's transcendence is not just a matter of the individual or the species, but of the bonds we forge with another. Without compassion, trust, and unity, humanity and the Imperium would be but a hollow shell. Any sort of acknowledgement by the Emperor, however brief, would have given Lorgar the framework he needed to champion the imperial truth as secular theology, without undermining it with his eventual obsession with worship. His brothers were warriors. Lorgar was a scholar. His inclination towards grand views of unity and purpose made him the ideal candidate to create an imperium that wasn't just physically strong, but spiritually resilient. His philosophies could have fleshed out the Emperor's material vision, adding emotional depth to its intellectual ambition. But instead, the Emperor alienated him, leaving a vacuum in which chaos whispered lies about a universe that did care. The Emperor's failure to incorporate any sort of acknowledgement of the importance of human interconnectedness into the imperial truth was a deep failure of his own unwillingness to make bonds with other people. It was a broader failure to appeal to the emotional and communal aspects of humanity, which he had long since left behind. Any vision for humanity that overlooks the need for connection between people is incomplete and dangerously hollow. The Emperor thus set the stage for Lorgar's tragic fall. Thus, we come to a little bit of fan fiction. My proposal, Lorgar's Theology of Humanity, a response to and partial repudiation of the Emperor's vision of humanity. Humanity is the path for a human's needs to be met. It's that simple. The only way for a person's emotional needs to be met is with the help of other people. Emotional needs are not weaknesses to be purged. They are truths to be embraced and met through connection, compassion, and community. Humanity's primacy. Humanity is unique among the intelligent species of the galaxy, possessing the potential for unparalleled greatness. It is humanity's destiny to inherit the stars and dominate the galaxy, uniting under a single banner of enlightenment and reason. Freedom from external powers. Humanity must free itself from all external forces that would subjugate it. The surrender of human agency and dignity to forces that only seek to enslave, corrupt, or destroy cannot be countenanced. It is not the path of humanity to face eternal servitude, but the path of creators and masters. Humanity's survival depends on progress and enlightenment. Through advances in technology, governance, and social progress, we will found a new society with cornerstones of logic, reason, and empathy. Unity and order, and unified humanity, free from the divisions of nations and ideologies, is essential to achieving its destiny. This unity requires a strong, centralized authority to guide and protect humanity during its ascent. In unity, we are the voice of the cosmos itself. When humanity stands as one, our strength is infinite and our will unbreakable. The divisions of old are the blasphemies that held us back. To be human is to be part of a single sacred whole, a community which supports each other. And apotheosis, humanity's transcendence, lies in material and intellectual achievement. Through science, technology, and psychic evolution, humanity can overcome the limitations of mortality, weakness, and fear, becoming a race of godlike beings in its own right. Humanity's destiny is to transcend. Through knowledge, through strength, through compassion and unity, we shall surpass all limits. If presented with this response, this partial repudiation, I have to think that the Emperor would at least respect it enough to engage with it, to argue about it, though I do not imagine that he would become a convert himself. This proposal strikes a delicate balance between preserving the core tenets of the imperial truth while introducing a deeply humanistic and almost spiritual framework that aligns with Lorgar's nature. By reframing the Emperor's materialist vision through the lens of emotional fulfillment and interconnectedness, it creates a theology that complements rather than directly opposes the Emperor's ideas. There are some points why I believe the Emperor would specifically respect it. Logical consistency with the imperial truth being foremost. The proposal doesn't introduce a need for external deities or supernatural forces, which would violate the Emperor's staunch rejection of superstition and chaos. Instead, it emphasizes humanity's self-determination, while further going so far as to say that humanity must be emotionally connected to each other. The focus on unity and order which comes from this echoes one of the Emperor's own strong central beliefs. But this new framing, this theoretical Lorgar theology, is more poetic and imbued with reverence for collective humanity, which cares about each other, even as it does not challenge the necessity of centralized authority to guide humanity towards its destiny. Now, the theological language of apotheosis might not sit perfectly with the Emperor, but if grounded in material and intellectual progress rather than external spiritual salvation, it would be simply a rephrasing rather than a contradiction. Now, the most contentious element would also be the most powerful addition, the acknowledgement of the importance of emotional needs. The Emperor himself dismissed emotional needs in favor of duty and reason, but he recognized that framing them as part of humanity's shared strength is a strategic way to inspire and unify. Lorgar's emphasis on compassion and community as core to human potential would serve as an effective tool for governance, even though the Emperor would personally find it unnecessary. The Emperor's likely response would not be an immediate and forceful shutdown, but rather viewing Lorgar's theology of humanity as an useful adjunct to the imperial truth. He would very likely see its strategic value, the ability to bind men together where logic and reason alone may not. He would likely be quite concerned about misinterpretations. He would likely warn Lorgar about how to implement it, and he might not embrace the theology himself or want it to be spread among the other Primarchs and the other expeditionary fleets. But he might very well allow Lorgar to use this framework in compliance campaigns within certain limits as a means of uniting the human population and maintaining order. This would be the defining moment for Lorgar. If the Emperor accepted any sort of pushback in principle, even if imposing limits on it, it could lead to a constructive relationship, validation, a way to work together to refine his ideals, to align more closely with the Emperor's vision. Any resulting belief system might thus inspire the masses of humanity while staying within the bounds of the imperial truth. If handled well, this could be the beginning of a stronger bond between Lorgar and the Emperor. By giving Lorgar a role that values his intellect and passion, the Emperor might thus steer him away from his eventual fall to chaos. This vision of any sort of collaborative relationship between Lorgar and the Emperor is tantalizing because it offers a glimpse of what the Imperium could have been if anyone but the Emperor was in charge. A union of logic and compassion, strength and unity, materialism with meaning. Can we imagine a meeting of the Emperor and Lorgar in which Lorgar pushes back against the Emperor's cold, sterile vision of humanity? One in which Lorgar does not immediately fall into worshipful adoration of the Emperor, but instead tests him to see if he is worthy? Or perhaps one in which the emperor recognizes Lorgar's worship and speaks with him with humility and honesty. Perhaps a contentious discussion of theology would have been a natural way for Lorgar to push back when the emperor fell from a shorter pedestal. Rus and Vulcan competed against the emperor according to the traditions of their cultures. Different culture, different competition. I see at least some potential for Lorgar to establish then and there with the emperor the vision of the imperial truth that Lorgar would preach. I think that considering such an option might help to reveal the intellectual and emotional potential of both figures in a way that the canon version of the relationship does not. Lorgar, whose entire life had been shaped by faith and theological inquiry, meeting the emperor and not immediately falling into worshipful admiration, but instead engaging in a test of philosophical and moral worthiness, would not only set the tone for their relationship, but also alter Lorgar's trajectory. We can imagine the meeting unfolding on Colchis, where Lorgar stands before the emperor not as a supplicant, but as a scholar, determined to evaluate whether this being who claims to be the savior of humanity is truly worthy of that mantle. This may have been helped had the emperor appeared under a glamour hiding some of the power of Magnus and himself. Kind of like how the emperor used glamour when meeting Rus. In the Gospels, both before and after the crucifixion and resurrection, there are several moments where people meet Jesus and are initially disappointed, confused, or dismissive because he appears to them simply as a normal man, not as the grand triumphant Messiah they had expected. There are some key lessons from these biblical episodes that might apply to this counterfactual with Lorgar. First, true greatness is found in humility. The gospel parallel would be Mark chapter 6, where Jesus returns to his hometown of Nazareth. The people, knowing him as just the carpenter, the son of Mary, cannot reconcile the divine wisdom and power they hear from him with the ordinary man they see. Mark chapter 6, verses 1 through 6. Jesus left there and went to his hometown, accompanied by his disciples. When the Sabbath came, he began to teach in the synagogue, and many who heard him were amazed. "Where did this man get these things?" they asked. "What's this wisdom that has been given him? What are these remarkable miracles he is performing? Isn't this the carpenter? Isn't this Mary's son and the brother of James, Joseph, Judas, and Simon? Aren't his sisters here with us?" And they took offense at him. Jesus said to them, "A prophet is not without honor except in his own town, among his relatives, and in his own home." He could not do any miracles there except lay his hands on a few sick people and heal them. He was amazed at their lack of faith. Then Jesus went around teaching from village to village. The lesson here is that glory is hidden in plainness, and that tests whether someone seeks truth or spectacle. If Lorgar met the emperor while the emperor was in a humble form, it would challenge Lorgar. Does he love truth for its own sake, or does he need a glittering symbol to worship? This might draw out Lorgar's deeper spiritual hunger and his theological instincts, forcing him to reckon with the substance of the emperor's teachings rather than getting fixated on appearances. The second lesson is that faith precedes understanding. In John chapter 20, verses 24 to 29, Thomas refuses to believe in the resurrection until he physically sees and touches Jesus' wounds, which honestly is kind of understandable. Jesus gently rebukes him. "Blessed are those who have not seen and yet have believed." The lesson here is that belief that depends on physical majesty is fragile. In the scenario of the emperor being under a glamour, if Lorgar was able to see past the humble facade and recognize something greater through wisdom, through love, through quiet authority, it would cultivate a much stronger and deeper bond of trust than would dazzling him with power. Conversely, if he struggled and doubted, it would reveal his emotional need for external confirmation of inner truths, and thus a vulnerability to mistaking grandeur for righteousness, which would be an important lesson for the emperor to learn about his son. There's the danger of missing the message for want of a Messiah. In the gospel, many who encountered Jesus rejected him because they had specific expectations about what the Messiah should be, a political, military conqueror or kingly figure, and Jesus didn't match those expectations. John 1:11, he came to his own, and his own people did not receive him. The lesson here is that a test of true spiritual understanding is whether one clings to truth when it comes in an unexpected form. If the emperor came humbly, it would sift Lorgar's soul. Does he yearn for truth, or does he yearn for a God-shaped idol to worship? If Lorgar could recognize greatness in humility, he might be saved from the trap of needing to enshrine power in icons and temples. If not, it would highlight the seeds of his later downfall, his desperate longing to see divinity rather than to know it. The next lesson is that glory is revealed at the right time. In the gospel, Jesus sometimes performs miracles quietly or told people not to reveal his identity. Remember when we talked about the messianic secret? Only later revealing himself fully at the right moment, such as during the transfiguration or after the resurrection. The lesson here is that leadership and spiritual mentorship unfold in stages, first building trust and relationship, and only later revealing the full scope of authority. In the counterfactual, then, the emperor and Magnus appearing as humble figures could allow a relationship based on understanding and closeness to develop first. Later, when the glamour is lifted and Lorgar sees their true majesty, it would not be alien and overwhelming. It would be a natural unveiling of what he had already discerned. In summary, then, had the emperor approached Lorgar in humble guise, he would have tested Lorgar's ability to seek and love truth for its own sake, rather than for its outer trappings. It might have given Lorgar a chance to bond with the emperor on a more human, real level, protecting him from the deep spiritual mistakes he later made, and would reveal whether Lorgar's need for a god was born of true spiritual hunger or out of a psychological need for spectacle and worship. If Lorgar failed this test, it would expose just how deeply he needed not a father or a teacher, but an object of obsession. And that would be something that the emperor could manage, because then he would be aware of it. I have here a little bit of fan fiction to explore the idea of the emperor and Lorgar finding each other in a meeting of minds rather than communion with the divine. Since you're already listening to me, I hope you'll indulge me. The meeting of the Lorgar and the emperor, a scene in 4 phases. Phase 1, to challenge a god. The sky tore open with fire, but what descended was not a vision of godhood. It was a shuttle, battered and functional, its hull pitted from countless warp transits. A vessel like a billion others just like it across the stars, unremarkable but for the hopes it bore. Lorgar stood at the head of his congregation, his breath caught in his throat, his heart hammering. He had preached of this moment, dreamt of it, sacrificed for it, killed for it. The shuttle touched down, its ramp hissed open, and down strode an old man in a yellow robe, his gait steady but unhurried, his face lined with age. Beside him, a second figure, red-haired, one-eyed, slightly stooped, holding a walking stick. Lorgar's lips pressed into a thin line. Is this all? Fuck, what a letdown. Silence. Confusion rippled through the crowd. This was not how gods arrived. This was not glory incarnate. The old man spoke in a voice that rang in the mind of everyone present like a bell, despite never moving his lips. Calm, commanding, utterly without pretense. I am the Emperor of mankind. I come to offer you a place in the stars. A future shaped by your own hands, not the whims of unseen gods. The Emperor then spoke, briefly, of a vast interstellar civilization he heads, where wonders of technology and psychic power are used to liberate and uplift humanity. He spoke of an imperium without chains of superstition, a civilization of unity, reason, and might. But the gathered Colchisians only shifted uncomfortably, their awe draining into skepticism. Their souls had been prepared for miracle and majesty, not for dusty rhetoric. Nobody is sold on what the old guy is selling. Yet Lorgar did not turn away. Instead, something in him flared, the same something that had once driven him to question, to search, to believe. The drive for truth which made him keep asking and learning no matter how many times his father Corphaeron beat him. He stepped forward, head high. If you are truly who you claim, Lorgar said, voice steady, then submit to the old ways of Colchis. Let us test your spirit, not your strength. Phase 2, the ritual of testing. The Emperor tilted his head slightly, studying the young figure before him. There was no fear in Lorgar, only the solemn gravity of a priest daring to challenge the sky. The Emperor nodded and the fight was on. The rules, though unspoken, were clear to all. Lorgar would argue for the necessity of faith, and the Emperor would argue for the sufficiency of reason. On the walk over, the Emperor and Magnus used the tiniest spark of psychic power to draw water from a nearby well to drink, so that they might gauge Lorgar's reaction to another display of psychic phenomena. Lorgar raised an eyebrow but said nothing. There were weightier matters to consider. The crowd moved over to the Agora, little used since Lorgar's religious wars had killed a third of the population of Colchis, and thus brought both commerce and public debate screeching to a halt. In a small space amidst the crowd, a dais of cracked stone now served as their forum, the battleground for a contest of words and ideas, not blades. Lorgar spoke first, his voice rising with the fervor of one born to sway hearts. Without faith, man is but dust, blown by forces he cannot master. It is belief that binds a people together, belief that lifts a soul beyond its mortal chains. The Emperor listened, arms folded within his robe. When he answered, his words were cool and precise. Faith is a tool, Lorgar. It binds, but it also blinds. I would see humanity free to choose its own destiny, not fettered by the comforting lies of 1,000 false gods. The debate raged. Lorgar spoke of hope, of the need for meaning amid the vast emptiness of existence. The Emperor countered with visions of human achievement, cities and stars won by will, not prayer. And as they spoke, something curious happened. The people listened not in awe, but in thought. Seeds of respect began to sprout, not for who the Emperor appeared to be, but for the ideas he carried. Phase 3, the challenge of faith. As the debate raged under the bright Colchisian sun, sweat beaded on Lorgar's brow. His heart ached with the weight of a world watching. Lorgar, well versed in the doctrines of Colchisian belief, began probing the Emperor's understanding of human nature and the nature of reality. You say there are no gods, and yet I see you stand before me wielding powers far beyond mortal comprehension. Are you yourself not proof of divinity? The Emperor's reply was quiet, almost sorrowful. I am no god, Lorgar. I am a man who has shaped himself through hard work, through understanding. What I have done, others may yet surpass. There is no need for worship, only for achievement. Lorgar frowned. It was not enough. He asked again, if you deny the gods, then what force shapes the universe? What stirs the stars? What calls the soul to wonder? What meaning can there be in a cosmos without higher purpose? The Emperor answered, meaning is not found, child. It is made. Lorgar was not so easily satisfied. His whole life had been devoted to finding meaning through belief, and the Emperor's dismissal of that instinct crashed against him like a wave against a stone. The idea repulsed and fascinated him at once. An universe without purpose, unless men forged one with their own hands. The crowd shifted, uncertain. The choice was now not between gods and nothingness, but between surrender and responsibility. Phase 4, the ethical test. At last, Lorgar struck at the heart. You would lead us to the stars? To what end? To conquer? To destroy? Or to build a better future? What of the bonds between people? Will you raise men up in shared purpose, or will the wheels of your imperium grind them into dust for the sake of your vision? The Emperor was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, it was not with the voice of an overlord, but that of a father who had seen too much sorrow. The imperium I build will ask much of humanity. Sacrifice, discipline, endurance. But it will offer something greater in return. The chance to be more than a dying species clinging to dying worlds. The chance to transcend our flaws and become better. It will not be easy, Lorgar. It will not always be kind. But it will be ours. Not a promise of utopia. Not a guarantee of happiness, but a vow. Shared burden, shared destiny. Lorgar stood in silence, his heart hammering. Here was no God. Here was no easy answer. Here was a man, terrible in vision, grand in loneliness, offering not worship, but work. They spoke for long hours. When the sun dipped down below the horizon, Magnus conjured forth magical lights to illuminate the agora. Some among the gathered crowd, exhausted but unwilling to leave, drifted into sleep where they sat, only to awaken and find the debate still raging. Hours stretched into days. Lorgar and the Emperor neither ate nor rested, driven by conviction alone. Slowly, painstakingly, a new form of the imperial truth emerged, like a statue revealed from a block of marble by the sculptor's hand. The Emperor seeded philosophical ground carefully and sparingly, never allowing a breach in his rhetorical defenses against the deific. He was a master general, drawing new battle lines, reshaping the terrain without surrendering the high ground. Thus, the truths Lorgar carved out through pathos, ethos, and logos, truths the word-bearers would later hail as his greatest achievements, became three pillars added to the imperial truth. Human interconnectedness. On the third day, Lorgar's relentless rhetorical assault compelled the Emperor to acknowledge that humanity's strength lay not only in its intellect and technology, but in the bonds of compassion and shared purpose that bind individuals into something greater than themselves. Ethical governance. On the fourth night, Lorgar's rhetorical attack pressed further, and the emperor agreed that the imperial truth must be anchored within a moral framework, one that emphasized justice, empathy, and the dignity of all humans as core principles of imperial governance, lest the imperium lose legitimacy. Progress alone would not be enough. Humanity's ascent must lead to the heights of justice, aspirational belief. On the seventh and final day, as exhaustion and exaltation mingled in the air, the emperor launched his rhetorical counterattack to sweep Lorgar's talk of gods from the field of battle. Yet, though Lorgar's defenses bent, they did not break. Rather than denying spirituality outright, the emperor agreed to frame the imperial truth as a call to belief not in unseen gods, but in humanity itself, in its potential for godlike achievements together through collective will and effort. The debate ended not with a victory for one side or the other, but with mutual respect. When at last the final words were spoken, the emperor and Magnus dispelled the glamours that had veiled their true forms. Before the astonished crowd, the emperor stood revealed in all his golden majesty, radiating power and authority beyond imagining. A mighty hand, resplendent in shining armor, came to rest upon Lorgar's shoulder, as the emperor welcomed him to the great crusade. And beside him, a great red hand, Magnus the Red, powerful psyker and fellow intellectual, grasped Lorgar's other shoulder to greet his brother. Thus began the fragile, pivotal bond between father and son, between brothers, built not upon worship or supplication, but upon the aching possibility of mutual understanding. This little counterfactual would not be about Lorgar defeating the emperor intellectually, but rather about testing whether the emperor's vision for humanity was complete and worthy of devotion and participation. By engaging with Lorgar on this level, the emperor could have forged a partnership that channeled Lorgar's theological passion and academic interests into a constructive force for the Imperium, avoiding the misunderstandings, resentment, and betrayal that ultimately doomed them both. By looking into the emotional complexity of their relationship, we can see a glimpse of what the Imperium might have been. Not a colossus of iron and blood, or at least not only that, but a beacon of meaning across the stars. A real civilization. Deep breath. Unfortunately, it was not to be. Blinded by adoration, Lorgar could not bring himself to challenge or question the emperor. Deaf to his son's needs and filled with the false certainty that subservience was sufficient, the emperor did not care to engage with Lorgar's beliefs to gain any deeper understanding of him at all. This is the emperor's greatest failure. There are some other matters we could discuss from this period before Lorgar took up leadership of the Word-Bearers. We've already noted how Lorgar locked himself into the prophecy that the emperor would arrive within a year. That's an insane level of self-imposed pressure, and it gives rise to some key questions we haven't really addressed. Why? Okay, but really though, did Lorgar ever privately doubt? If not, how did he maintain such absolute pathological certainty? Did his visions increase in frequency or intensity as the deadline approached? Is that what kept him so certain? How did Lorgar process the collective trauma of Colchis? Did he have guilt over the mass deaths, or was he emotionally numb? How much of his certainty came from sheer faith, and how much from fear of admitting he might be wrong? Did he ever think about what might happen to him personally if the emperor did not come? We know the consequences for failure would have been dire, but did Lorgar think about that, or was he in total denial? Corpheron had been Lorgar's greatest influence since childhood, molding him as a tool to maintain his own power. But at some point he lost control over his creation. When did Corpheron realize that he was no longer in charge of Lorgar? What was Corpheron's contingency plan if the Emperor did not arrive? Was he going to try to stage a miraculous event, or try to manipulate Lorgar into postponing the deadline? Was he going to try to seize power himself? Did he have like a bolt hole in a cave somewhere where he was going to go hide? How did Corpheron feel about Lorgar's increasing independence? Did he ever regret raising him to be so devout? A true believer has limits on how much you can manipulate him. And if the Emperor had not come, would Corpheron had tried to save Lorgar, or would he have let him be torn apart? This is crucial because Corpheron's later treachery wasn't about chaos so much, it was just personal. He had lost control over Lorgar once before, and perhaps we can see in his later actions that Corpheron was determined never to let Lorgar leave his control again. What was the role of Lorgar's inner circle? He didn't rule Colchis alone. He was not a Conrad Kurs figure. He had loyal followers, generals, priests, civilian administrators. These people would have had their own reactions to the ticking clock of the prophecy. Did any of them in the high-up positions of responsibility start doubting as the deadline approached? Were there power struggles behind the scenes? Did any factions try to prepare for a world where Lorgar had failed? Were there hidden heretics who still followed the old ways, besides like Erebus? Did anyone attempt to fake the Emperor's arrival to protect Lorgar or to protect their own position of power? Were there any in Lorgar's inner circle who were not fanatics? What happened to them? The tension must have been immense. Some people likely doubled down in their devotion, while others probably feared for their lives. Do we have any evidence of this in canon? What about the mass psychology of Colchis living in a theocratic nightmare? We've already touched on how the people were struggling with grief and fear and doubt. What if we take that further? Did the general population actually want the Emperor to arrive? Some must have feared what would happen if a god truly walked among them. What happened in the months leading up to the deadline? Were there mass hysteria, riots, suicides? Some individuals must have cracked under the pressure. Did any underground resistance movements form? People who had lost loved ones in the purges perhaps may have been waiting for the chance to strike. What did non-believers do? Did they flee, hide, try to convince themselves they believed? Were there non-believers left, or had they all indeed been purged by Lorgar? That seems unlikely. What kind of social fractures persisted after the Emperor arrived? Just because Lorgar won doesn't mean that the scars of war disappeared. His civil wars killed a third of the population of Colchis. That's going to be the most important thing to happen in the history of Colchis. The Khmer Rouge killed what? 25%, 20% of the people of Cambodia, and it was, I'll have you know, a big deal. So Colchis was teetering on the edge of another massive explosion of violence if the Emperor didn't arrive. Lorgar's success barely avoided it, but what would have happened if the Emperor had just arrived a couple months later? What are the theological ramifications of the Emperor's arrival for the Colchisians? The Emperor showing up proved Lorgar right, but it also changed everything. Did the people feel joy? Terror? The moment a real god arrives, their entire world changes, obviously. How did Lorgar help the people, help is a weird word there, but help them to reconcile any old beliefs they had with the reality of the Emperor walking among them? What did Corpheron's loyalists think? Many of them had spent their lives worshipping the four powers, and then they converted to being the godsworn to avoid being killed or to try to get on the winning side to get positions of power. Did they fully convert? How did they react to seeing the Emperor? Were there people who still rejected the Emperor? It's easy to assume everyone just accepted Lorgar's prophecy, but only some of them would have seen the emperor with their own eyes, and even some of them may have seen the emperor as a false god or a demon masquerading as divinity. How did Lorgar's theology shift? Did he begin trying to rationalize contradictions right away, or did he cling to kind of a simplistic faith at first? We know that Lorgar later created a rather sophisticated theory of the emperor's divinity, but what was his first reaction to actually seeing the emperor in the flesh? What about the aftermath of the Schism Wars on Colchis? Even after the emperor arrived, Colchis was not whole. Cities had burned. Who rebuilt them? Families had killed their own members. How did they reconcile? Did they? How did Lorgar attempt to unify his traumatized world? How unified were they really? How did Colchis rebuild while also providing a huge number of volunteers for the Imperial Army and recruits for the word bearers? If Lorgar and the Emperor actually spoke about how to rebuild Colchis, then maybe the word bearers' later approach to compliance, spending a lot of time rebuilding and on cultural assimilation, would have made sense. What was the role of the Custodes and the Imperial War Council, the Imperial aristocracy? The Custodes and the Imperial Remembrancers must have been watching the entire thing unfold. What did they think about Lorgar's fanatical, obviously religious reception of the Emperor? Did they find it amusing? Concerning? Were there Imperial bureaucrats who thought that Lorgar was a liability from the start? What reports were sent back to the Imperial War Council on Terra about concerns about Lorgar's religious tendencies, even at the start? Did any Custodes attempt to warn the Emperor that Lorgar's devotion was dangerous and needed to be taken seriously? This would have been one of the strangest encounters of the Great Crusade. The Custodes were not fools. Citation needed. Some of them must have sensed that something was wrong. Lorgar's unshakable faith after meeting the Emperor was still new. Lorgar, as we knew him in the Great Crusade in canon, seems unshakable in his belief that the Emperor was divine, right up until the burning of Monarchia. But back then, his faith was relatively fresh. He'd spent most of his life believing something else. He believed in the being he saw in his visions, not this being of flesh and blood in front of him. He saw the previous belief system of Colchis crumble under his heel. That experience has to have shaped him. Even though he seemed completely convinced, he was still vulnerable in ways he didn't understand. Had the Emperor taken an active role in guiding him from the very beginning, could Lorgar have built something else? Maybe, maybe not. But one thing is certain, the Emperor never even tried. Exhausted and irritated by the months spent on Monarchia, and with Lorgar having had close contact with Magnus during those months, the Emperor seems, in canon, to have decided that to be sufficient mentorship. So far as the Emperor thought, Lorgar did not need any further period of acclimation or formal mentorship in the Imperium before taking leadership of his legion. The Emperor did not consider that the time they had spent together on Colchis was controlled by Lorgar in the context of his cultural norms. This made it possible for Lorgar to try to shape the Emperor by exposing him to the expectations of Lorgar's religion, but made it difficult or perhaps impossible for Lorgar to be shaped by the Emperor, because his existing shape of the head priest, the theological autocrat of Colchis, was being constantly reinforced by the culture all around him. That is, the Emperor failed to recognize the asymmetry of influence. Lorgar was in his home environment, with his position as religious leader constantly being reinforced by his own culture, while the Emperor and Magnus were merely visitors. What the Emperor needed to do was to get Lorgar off of Colchis as soon as he could without the planet collapsing behind him. The Emperor instead made several assumptions which were very flawed. First, the Emperor believed that exposure to Magnus was sufficient mentorship. He believed that Lorgar, by mere proximity to his brother, would naturally absorb the imperial truth. The flaw here was that Lorgar was not in a neutral space, or a space controlled by the Emperor, where Magnus could effectively mentor him. Instead, Magnus and the Emperor were on a world where everything around them reaffirmed Lorgar's existing worldview. The second assumption was that time spent together on Colchis was acclimation to the Imperium, which is simply false. Months of interaction were not enough for Lorgar to adjust to the reality of the Great Crusade and the high-technology civilization of the Imperium. That time was structured entirely by Colchisian traditions, where the Emperor was an honored guest, not a teacher and authority figure. The third assumption, which is simply wild, was that Lorgar was ready for command immediately. Now, he had reason to believe this. The other Primarchs had quickly taken to being leaders of their legions, and in each case thus far, though we don't know for sure about the 2nd and 11th legions, in each case of the known Primarchs so far, when a Primarch takes control of their legion, they lead it to heights of new accomplishment. Thus, since the other Primarchs worked well being installed as leaders of their own legions, the Emperor may have believed that Lorgar needed no special treatment and no special training in military matters. The problems there are, 1, Lorgar was not a warrior. He was not a strategist. But 2, he'd already created a structured, dogmatic worldview before meeting the Emperor, so he needed time outside of that structure in order to change to be in a new shape. And he had to be guided actively, like a gardener using a cane to guide a vine. What the Emperor needed to do was to take Lorgar off-planet as soon as he could without destabilizing Colchis. This could have broken the constant cultural reinforcement of Lorgar's worldview, forced Lorgar into an environment where he had to process new ideas, and given those ideas a real chance to shape Lorgar. Plus, getting Lorgar off of Colchis would have given him a better option for putting, say, imperial bureaucrats in charge on Colchis to try to shape it, with Lorgar no longer actively opposing that. Imagine if, instead of spending months on Colchis, the Emperor had taken Lorgar to Terra. Lorgar would have been immediately exposed to imperial high command, imperial bureaucracy, imperial aristocracy, the center of the imperial war machine and the imperial truth. He would have had to be confronted with all of this rather than being allowed to filter it through his pre-existing worldview. He could have studied under Malcador, studied under Magnus, maybe even Dorn, all of whom had vastly different approaches to belief and leadership. And honestly, Dorn would have been a good option to teach him about military matters. He's rather no-nonsense. Lorgar might have thus developed a new purpose within the imperial truth before being given command of the word-bearers. Even if he had still believed in the Emperor as a god, he may have seen his purpose as improving the word-bearers' combat capabilities so that they do a better job at bringing in worlds as like some sort of a holy conquest. Instead, he thought of his goal as reshaping why the word-bearers fought. By leaving Lorgar on Colchis for so long and then handing him a legion with no special treatment, the Emperor ensured that Lorgar brought Colchis with him into the crusade, rather than being able to become something new. This, of course, was only further exacerbated by how so many new word-bearers recruits came from Colchis, though if I remember right, the word-bearers did not exclusively recruit from Colchis. Now, I will say, on the plus side, Lorgar did find great success in one particular area. The worlds he shaped were profoundly loyal to the Imperium, orderly, prosperous, and they contributed as much as they could to the Great Crusade and the overall well-being of the Imperium. going beyond even the tithes demanded of them by the imperial bureaucracy and the Imperial War Council. I think this is too often overlooked in the fandom. He created stable, prosperous, and enthusiastically compliant worlds, which, honestly, nobody else seems to have done. Gilliman did a decent job with Ultramar, but Lorgar understood that people worked hard for what was important to them and what they believed in. In this, some of his brother Primarchs could have learned a great deal, Kurz and Perturabo especially. Unlike Kurz, whose terror-based rule collapsed the moment he left, or Perturabo, whose people resented him, needed to be garrisoned, and later rebelled, Lorgar's governance fostered genuine dedication to the Imperium. Lorgar's whole thing is a need for meaning. Lorgar tapped into the human need for meaning. People work hard for what they believe in. His worlds were not just conquered, they weren't just compliant, they were converted. They believed in a higher cause. They didn't just participate through fear of military oppression. Because of this, the Pliants embraced imperial rule. They embraced their position within the Imperium enthusiastically. Order and stability require an unifying narrative. Kurz ruled through fear and punishment. Lorgar gave people a positive reason to stay loyal, to be united. Perturabo enforced order through militarization and military occupation. Lorgar instead created social cohesion that endured even in his absence. Other Primarchs fought resistance and rebellion, and they forced compliance, and sometimes the worlds that they conquered rebelled, and they had to send forces back to quell the rebellion. Lorgar's people wanted to contribute more than what was required. The imperial bureaucracy saw this as an unqualified success for a long time. It was only the slow pace of Lorgar's conquest that eventually made people question what was going on. What Lorgar's brothers could have learned from him was that people have to believe in a cause in order to participate in civilization. A society thrives when it wants to be strong, not just because it's forced to be obedient. Lorgar absolutely could have done all of this without being explicitly religious. The Emperor could have turned Lorgar around to some sort of secular imperial truth, belief in human capability sort of thing like we talked about, and Lorgar would have been a huge, huge success all throughout the Great Crusade. The Emperor would have loved it. The irony of Lorgar's success was that his vision worked too well. The loyalty of the worlds he converted was not to the Imperium, it was to the faith he instilled in them. When his faith shifted to chaos, yes, some of those worlds did also. That's the double-edged nature of the approach. If faith is misplaced, it is so powerful that it becomes incredibly dangerous. But interestingly, we have canonical events after his daemonhood. One of the very few times Lorgar does something after he becomes a daemon prince. They're in worlds, I don't remember the name, I'm sorry. A world which was gleefully, enthusiastically religious in the Ministorum were encountered by Lorgar. And he said, hey, I made up this religion and it's wrong. And they're like, no. This religion is so right that it persists even though you're wrong. Lorgar's ability to build lasting, dedicated societies outlives even his direct influence. He would have been one of the most effective administrators of the Imperium if only the Imperium had given him a belief system that he could work with and had put him in some sort of civilian role. Here we come to the next big problem. Corpheron joined the Word-Bearers, the most dangerous personnel decision of the Great Crusade. A truly terrible idea on the part of Lorgar, and one which Lorgar could not possibly have made differently, given their hideous, traumatic past and abusive filial relationship. Their relationship was forged in trauma and abuse, and Lorgar, despite being a Primarch, was still a scared little boy who was emotionally bound to his abusive father. The best comparison among the other Legion would be Luther of the Dark Angels. A secondary comparison would be Amon of the Thousand Sons, but there are differences. Luther, like Corpheron, was too old to undergo the full process of becoming an Astartes, instead using other augmetic methods and such to become post-human. One wonders whether things would have been different had Corpheron, or Luther for that matter, died during the process, not a rare phenomenon. Luther was an accomplished military leader who had taught useful and important lessons to Lionel Johnson, teaching him about military stuff. Amon was an accomplished psychic scholar who had taught the mysteries of magic to Magnus. Meanwhile, Corpheron was some horrible mix of Iago, from Othello, not Disney's Aladdin, and Grima Wormtongue, all wrapped up in an abusive father figure. So while Luther and Amon had real skills that benefited their Primarchs and really contributed to their legions, Corpheron just had manipulation and deceit. Yeah, Luther resented being outshined, and his bitterness led to his betrayal. Corpheron never resented Lorgar, so far as I can find evidence of in canon. He just wanted to control Lorgar. He wanted personal power for him, Corpheron. Ammon stayed loyal to Magnus because his relationship with Magnus was based on shared knowledge, not power struggles. Corpheron's relationship with Lorgar was just pure psychological dominance mixed with a past history of physical abuse. So why did Lorgar keep him? Because he was emotionally dependent on him. Corpheron had raised him. He was the only father he remembered ever having. He controlled Lorgar. He shaped Lorgar. Lorgar may even have known that the relationship was abusive, but that didn't mean he could escape it. He had no other memory of any family. Corpheron was it. Every Primarch struggled with adaptation, but Lorgar's entire identity was built around faith. The Emperor took him away from Colchis, from his world and his followers, but Corpheron came with him. In Lorgar's eyes, Corpheron was his lifeline. That was what was familiar to him from his home world, going out into the scary interstellar space. And Lorgar's mind was wired to seek deep truth, with Corpheron constantly reinforcing that belief in ways that served Corpheron. When doubts crept in, Corpheron was there to reaffirm his worldview. Now, it might not have been a complete fix for everything if Corpheron had died. Lorgar's dependence on him would have been forcibly severed, yes, but the damage was already done, and the asshole Erebus was in the wings waiting to manipulate Lorgar himself. The Wordbearers would have still ended up being built around faith by Lorgar. Erebus was already waiting in the wings, ready to step into Corpheron's place, and without Corpheron there, Erebus would not have had someone working against him jockeying in a rivalry position. So yeah, Corpheron was the original corrupting influence. But the Legion itself ended up being shaped by Lorgar, such that it was vulnerable to further corruption, even if Corpheron wasn't there to guide it. Ultimately, we can't place all the blame for everything on Corpheron's feet, no matter how much we want to. Lorgar made decisions, the Emperor made decisions, and then catastrophe resulted because of those decisions. Now, let's go back to the Wordbearers. Lorgar was not so heavy-handed as many of his brothers when he took control of his legion. Indeed, he showed great humility. When they were the Imperial Heralds, the 17th Legion had already known how to fight as Astartes, and Lorgar, never a military man, simply had them continue fighting as they had before, as he changed them into the Wordbearers. Thus, their military capacity was not improved in the same way that the military capacity of every other legion was improved by the teachings of their Primarch. What changed instead was their reason for fighting. He did not make some sort of declaration from on high like Mortarion banning the use of psychic powers in the Death Guard. Rather, Lorgar trusted in his evangelism. He quietly converted the top Terran Marines, including the former Legion Master Halakgar, as well as former iconoclasts Meadro Vesar and Ustun Cho. I hope I'm pronouncing those names right. And then, quietly and confidently, word started to spread throughout the ranks, top down from Lorgar, from those he converted himself, and from the new influx of Colchizian origin Marines from the bottom up. I have found no canonical evidence of Terran origin Marines defying this new religion or raising an alarm outside of the Legion. There was no flight of the Eisenstein from the Word-Bearers. I find Lorgar's approach to taking command of the Word-Bearers fascinating, because unlike many of his brothers, he did not impose change through force or decree, but rather through conviction and persuasion. I think this is a key insight into his emotional needs. Lorgar did not want to rule through fear or autocratic authority. He was no curs. He wanted to be believed in. So how did he do this? Well, first, he maintained their military practices. He was not a tactician like Guilliman. He was not an instinctive warrior like Russ or Angron. He knew his own limitations, and so he respected the Legion by showing respect for their existing expertise. He didn't impose new strategies, he just let them continue their own traditions of warfare. Lorgar didn't just come out and say all at once, "Hey, we're the Word-Bearers now, you're all gonna believe this new religion." No. He worked through personal evangelism. He converted key figures who spread the faith organically, and so then by the time there was a huge influx of Colchizian origin Marines getting up into the ranks, there was fertile ground for conviction and persuasion to continue until everyone had joined. Plus, the nature of the 17th Legion was to be deeply ideological. As the Imperial Heralds, they had been fanatically dedicated to the Emperor's vision of the Imperial truth. When Lorgar shifted the focus from the Imperial truth to a view of the Emperor as a god, there's no recorded resistance from Terran-born Marines, because they were fanatics. Their goal was fanaticism. Yes, his methods were highly effective. He'd spent his whole life learning how to evangelize. Yes, it's possible that there were some who disagreed and who simply left the historical record. That's a euphemism for you. But also, they wanted to believe in something. They didn't care so much about what. They changed their beliefs once from the Imperial truth as the Imperial Heralds to going to a view of the Emperor as a god, as the Word-Bearers. And then later, many of those same Terran origin Marines changed their allegiance again to point towards chaos. The Imperial Heralds had been zealots already, just for a different cause. So switching their zealotry to a new target was not as radical as an imposition of religion would have been in other legions. And Lorgar was very charismatic. He didn't just issue orders, he converted people. He wanted them to believe it. If you truly believed that your Primarch had a divine connection, would you resist? No. Lorgar ruled through inspiration. He convinced people that he believed. He knew that they wanted to believe, and so by evangelizing to them in some way, he was giving them permission to believe. And then, of course, Lorgar just let the change spread organically, thus avoiding backlash by making the transformation feel natural rather than imposed to each individual Terran origin Marine. If a Terran origin Astartes from the Imperial Heralds had resisted or tried to report the spreading religion to higher authorities, the results would likely not have been dramatic. The reason being, the Word-Bearers were pretty much left alone and ignored. They didn't have close monitoring. This is a huge mistake, obviously. Had an alarm actually been raised, yeah, the Emperor might have intervened earlier, though given his pattern of ignoring early warning signs, perhaps not. But Malcador might have taken action. He viewed the religious zealotry as a serious issue later. If a core group of Terran Marines had resisted, then the Word-Bearers would have been divided, and Lorgar's hold over the Legion would have not been total. Instead, none of this happened. The Word-Bearers were fully converted before the Emperor even noticed. This is the great failure in handling Lorgar. He didn't engage with Lorgar. He didn't try to figure out what was important to Lorgar, and then he did not monitor him or engage with what he was doing or give him any attention at all. So then by the time he decided he needed to discipline Lorgar, it was far too late, and he had to be crazy flying off the handle because there was no other option, or at least so he thought. This made for two great problems for the Emperor, which early on he did notice, as well as all those other problems already mentioned, which he did not notice. Before anyone's reunification with the Primarchs, the 17th Legion had been the equal of any, save perhaps the 1st Legion, in their martial skill and accomplishments. After reunifications with their various Primarchs, the various other legions' skills were all improved by their Primarchs. Thus, those legions who had not yet met their Primarchs were left behind. Notably, once the Imperial Heralds are united with Lorgar and become the Word-Bearers, they too are left behind because he isn't a martial man. He doesn't improve their combat capabilities. Thus, the first problem. The Word-Bearers led by Lorgar were not one of the Emperor's most elite legions. Now, they did have things going for them. When the Word-Bearers fought, they believed that victory was assured because they were fighting for a holy cause. The newly created institution of chaplains led their spiritual lives and created great works of theology. As victory was assured, what became most important to the Legion was why they fought, what beliefs they carried, and what mark they left behind on worlds which were now compliant. Thus, the second problem. The Word-Bearers led by Lorgar took a long time on compliance efforts on newly conquered worlds, slowing their pace of conquest compared to other legions, notably the Iron Hands. Both of these problems, the relative decline of the Word-Bearers' military edge compared to other legions, and their slow compliance efforts, were critical failures from the Emperor's perspective, though he did not notice them both immediately. But they were entirely predictable given Lorgar's nature. Let's go through these one at a time. Before Lorgar, the Imperial Heralds were exceptionally disciplined, skilled, and adaptable. They were used for critical campaigns, and they were the match for any other legion, though perhaps not the 1st Legion. After Lorgar, their military culture shifted from a focus on skill to a focus on belief. This shift did not make them worse at war, necessarily, but it meant that they did not improve in strategy or tactics. And so, by the Red Queen hypothesis, they fell behind when other legions advanced. They were no longer truly the elite. They still won battles, but they didn't prioritize tactics or adaptability like the Ultramarines or the Luna Wolves. The introduction of chaplains cemented the shift. Military command now had to factor in theological as well as strategic concerns. Now, people who saw this mostly thought of the chaplains as political officers, like the commissars for the Imperial Army ended up being. They did not immediately clock it as a threat. We can contrast this with other legions. Guilliman trained his legion into being the most flexible and in some ways efficient military machine. Jagatai Khan drilled his warriors into being the masters of maneuver warfare, the fastest striking force best able to exploit any weakness in the enemy. Russ honed his legion into an unstoppable executioner's blade, But Lorgar made his legion into the most faithful, and faith does not sharpen swords. He was never going to reach the heights of military excellence as the slightly larger legion, the Ultramarines, or the Dark Angels, the First Legion, who had attained the greatest role of military honors up until the second and third ranked Xenocides caused such great losses. He was never going to become the Luna Wolves, whose Primarch was best able to use them in conjunction with other legions. While other legions concentrated on subjugating worlds and then, mostly, leaving, the Word-Bearers converted them. This meant prolonged occupation, construction of vast temples, rewriting of cultural traditions, and extensive theological indoctrination. To Lorgar, the military conquest of a world was merely the prelude to the more important spiritual conquest of a world. The result of this was that worlds under the Word-Bearers were far more loyal than those under other legions. They were rock solid. They were enthusiastically participatory in the imperial truth, but they took far longer to pacify. We can contrast this with the most obvious example, the Iron Hands. They crushed resistance brutally, and then they left compliance efforts to human institutions who had followed behind them, and they moved the fuck on. The Word-Bearers stuck around. They left behind entire cultures devoted to the Emperor, and this was an impressive feat, but maybe it's not what the Great Crusade needed. What the Emperor should have noticed before giving him command was that Lorgar's priorities were not that of a normal warlord. He was a missionary. The Godsworn's focus on meaning and belief over tactical efficiency should have been recognized as a serious deviation, which, if it was not going to be repeated in the Imperial Heralds, the Emperor needed to deal with before giving Lorgar command. If the Emperor had recognized this early, he might have assigned a military-minded Primarch, probably Dorn, as a mentor, to make sure that when Lorgar took command of the Word-Bearers, he had a martial focus. Instead, Lorgar reshaped the Legion in his own image with no oversight. Fucking classic. The Emperor only realized these problems much later, after they had already taken root. Instead of guiding Lorgar or acknowledging the predictable consequences of putting a spiritualist in charge of a military force, he reacted too late, and then he overcorrected at Monarchia. Now let's talk about the Imperial Heralds. The 17th Legion had been fanatically opposed to religion in all its forms when they were the Imperial Heralds. They tore down idolatrous societies to spread the imperial truth, all the way back to the Unification Wars on Terra. Perhaps the Emperor thought that this anti-religious sentiment would rub off on their Primarch and inoculate them against his religiosity. This was a gigantic miscalculation, for it failed to understand that what was important to the 17th Legion deep down was fanaticism, not atheism. The defining trait of the 17th Legion was not rational skepticism or a love of science. It was zealotry. They burned down religions not because they disbelieved in belief, but because they believed fanatically in the imperial truth. Their identity was always about crusading against what they saw as falsehood, not engaging in dispassionate academic inquiry. Their basic nature, forged into their genes in the image of their Primarch, was that they needed a cause to fight for, and in the end, it didn't really matter so much what that cause was. It took a long time, because Lorgar took the slow, cautious route, but they converted readily. And so, when the Emperor likely assumed that the Imperial Heralds would act as a stabilizing force on Lorgar, he was assuming that they would reinforce their own rejection of gods and make Lorgar into a powerful unquestioning enforcer of the imperial truth. He failed to recognize that their fanaticism was a blank slate, one that could be rewritten through a charismatic leader. The cause was not important to them. What mattered was that they believed in something completely. And besides which, we had never had a case in which one of the legions met their Primarch, and then they changed their Primarch in their image. It always worked the other way around. Every time. Sorry, I'm calm now. Lorgar's evangelism worked on the 17th Legion because they were predisposed to follow a righteous, charismatic leader who had absolute conviction. Before Lorgar, their righteousness was in destroying falsehood and idolatry. After Lorgar, their righteousness was in destroying falsehood and replacing it with true religion. They needed a moral crusade to justify their existence in a way that, for example, the World Eaters did not. Everyone fights for something. The Ultramarines fought for the idea of order. The Iron Hands fought for the idea of strength. The Imperial Fists fought for the idea of discipline. The Word Bearers, what they believed in was belief. Spitting all over my microphone. Since the Imperial Truth did not provide an emotional, spiritual core, which it could have and didn't, Lorgar's theology filled that vacuum within their hearts. And once the transformation was set in motion, it was inevitable. The lesson here is that the Emperor should not have immediately placed Lorgar in command. He was trying to vaccinate a spiritualist against faith by surrounding him with fanatics. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of both parties. Once again, there's so many better net matches. So many. Lorgar could have been apprenticed to Guilliman. He could have been apprenticed to Dorn. Maybe even fucking Ferrus Manus would have been a good option. The worst possible choice was to place him immediately in command of his own legion, which was already hardwired for blind belief, and then not require that legion to fight alongside someone else. If the Word Bearers had been right there in the middle of the crusade, fighting alongside the Imperial Fists and whatnot, people would have seen what was going on early on. Instead, whatever, we'll get to that later. I'm calm now. In many ways, Lorgar in the post-reunification, pre-monarchia time in the Great Crusade, Lorgar was the most emotionally fulfilled of the Primarchs. He believed himself to be uniquely entrusted with the Emperor's messianic secret. He freed worlds from horrible aliens and psychic domination and autocratic false religions over and over again. He brought the comfort and light of faith to so many worlds. He built in addition to destroying. And during this time, he completed the grand theological work Lectitio Divinatus, which laid out the argument for the divinity of the Emperor, and which later would be the foundation of the Ministorum, even after Lorgar's turn to chaos. His emotional needs were more than met. I feel that the textual evidence of canon is clear. Unlike many of his brothers who wrestled with alienation or struggled with their place in the Imperium, Lorgar felt completely satisfied in his role. He had a sacred mission. He believed he understood the Emperor's true will and was spreading divine light. He was changing the galaxy for the better. He wasn't fucking Angron fighting because he's told to. He thought of himself as a liberator. He freed worlds from oppression, whether it was Xenos or Psychers. He even viewed misunderstanding human civilizations as being oppressive because of his theological bent. He replaced the cultures he met with a system he saw as holy and just. He had an unshakable faith. Unlike Kurz or Perturabo, anyone who struggled with doubt, Lorgar believed absolutely that he was fulfilling the Emperor's divine purpose. And where many Primarchs simply conquered, Perturabo, anyone? Ferrus Manus, anyone? Lorgar took the time to build. He had his legion spend real time building up the worlds he brought into compliance, building ideological and spiritual structures which could stand on their own. He had a deep connection with his legion, unlike the struggles of, say, Russ with Terran-born Marines, or the deep divide in the Dark Angels. All of the word-bearers from everywhere embrace Lorgar's leadership completely. The tragedy of Lorgar's emotional fulfillment here was that it was all an illusion. The Emperor did not want this, would never support it, and he was doomed to be heavily punished by the Emperor as soon as the Emperor got off his lazy fucking ass and fucking took a look at what was going on. His foundation was unstable. His self-worth was tied to an assumed divine mandate that was not real. His self-worth was tied to the assumed approval of a distant figure whose silence was not approval, but rather was disinterest. Thus, when Monarchia was destroyed, the crash was devastating. Lorgar went from the most fulfilled of the Primarchs to the most betrayed and aggrieved in a day. He had nothing else. Unlike Guilliman, who had pragmatism, or the Khan, who had the hunt and freedom, he had everything taken from him and nothing left to anchor him. The Emperor could have stopped Lorgar earlier if he had been gently redirected instead of publicly humiliated. His emotional fulfillment could have been kept, could have been maintained, as his actions were changed to be different. Instead, Monarchia shattered him, and then, surprise, surprise, into that emotional void, chaos walks in. Fuck! Then there's the irony part 2, Electric Boogaloo. If the Emperor had come to a philosophical agreement with Lorgar regarding exactly what was going to comprise the imperial truth when Lorgar taught people, Lorgar would have found himself in the exact same place of supreme contentment, but the Emperor would have been happy with what he was doing this time. Maybe he would have still urged him to go faster, but whatever. Point is, Lorgar's emotional fulfillment was easily within reach. Remember my fucking fan fiction from earlier? All he needed to do was fucking talk to his son like a person. Fuck! I'm calm now. Communication via astropath, or warp-traveling couriers, could often be slow and spotty, and the various expeditions of the Great Crusade were far-flung. Thus, the War Council of the Imperium and the Emperor did not receive concrete evidence of the word-bearers' behavior except for the slow pace of conquest. The word-bearers received enthusiastic recruits for their legion and for the imperial army from dozens of worlds they conquered. And this is enough to satisfy the bureaucracy for a time. I can only imagine that any trusted observer, maybe a custodian, would have been invaluable to the Emperor here. So why wasn't a custodian assigned to the word-bearers? Well, his war-making wasn't an immediate red flag. Other Primarchs had quirks that affected their warfare. The Khan's preference for hit-and-run tactics made his compliance efforts look perhaps less stable on paper, but they worked. The Emperor may have assumed Lorgar was just the Emperor did not give a single shit about Lorgar and never thought about him, but the Imperial War Council initially assumed that Lorgar was just methodical or encountered more resistance somehow. Lorgar was the most obedient Primarch on the surface, unlike, say, Perturabo, who was deeply resentful, or Mortarion or Angron, who were coerced into it. Lorgar never openly defied orders, and so this made oversight seem less urgent. The enthusiasm of their recruits masked the issue then. The word-bearers fought their own mini-crusade off on their own, pretty much a mirror of the Ultramarines. And this would have been a problem if they had been soaking up resources meant for the main body of the Great Crusade. If the word-bearers had been failing to replenish their ranks, or if they had been unable to get sufficient materiel to support their war efforts. But they weren't. Instead, their worlds were enthusiastically compliant, giving more than what the tithes demanded of them. They drew massive numbers of recruits for both the word-bearers and allied Imperial Army elements. They drew massive amounts of resources from these worlds. They were essentially a self-sufficient miniature Great Crusade, much like the Ultramarines. And then, the Emperor had already spent time with Lorgar. He'd personally met Lorgar. He'd spent months together. He assumed that he understood his son and trusted him to execute the Imperial truth without micromanagement. What a moron. If a custodian had been embedded with the word-bearers from the start, the Legion's religious transformation would have been noticed and reported much earlier. The Emperor's great failing mostly wasn't a lack of information, it was his inability to predict emotional consequences. So, there's a question of, even if he had known earlier, would he have handled it better? But in this case, he really did need to know earlier. This also raises a final tragic possibility. If Malkador had been aware of the problem earlier, could he have mediated it better than the Emperor eventually did? In our analyses of other legions, we have considered what the Emperor and what the Custodes thought about the various legions and their Primarchs. With the word-bearers, the answer is unfortunately straightforward. Before Monarchia, the Emperor and the Custodes did not think about the word-bearers at all. And that is damning in itself. For all their meticulous control and close espionage over various other aspects of the Imperium, the Emperor and the Custodes completely overlooked the word-bearers. Unlike the legions that caused trouble, the Night Lords, the World Eaters, or the ones which were exceptional, the Ultramarines, the Thousand Sons, the word-bearers occupied a weird middle ground. They were compliant, they were loyal, they were self-sufficient, they were just slow. And because of that, no one paid them any real attention. This is one of the greatest failures of the Emperor's leadership. The Primarch who most needed guidance, not just orders, he needed true mentorship, was left entirely to his own devices. Lorgar's emotional fulfillment, sense of purpose, and fanatical devotion insulated him from external scrutiny. The Emperor saw no immediate problems, so he didn't look deeper. The Custodes followed the Emperor's lead. If he didn't think Lorgar was a concern, neither did they. In some ways, this is more tragic than outright hostility. The Emperor had expectations of Kurz and Mortarion. He didn't understand them, but he engaged with them. With Lorgar, he was just ignored until it was too late. As far as I can tell from canon, it took decades for Lorgar to fully convert his legion, and then decades longer for the Imperial bureaucracy to check on the Legion's slow progress. In total, Lorgar was in charge of the word-bearers for nearly a century before the Emperor heard about the religiosity of the word-bearers' conquests. A century of slow rot. And by the time the Emperor even realized there was a problem, Lorgar's faith was so deeply entrenched that there was no simple solution. If he had heard about the problem earlier, from a custodian as an example, then even if he did not act earlier, he would have still had time to think about options for how to address Lorgar's behavior and potential consequences thereof. If he had been warned earlier, he would have had time to reflect, to strategize, and most crucially to intervene before Lorgar's beliefs had fully ossified. Instead, by the time the emperor acted, he was acting reactively rather than proactively. And worse, he acted angrily, which ensured that Lorgar felt not corrected, but rather betrayed. A century of unsupervised, unchecked religious devotion, only to be met with monarchia, a humiliation seemingly designed to break him rather than guide him. This was a predictable disaster. If the emperor had noticed the problem 50 years earlier, he could have engaged with Lorgar before the Lectitio Divinatus spread too far. If he had noticed even 20 years earlier, he could have started reining in Lorgar with smaller corrections, rather than one enormous soul-crushing event. But instead, he noticed after 100 years of reinforcement, and by then, there was no approach that would not end in catastrophe. The Word-Bearers seem to have not fought alongside other Space Marine legions very often. There are canonical examples, such as the Space Wolves, Thousand Suns, and Word-Bearers fighting alongside each other on the planet Shrike, but these examples are few and far between. If they had fought with close allies more frequently, perhaps their religiosity may have been noticed earlier and brought to attention. Yes, the forces of the Imperial Army and the Adeptus Mechanicus and such noted the Word-Bearers' unusual behavior, and there were rumblings throughout that time. But the reports of Astartes and Primarchs, or especially if they'd had a custodian, carried much more political weight. This is why the Legion's isolation was a crucial factor. Someone else, anyone else, could have noticed and reported the Word-Bearers much earlier if they had worked together more often. But really it would have taken a custodian or a Primarch to really get the Emperor to care about Lorgar. As it was, the bulk of their complaints came from the Imperial Army, the Armada Imperialis, the Mechanicum, the occasional road trader. These concerns were more likely to be dismissed as logistical gripes or little political battles rather than existential threats. Even if a rogue trader or an army general reported the Word-Bearers are treating the Emperor like a god, that would have been brushed off as an exaggeration or a misunderstanding of the Astartes' notably insular customs or just bureaucratic noise. It would have taken another Primarch, maybe a Legion Master, maybe a custodian to come forward in order to be taken seriously with any sort of priority. The fact that the Word-Bearers were able to fight their own little campaign and thus rarely fought alongside their brothers meant that no one with real political weight had reason to scrutinize them until it was too late. Lorgar and the Word-Bearers Legion faced many different enemies during this century of the Great Crusade, but none of them seem to have substantially changed the Word-Bearers in response. Let us consider two options for this time period. First, what if they had fought against daemons or other foes whose nature made the use of psychic powers in combat against them more important? Lorgar had already met Magnus, and so may have decided to request help from the Thousand Suns as a familiar option. If the Thousand Suns fought alongside Lorgar more frequently, or if they had a permanent liaison officer with the Word-Bearers, then maybe one of them would have noticed Lorgar's psychic potential. You know, as opposed to Magnus and the Emperor somehow failing to notice while on Colchis. Anyway, if Lorgar had been forced into situations wherein psychic power was the only viable weapon, especially against daemons, he may have been more open to understanding the true nature of the warp much earlier. If the Thousand Suns had been more closely involved with the Word-Bearers, then someone like Ahriman or Amon should have been able to notice Lorgar's psychic potential. And once that's on the table, Lorgar's entire trajectory might have changed. Lorgar had always yearned for direct communion with the divine. If he had discovered his psychic powers earlier, perhaps he would have turned to refining them as an academic pursuit, learning to wield psychic power responsibly, to control it, and to understand his visions in a way that Magnus could help him to understand, rather than in secret. Magnus, for all his faults, did have a rational approach to the warp. If he had taken Lorgar under his wing as a student rather than as a peer, Lorgar might have found fulfillment through understanding rather than through faith. Instead, without that experience, he remained vulnerable to a far more dangerous teacher, chaos. Second option. What if the Word-Bearers had fought against an enemy which showed them the danger of faith itself? The Nephilim were a psychic, predatory Xenos species, who were fought by the Blood Angels and Luna Wolves before ultimately being exterminated by the White Scars. They were fought on multiple different worlds, so it was not impossible that the Word-Bearers could have fought them at some point. It just happens to be random chance that they did not encounter them. The Nephilim used psychic abilities to feed on the religious worship, adoration, and adulation of humans. When they found an unguarded human world, they used psychic manipulation to convert humans to a religion of worshipping the Nephilim, claiming that doing so would lead to spiritual salvation and heavenly afterlife. Converts then had masks made from Nephilim flesh grafted onto their faces to intensify the psychic link and the concomitant feeding process. The cycle of a Nephilim cult was that they arrived on a human world, converted the populace, had them build chapels and copper towers to help attune and harvest the psychic emanations. And then they eventually died off as the Nephilim consumed them, at which point the Nephilim would move on to the next world and leave behind desiccated husks. It's worth noting that this imagery of building towers in supplication and then dying as one is parasitically devoured by the object of one's worship is repeated within 40K in canon descriptions of the process of the Necronter becoming the Necrons and having their souls eaten by the Catan. So that's interesting. I wonder if it shows up anywhere else in 40K. Outside of 40K, there's an argument to be made for it being a reference to the Tower of Babel or maybe the film Metropolis. Anywho, back to the Nephilim. They would have been the perfect enemy for the Word-Bearers to encounter. An embodiment of religious faith as a literal parasitic death sentence. If Lorgar had led his legion against the Nephilim, he would have seen firsthand how faith could be manipulated for destruction. He would have witnessed entire populations genuinely believing in their salvation, only to be consumed by the very gods they adored. This would have been a brutal lesson in the dangers of unchecked belief and the vulnerability of human souls to external predation. Moreover, Lorgar could not have framed the Nephilim as mere fabrications like he did with other religions he encountered. They were real entities, and though they were not gods in the formal sense, they did have psychic power, and their worship worked, only to the benefit of their masters. If Lorgar had fought them, he might have realized that the difference between a benevolent god and a monstrous one is often just a matter of perspective and scale. Would this have shaken his faith in the Emperor? Possibly. At the very least, it would have forced him to acknowledge that belief alone was not an intrinsic good. Perhaps he might have been compelled to refine his theology, placing greater emphasis on discernment rather than blind devotion. And perhaps it could have planted a seed of doubt long before Monarchia. What other matters regarding Lorgar and the Word-Bearers might we consider discussing with regards to their century in the Great Crusade after being reunited, but before Monarchia? Leave a comment below with your own idea. I have a couple of my own, a couple key topics which someone might consider talking about in a different video. How did the existing Terran Astartes, the former Imperial Heralds, react to the slow theological conversion, especially their meeting new recruits from Colchis? Did any of these Astartes resist conversion at any point? If so, what happened to them? If not, why not? What about the rise of the chaplains as a formalized institution? How did this affect command structures within the Legion? Were there internal power struggles or dissenters? What about the early leaders who had served in the Imperial Heralds before Lorgar's arrival? Why was the former Legion Master so easily converted? How did the word-bearers train their neophytes? Was theological instruction emphasized more than traditional martial training? Were there any notable individuals among the early Colchizian recruits who had a particularly strong influence on the Legion's evolution, besides Erebus? Given the reach of the Lectitio Divinatus, did other legions show signs of religious adoption before Monarchia? Was this related to the matter of which legions adopted the use of chaplains? Were there any Primarchs or Astartes from other legions who took an interest, positively or negatively, in Lorgar's growing theological movement? Did Lorgar attempt to spread his religious ideas to his brothers? If so, did any of them react in ways worth noting? I can't find any canon evidence of this. As far as I know, Lorgar did not talk about treating the Emperor as a god with the other Primarchs before Monarchia, but I might be missing something. Speaking of other Primarchs, what about Lorgar's relationship with Magnus? He's an obvious point of interest, as they had extensive history together. Did Magnus suspect or recognize the religious bent of Lorgar's doctrine? Did Lorgar view Magnus as a kindred spirit and intellectual, or simply a teacher of psychic techniques? Why did none of his other brothers befriend Lorgar during this time? Did anyone like him at all? Corpheron was the obvious malign influence on Lorgar, but how did Erebus rise to prominence? Was Erebus's corruption of the Legion already beginning before Monarchia, or was he still only subtly guiding Lorgar's path? Were there specific key moments where Corpheron or Erebus could have been removed before their influence became irreversibly harmful? Or is it more like lead poisoning, where there's no safe dose and it's just that a higher dose increases your harm? Okay, what about combat doctrine and the Word-Bearers' performance in the Crusade? How did the Word-Bearers actually fight? Did they use tactics or strategies substantially differently than other legions? How did their battlefield strategies differ from more militarily focused legions like the Luna Wolves and Ultramarines? Did their slower conquest create tension with anyone before the Imperial War Council finally took notice? How were the Word-Bearers perceived by other Imperial institutions? Did the Mechanicum, Administratum, or other Imperial bodies take note of their unique compliance methods or unusual theological tendencies? Why did the Custodes not interact with the Word-Bearers during this time? Were there any documented complaints or concerns from other expeditionary fleets who occasionally worked alongside the Word-Bearers? What about Lorgar? We already noted that Lorgar was in many ways emotionally fulfilled at this time, but was there any doubt at any point? Any moment where he questioned his beliefs or felt abandoned by the Emperor? Did Lorgar ever attempt to directly communicate with the Emperor during this time? If not, why not? If so, was he ignored or rebuffed or simply unheard? It seems obvious that Lorgar believed the Emperor to be secretly pleased with his actions, but simply didn't openly acknowledge them. Did he believe that the Emperor was somehow unable to openly acknowledge them due to the messianic secret, or did he believe that it was just silence was approval? The Word-Bearers were enthusiastic about expanding their numbers, recruiting from dozens of compliant worlds in addition to Colchis. This rapid expansion made them at one point the second largest legion behind the Dark Angels, and then, later, after the Rangdan Xenocides caused such gigantic casualties in the Dark Angels, the Word-Bearers were the second largest legion behind the Ultramarines. Quantity has a quality all its own, but it does lead to some logistical challenges. The rapid influx of recruits from dozens of different cultures must have made it difficult to maintain consistent training, discipline, standardization, and battlefield cohesion. Yes, all Astartes underwent standardized gene seed implantation, various surgeries, teaching, hypno-indoctrination, and training, but the ideological and doctrinal elements of the Legion diverged depending on where a Marine was recruited, except in cases in which the chain of command put an immense amount of effort into standardized doctrine. Was this a role that the chaplains played? What about supply and equipment issues? The word-bearers were expanding at such a pace that maintaining the supply of arms, armor, war gear, and war ships from the Mechanicum was always a concern. Ensuring that so many new recruits were properly equipped and maintained would have been a logistical challenge. The word-bearers had never been an especially technologically adept legion like the Iron Hands or the Salamanders or the Iron Warriors, and Lorgar was never an especially logistically oriented Primarch like Guilliman or Dorn or Perturabo, so they were reliant on good relations and better supply chains with the Mechanicum and their various worlds that they brought into compliance. What about the command structure? As the Legion ballooned in size, maintaining clear chain of command and oversight across interstellar distances must have been difficult. This would require expeditionary fleets to operate with relative autonomy, making them more susceptible to the corrupting influence of figures like Corpheron and Erebus, perhaps. One effect that we can see is that Terran origin Marines were rapidly surrounded by brothers who had never known what the Legion was like pre-Lorgar. What effect did that have? With so many recruits drawn from new, compliant worlds, the Terran-born Astartes would have found themselves increasingly surrounded by warriors who had only ever known Lorgar's leadership, who did not remember the early days of the Great Crusade, or the many victories of the Imperial Heralds during the Terran Unification Wars. Was this a part of the acceleration of the erasure of the atheistic culture that the word-bearers had beforehand? That the Imperial Heralds had before they became the word-bearers? There we go. The newer recruits were in many cases raised on worlds which were reshaped by the word-bearers' faith-based compliance rebuilding efforts, meaning that they entered the Legion already primed with some amount of religious devotion and religious doctrine caused by Lorgar. Does this create a self-reinforcing cycle wherein each new generation of word-bearers becomes more zealous than the last? Was this going to have the effect of marginalizing or eliminating dissenting voices then? The more Lorgar's version of the Legion becomes more dominant, the less room there is for ideological diversity, thus perhaps making the entire Legion more susceptible to the manipulations of Corpheron and Erebus. Thus, unlike other Primarchs who had to win over their legions, like Jagatai Khan with the White Scars, Lorgar's rapid expansion allowed him to reshape his legion almost from scratch, with new recruits looking up to him as a prophet rather than a military commander. Perhaps this helped to nudge the Terran origin Marines towards accepting conversion when Lorgar quietly proselytized to them. While the word-bearers were united in their faith, did this rapid recruitment and integration of different cultures mean that their belief system was overly reliant on what they all had in common, that is, Lorgar? Once chaos was introduced to Lorgar, does this ideological dependence explain why the word-bearers were so susceptible to corruption and did not have any Flight of the Eisenstein moment? As previously mentioned, the word-bearers were among the most numerous of legions, especially after the ranks of the Dark Angels were depleted by casualties sustained in the Ranked and Xenocides. In addition, the worlds they brought into compliance were enthusiastic sources of recruits for the Imperial Army, so the word-bearers were much less reliant on outside sources of reinforcement and allies than were many other legions. I claim that the word-bearers' great numbers contributed to their isolation, both socially and strategically. Their ability to self-sustain both their legion and its associated Imperial Army contingents meant that they had fewer reasons to engage deeply with the wider Imperial war machine. This, combined with their unique ideological perspective, made them more insular. Perhaps did this make them more susceptible to internal influences, notably Corpheron and Erebus spreading corruption? Many legions, especially those with smaller numbers, relied heavily on Imperial Army reinforcements and alliances with other legions in order to sustain prolonged campaigns. We can see this most especially with the Emperor's children and the Thousand Sons. The Word-Bearers, on the other hand, had a nearly self-contained war machine, much like did the Ultramarines, with both the Astartes and Imperial Army contingents being drawn from the worlds that they brought into compliance and had personally indoctrinated. Because of this, perhaps they had fewer opportunities to form strong bonds with the Mechanicum, or the wider Imperial Army and Imperial Armada, or even other Space Marine legions. So while other legions worked closely within the logistical networks of the Imperium, the Word-Bearers were operating with a greater degree of independence on their own miniature crusade. Legions like the Luna Wolves often fought alongside others, developing professional and personal relationships between Primarchs and officers from different legions. The Word-Bearers, being able to function independently, had fewer such collaborations because they did not need to. But on the other hand, this lack of interaction meant that they did not have outside perspectives to challenge their increasingly insular belief system. If they had been forced to work more frequently with skeptical Primarchs, like Dorn or Guilliman, Lorgar's dogma might have been questioned earlier, before it was too late. The Word-Bearers' tendency to recruit from worlds they had personally indoctrinated meant that each new generation of Marines was even more deeply steeped in Lorgar's worldview. Without external recruits to introduce different perspectives, and without the need to rely on imperial institutions that might have tempered their excesses, both the Legion and its Imperial Army allied elements became an echo chamber in which religious fervor only ever ratcheted to be more intense. By being out on their own, they had fewer witnesses to their transformation. That is to say, legions that frequently worked alongside others, such as the Luna Wolves, had more external oversight, because they were exposed to a variety of others in the crusade. The Word-Bearers, being relatively self-sufficient, meant that there were fewer outside observers who might have noticed the early signs of the Word-Bearers' corruption. And so, by the time their heretical beliefs became undeniable, it was already too late. This brings interesting implications. Could they have been saved if they had been forced to work more closely with other legions? If the Emperor or Malkador had deliberately paired them with other legions, I keep thinking the Imperial Fists would have been a good option. Might their fanaticism have been tempered? Did their numbers make the Horus Heresy more devastating? That is, since they were so numerous, their betrayal becomes particularly catastrophic. If the Emperor had deliberately encouraged them to integrate with the broader Great Crusade on the main war front, could that have prevented their rebellion? Hard to say. Leave a comment. It seems like the Word-Bearers waited until someone else asked for their help, like the Space Wolves in the Arc Reach campaign, before sending a contingent to assist. I think that the Word-Bearers' reluctance to proactively offer assistance to other legions, despite their great numbers, likely stems from a combination of Lorgar's personal leadership style, their ideological isolation, and their strategic priorities. I have some possible reasons why they didn't take a more active role in supporting their brother legions. So first off, Lorgar was focused on his own vision. He was not a military pragmatist like Guilliman. His primary concern was not battlefield efficiency or the expansion of borders. It was ideological conquest. Each campaign he led was ultimately about spreading his view of the imperial truth. Rather than dispersing his legion to assist in other war efforts, thus, he concentrated his forces in their own campaigns, where he could establish his own vision of compliance. Thus, perhaps he saw working alongside other legions as a distraction from his higher purpose. After all, his brothers did not share his religious zeal, and some of them, notably Dorn and Corax, might have been openly hostile to his methods. Then, of course, their independent war machine meant that they did not need to build alliances. Some legions needed to work with others because they lacked resources or specialized capabilities. The word-bearers, being largely self-sufficient, both in terms of manpower and logistics, did not need to care about that. So unlike the Raven Guard, who relied on other forces for heavy support, and unlike legions who were often deployed as garrison forces, the word-bearers could prosecute entire compliance campaigns on their own. This self-reliance thus meant that they had little practical need to cultivate strong working relationships with other legions. The word-bearers were not a particularly aggressive legion in the sense of launching preemptive strikes or seeking out difficult battles to prove themselves. They just wanted to conquer worlds who were in the way so that they could convert the populace. Legions like the Luna Wolves and the Ultramarines actively sought out difficult conflicts in order to show off to the other legions. The word-bearers, by contrast, moved at a slow and deliberate pace because the point was to ensure a cultural and spiritual conversion after the military victory. Thus, when other legions needed reinforcements, they didn't automatically think to ask of the word-bearers as their first choice, because the word-bearers were not known for swift, aggressive interventions. Then, of course, by the time the word-bearers had grown into the second largest legion, their religious tendencies had already begun to set them apart, even before Monarchia. So, knowing that many Primarchs were skeptical of his ways, perhaps Lorgar was worried that if they worked more closely with other legions before the Emperor was ready to reveal himself as humanity's religious messiah or some such, it might have exposed their peculiar religious behavior and religious beliefs sooner. Too soon, that is. Perhaps Lorgar wanted to avoid being questioned by his more secular brothers. By working alone, there were fewer challenges to his authority. The only person who could bring a challenge to his authority would be the Emperor, who could command him, at some point War Master Horus, who could command him, and the other Primarchs could bring a challenge to the Emperor about Lorgar. So he just stayed away from them, and the Emperor ignored him, so that's everyone. Ultimately, the word-bearers' intense internal culture made them somewhat aloof from everyone else. Now, while the Luna Wolves and Word-Bearers did have some amount of friendship, this was the exception rather than the rule. They mostly felt more comfortable fighting alongside their own, where their shared beliefs were reinforced rather than questioned. This cultural insularity was a warning sign that the Emperor ignored. Now, they were not the only insular culture among the Space Marines. The White Scars and the Raven Guard are notably insular, loyalist legions. But if the Word-Bearers had been forced to work aside Guilliman, Dorn, Ross, Horus earlier, perhaps their behavior might have been brought to his attention before it was too late. Did their reluctance to seek alliances make their eventual rebellion easier? Maybe. Unlike legions who were closely tied to the Imperium's infrastructure, the Word-Bearers had fewer political ties binding them to loyalty, and when they fell to chaos, it was easier to hide from everyone. But, more to the point, it also may have made it more difficult for Lorgar, never liked or trusted by many of the other Primarchs, to recruit 3 other Primarchs to the traitor's side. But we'll get to that later. The Word-Bearers' strategies were shaped by their zealotry, their slow and methodical approach, and their ideological objectives, making them distinct from more militarily focused legions, like, for example, the Iron Hands or Ultramarines. The most obvious difference is that they viewed compliance as a religious proselytizing process rather than a military conquest. That is, conquest was just the first step. True victory came when the conquered fully embraced Lorgar's vision of the Imperium. Thus, they invested significant time and effort into post-battle indoctrination, propaganda, and reshaping planetary cultures. Honestly, this is not a bad idea. Now, I think that they would have done better to offload that project onto a non-human organization, but had there been some sort of official compliance organization following along in the wake of the Great Crusade to try to get people on board with the whole Imperium idea after being conquered by the Night Lords or whatever. It might have been better. Anyway, the Luna Wolves, for example, sought rapid, overwhelming victories, but then they just moved on once a world was conquered, leaving governance to human administrators, and those worlds did sometimes rebel. The Ultramarines sought structured, sustainable compliance after conquering a world, especially if the world could feasibly subsumed into the realm of Ultramar for direct governance. But they generally let the mostly human meritocratic governance of Ultramar expand to cover that, instead of leaving behind a whole bunch of Marines. The Word-Bearers' approach during warfare was not necessarily deliberate and methodical, but after the war it was. They needed to ensure complete ideological conversion. Most other legions had a fast and aggressive style. Horus, for example, preferring rapid deployment and overwhelming force, crushing resistance before it could really organize. When there was going to be a long war, it was usually the Death Guard, Iron Warriors, or Imperial Fists who were deployed, thus winning by attrition or protracted sieges. But even they didn't want to stick around afterwards. The big difference within the battles were the chaplains. The Word-Bearers used ritualistic displays, grand ceremonies, and religious chants and such in order to reinforce their authority and to tell their opponents that they had no hope except through their religion. Their religious crusades, rather than purely military operations, thus made their opponents understand that there was a religious aspect to the war. The Luna Wolves relied on shock tactics, decapitation strikes, and thus broke the enemy's will to fight militarily. The Word-Bearers attempted to break the enemy's will to fight by showing their own will to be indomitable and unified. The Word-Bearers were more often deployed en masse than many other legions, so they preferred large-scale, overwhelming deployments rather than pinpoint strikes. Not so much the Raven Guard or Night Lords approach, that is. They would use displays of faith, symbolic acts of devotion, to inspire their troops and to make their enemies realize that they thought victory was inevitable, and thus the enemies sometimes began to believe that their defeat was inevitable, so they would surrender and get with the program. Now, later, once they fell to chaos, their whole approach to warfare changed overnight. Well, not overnight. Changed once they got to the Eye of Terror. Started incorporating sorcery, cultist auxiliaries, ritual sacrifice for reasons of sorcery, and mass summoning of daemons, and an enormous number of possessed Marines. Now, their counter number, the Ultramarines, used highly disciplined formations, operating with tactical superiority and flexibility with combined arms tactics. Interestingly, mostly relied on themselves, just the Ultramarines, whereas the Word-Bearers made widespread use of the Imperial Army. Guilliman was still adapting strategies dynamically to figure out what worked best so he could write it down in his Codex Astartes. Lorgar didn't really care about tactics, so he just sort of threw a bunch of numbers at the enemy, and because they'd already learned how to fight alongside each other so well, they worked pretty well together. For the Word-Bearers, conquered planets were faith centers, fueling the Legion's ideological mission. Yes, they were also resource hubs. They provided men. They provided materiel for his ongoing little crusade. But local populations were indoctrinated into the cult, ensuring long-term compliance even when the Imperial military left. Even before embracing chaos, the Word-Bearers were enthusiastic users of the psychic librarians. These librarians then turned to sorcery quite readily after the Legion embraced chaos. The idea of a Legion fellowship for Lorgar is an intriguing one for such an isolated Primarch. Being paired with just about any other legion would have made for a great opportunity to teach him to embrace more of the military side of his role, while being paired with just about any other Primarch would have provided the Word-Bearers with an opportunity to learn new ways of war. However, there would be substantial risks associated with this. Lorgar's deep-seated need for faith and ideological purpose meant that a fellowship program could have massive unintended consequences, both for Lorgar and the Word-Bearers, and for whichever Primarch and Legion they were paired with. Notably, if Lorgar were to engage in the switch leadership style of fellowship with another Legion, he may have had an opportunity to alter their focus to be more overtly religious. For example, if paired with the Iron Hands, he might have turned them more directly towards worship of the Omnissiah as a religious matter. Meanwhile, the Word-Bearers, if paired with a Primarch who tried to turn them away from fanaticism and towards pragmatism and expediency, such as Ferrus Manus, they might suffer a crisis of identity. Overall, I am not confident that a fellowship would have been the best idea for Lorgar and the Word-Bearers, but it's still worth looking at. By being exposed to military pragmatism, Lorgar would be able to learn the strategic and tactical aspects of war, at which he was an amateur, rather than seeing compliance as being mostly a spiritual process. Had he worked alongside or under a more militarily focused Primarch, or had he led a legion who expected and demanded him to have a military focus, perhaps that might give him a stronger grasp of his responsibilities as a general. Any fellowship of any sort would have been able to break the isolation of the Word-Bearers. The insular nature would have been untenable. Thus, the fellowship might have forced Lorgar and the Word-Bearers to develop bonds outside of their own legion. If paired with a skeptical Primarch like Guilliman or Dorn, perhaps Lorgar might have been forced to confront his tendency to place belief over practicality, and the lessons he learned might then allow greater tactical flexibility and discipline for the Word-Bearers. Overall, I feel that these benefits do not outweigh the risks. He might spread religious zealotry to another legion. His own legion, the Word-Bearers, might suffer a crisis of identity by having their religious nature challenged or even punished or suppressed. If Lorgar's own religiosity were suppressed or not allowed, perhaps he might have felt persecuted and pushed even harder away from the others, deeper into insularity. And then there's the other problem. Corpheron and Erebus would still be in the Word-Bearers. The moment he returned, they would work to undo whatever lessons he had learned. And the whole time the Word-Bearers were under someone else's command, they would be whispering in their ear. Thus, a fellowship would be quite risky for Lorgar, and it would have to be quite carefully structured if it were going to be done. He would have needed to be paired with a Primarch who could guide him without outright dismissing him, and a legion that would not be easily swayed into religious zealotry. Honestly, whenever you talk about Corpheron and Erebus, the best solution for those two assholes really is just to kill them. As an alternative to a fellowship, it may have been a better option for the Emperor or for War Master Horus to simply assign large chunks of the Word-Bearers to fight alongside or under the command of other legions in order to benefit the Word-Bearers with exposure to different strategies and tactics, while also providing their partner legions with the manpower of the Word-Bearers. By fighting alongside, for example, the Luna Wolves or the Emperor's Children, the Word-Bearers could have learned how to wage war more efficiently and strategically, rather than seeing every campaign as a prolonged process of religious indoctrination. If Lorgar had been encouraged to interact with other Primarchs on an equal basis, then his isolation and insular thinking might have been challenged. He might have become more open to diverse perspectives and less vulnerable to the influence of Corpheron and Erebus in his inner circle. The Word-Bearers were the second largest legion, and their ability to recruit from a number of different, quite devoted, compliant worlds meant that they could replenish losses faster than most other legions. This would have been an enormous benefit to, for example, the Emperor's Children. Their confidence and unbreakable morale could have bolstered war-weary legions, such as the Iron Warriors. And by spreading the forces around, the Emperor would have had an easier time getting oversight over Lorgar. That is, if the word-bearers were routinely assigned to joint campaigns, if Lorgar was routinely assigned to fight alongside the main body of the Great Crusade, next to Dorn and Horus, then it would have been harder for him to drift towards religious zealotry in isolation and secrecy. People would have been able to notice early warning signs and intervene sometime that century before the Legion completely fell into fanaticism. There are a number of good partners here. The Luna Wolves, Horus had a close bond with Lorgar before the heresy. Exposure to Horus's incredible strategic acumen could have tempered Lorgar's religious excesses by showing him a different way to serve the Emperor. The Ultramarines would be an interesting choice, but ultimately they would likely have been too at odds due to the Ultramarines' incredible superiority complex, and thus might not have learned well from each other. The Blood Angels are an interesting choice because Sanguinius was a rare Primarch who understood faith and devotion, though he was not explicitly religious. He might have thus been able to redirect Lorgar's need for belief into something more constructive, a more holistic, spiritual view of humanity. The Imperial Fists would be an interesting choice, which would be mostly beneficial because of close proximity to the Emperor. Ultimately, though, I feel that the best options are the Luna Wolves, and then the Emperor's Children, and the Thousand Sons. Small legions who really could have used the extra manpower, and who would have been very good at teaching the Marines and the librarians of the word-bearers to be better. Would this have saved Lorgar? Not necessarily, but any of this might have delayed or weakened the word-bearers' descent into overt religious fanaticism. The more that Lorgar engaged with the Imperium's military reality, the more he grew to find value in a self-identity as a military general. The harder it would have been for Erebus and Corpheron to convince him that only chaos could offer him meaning, and the less reason there would have been for the Emperor to so harshly sanction him at Monarchia. In order to not fall to chaos, Lorgar didn't necessarily need Monarchia to not happen. He just needed Monarchia to be delayed until after Istvan V. Even if the Emperor sanctioned Lorgar quite stringently, quite cruelly at Monarchia, even if Lorgar fell to chaos, as long as he didn't fall before the drop site massacre, the heresy would have been lost. Now, how did Magnus think and act with regards to Lorgar? How might their relationship have changed if he had realized that Lorgar had psychic potential? Might this have decreased the isolation of each of them? To start, we must appreciate that Magnus and Lorgar had a complex but somewhat distant relationship. To some degree, Lorgar can be said to have had friendship with Horus and Magnus, but he didn't really spend much time with them. Lorgar and Magnus both stood apart from their brothers due to their intellectual pursuits, though their approaches were rather different, with Magnus valuing reason and understanding, and Lorgar valuing faith and devotion. Magnus thus viewed Lorgar primarily as a brother who misplaced his faith. Magnus was one of the many openly atheistic Primarchs, and he saw Lorgar's religious tendencies as misguided and unnecessary. He found Lorgar's obsession with worship of the Emperor, to the extent that he knew about it, baffling, considering that Magnus understood the Emperor to not be a god, but rather a very powerful, advanced psychic being. But he was not as openly dismissive of Lorgar as was, for example, Russ. He viewed Lorgar as a well-meaning but naive younger brother rather than a dangerous lunatic. The Thousand Sons and Wordbearers rarely worked together. They had minimal direct interaction, which I feel is honestly a missed opportunity for them. But might have been unavoidable for them unless they had put real effort into cultivating a close working relationship. For one thing, their priorities were different, and for another thing, they both took a passive approach to providing reinforcements to other expeditions on the Great Crusade, preferring instead to wait for others to ask for help. Each of them were isolated within the Imperium, Lorgar because of his religious devotion and Magnus because of his sorcery, so a deeper connection could have been possible under different circumstances, but it would have required them to open up to each other and trust each other with their secrets. Lorgar, meanwhile, viewed Magnus as brilliant but arrogant. Lorgar, who sought deep meaning in faith and submission to a higher power, accurately saw Magnus as a man who had great knowledge but lacked humility and believed himself to be the higher power. Where Lorgar saw worship and submission as a virtue, Magnus saw it as a hindrance to progress, and thus this frustrated Lorgar, who believed that ultimate truth came through belief rather than logic. After Monarchia, Lorgar saw himself as a persecuted figure whose devotion was unjustly punished. Magnus was also persecuted for his nature, notably with his sorcery being condemned at Nicaea, just as Lorgar's worship was condemned at Monarchia. Thus, this parallel may have created some sense of unspoken camaraderie, but neither of them actively sought each other's support until after Istvan V, and by that point, Lorgar was a huge asshole all the time, so they didn't really develop a friendship. So then, what if Magnus had realized Lorgar had psychic potential? Lorgar was a latent psyker, and he never consciously developed these abilities while he was still loyal. If Magnus had identified this early, which he should have, even on Colchis, their relationship might have been drastically and dramatically changed in several ways. One, Lorgar would have certainly become Magnus's student. Magnus would have tried to educate Lorgar instead of dismissing him, and thus he would have seen his brother not as a deluded fanatic, but as a student with untapped potential. He would have taught Lorgar to harness his abilities rationally, rather than letting them manifest in uncontrolled ways. And thus this might have offered Lorgar a new perspective, one where he sought enlightenment and self-improvement through psychic mastery. With the active support of a close teacher and mentor in Magnus, his need for purpose might have thus then shifted towards knowledge rather than worship. He might have redirected his need for meaning and truth into the pursuit of knowledge and sometimes esoteric wisdom, such as the Thousand Suns collection of psychic and sorceress knowledge. He might have thus become primarily a student. Their combined isolation, then, might have brought them closer together. If Magnus had taken Lorgar under his wing, they both might have felt less isolated within the Imperium. Together, they could have formed a powerful intellectual and magical alliance, fighting together rather than separately and lonely. With the Thousand Suns' incredible skill at psychic power being amplified with the force modifier of the numbers that the word bearers could bring. And by forming great success fighting alongside each other, they might have perhaps challenged the Emperor's vision of what the Emperor had to be. Could Lorgar have been the one to help Magnus avoid his own fall? Maybe. Lorgar had already been burned by false gods, the powers on Colchis. He might have thus been the one person who could convince Magnus to be more cautious. And had Magnus had even one trusted confidant when he had his vision of the future regarding Horus falling to chaos, Magnus may have thus turned to Lorgar and said, "What can I do?" And Lorgar would have said, "Duh, use an astropath." Like anyone would have told him that. No one would have told Magnus to fly off the handle and try to breach the psychic defenses of the Imperial Palace himself. It was crazy talk. Anyway, how might this have changed the heresy? Well, a Lorgar trained in sorcery by Magnus might not have turned to chaos in the same way. Instead of worshipping the ruinous powers, When he was rebuked by the Emperor, he might have instead sought to master his own psychic powers as a way of rebelling against the Emperor, much like Magnus. Had they become allies, and had neither of them fallen to chaos, it would have been very easy for neither of them to fall to chaos, I tell you. Then, fighting together alongside one another on the side of the loyalists, using psychic powers openly, would have been a strong rebuke of the Emperor's view after the Council of Nicaea. Now, there is, of course, the possibility that if the word-bearers fall anyway, they might then bring the Thousand Sons with them, joining the side of chaos with their full strength before Istvan, instead of taking many losses from the Custodes and Space Wolves at Prospero. Overall, had Magnus seen Lorgar's psychic potential early on, I feel it could have given both Primarchs a chance to grow together, rather than to fall separately. They might have challenged each other's weaknesses, with Magnus curbing Lorgar's blind faith, and Lorgar attempting to curb Magnus's overconfidence and hubris. Do you all think that Lorgar's innate need for devotion would have always led him to chaos? Or could Magnus have reshaped him into a different kind of seeker? I welcome your input down in the comments, and as always, go make your own video. Not only Magnus could have noticed Lorgar's psychic potential. Anyone who heard about Lorgar's visions might have said, oh, maybe he's psychic. I suspect that had Lorgar learned about his psychic potential from any imperial source, Lorgar would have rejoiced because it would have made him closer to his god, the Emperor, the most powerful psyker in the Imperium. He may even have attributed his psychic awakening to divine blessing. Perhaps this may have insulated him against chaos, and perhaps not. Had Magnus, then, trained Lorgar in the use of psychic abilities, perhaps Lorgar might have viewed this as another sign of divine purpose, that he was meant to follow in the Emperor's footsteps as a spiritual and mystical leader. He might have sought to develop his psychic gifts as a form of worship, seeing the Emperor as the pinnacle of what a psyker could be. Now, this also begs the question, why did nobody even think to test him for psychic potential? Not the Emperor, not Magnus, no librarian from the word-bearers. This is strange, right? Given how thorough the Emperor and his custodians tried to be in studying the Primarchs, why was this oversight allowed to happen? Okay, one option. I don't think this is likely. Maybe the Emperor knew and chose not to reveal it. Maybe he was aware of Lorgar's psychic potential, but deliberately suppressed and ignored it. Maybe he feared that Lorgar, with a natural inclination towards faith and worship, would not approach psychic power with the rationality required to master it. Given that the Emperor saw faith as a weakness, he may have thought that allowing Lorgar to develop his psychic gifts would only deepen his religious tendencies, rather than steer him towards reason. I feel that the textual evidence for this explanation is weak. Make sure to leave a comment if you find some specific line from one of the Horus Heresy novels or something, which suggests the Emperor already knew Lorgar was psychic, but I haven't found any myself. Second explanation. Magnus and the librarians of the Word-Bearers were not looking for evidence of psychic power. Magnus was primarily concerned with teaching and defending those who were already awakened as psychers. Lorgar never exhibited obvious psychic manifestations outwardly. It was just his visions of the future. Thus, he didn't draw the attention of librarians, even from his own word-bearers. Lorgar's powers were more subtle, manifesting as intuition and visions, perhaps his supernatural charisma. He wasn't like chucking fireballs around. It's possible that these were misinterpreted as natural gifts and later as miraculous blessings rather than latent psychic ability, even by those among his own legion. I feel that this explanation has some merit, but may not completely explain everything. Okay, well, why did Lorgar himself never consider himself as a possible psyker? Well, it wasn't part of his growing up, you know? Unlike Magnus, who actively explored the boundaries of psychic power, Lorgar focused his spiritual inquiries on belief and theology, rather than any personal contact with supernatural abilities. Thus, he assumed that his spiritual experiences that he had, like shutting down the sandstorm machine, were divine in nature rather than psychic in origin. This is canonically true for the visions of his youth. He misinterpreted these psychic visions as being divine revelation. Thus, any prophetic visions or moments of heightened perception as an adult were attributed to divine revelation rather than latent psychic ability. The fourth option, then, is that his powers, untrained as they were also mostly dormant. I feel that this is accurate. As soon as he... Sorry, hold on. I didn't snap very well. As soon as he finds himself with psychic powers after Istvan V, he's incredibly powerful. So when he didn't exhibit obvious signs of psychic abilities earlier, perhaps that means that they were just dormant. Some psychers only awaken under extreme duress. I feel it's likely, from my reading of canon, that Lorgar's powers only awoke as a result of his nearly being killed by Korax at Istvan V. Since Lorgar had not been trained to use psychic abilities, his gifts were passive before then, manifesting only in subtle ways like charisma, foresight, and intuition. I feel that his not exhibiting psychic powers during his fight with Korax on Istvan V is a complicating factor. That would have been the time for him to start displaying psychic power. But, whatever. Leave a comment. Anyway, fifth option. Corphaeron and Erebus knew, but they kept it hidden. This is bullshit. No. Yes, had they suspected Lorgar had psychic potential, they may have actively discouraged it. They may have actively discouraged him from exploring it, maybe fearing that if he became too powerful in his own right, he would not need their guidance. But the textual evidence for their even suspecting Lorgar of having psychic potential is scant to none. As a final thought, was this the Emperor's greatest missed opportunity? No. The Emperor made many, many worse mistakes. However, this was one of the more obvious, less defensible mistakes. Had the Emperor talked to Lorgar at all about what was important to Lorgar on Colchis in the months that the Emperor was there, Lorgar would have immediately told him about the visions, and the Emperor would have been like, "Oh, you're a psyker." And then he would have had... He might have mentored him personally, but I think it's more likely he would have had Lorgar mentored by Magnus. Could this have prevented his fall to chaos? Or was Lorgar always doomed to seek out gods, whether in the form of the Emperor embodied or in the warp? Who knows? I personally take the view that everyone always has a choice, though the deck is stacked against certain Primarchs. Now, in Lorgar's time on Colchis, he experienced increasingly clear visions of the arrival of Magnus and the Emperor to Colchis. These visions should have been an obvious tip-off to any trained psyker that Lorgar should be tested for psychic potential. And in addition, as I mentioned earlier, when Lorgar was conquering the city of Gahivaria on Colchis, the defenders used an archaeotech device called the Storm Generator to block the path of his army with what, if I remember right, a big ol' sandstorm. But the storm dissipated at Lorgar's approach. He believed this to be a miracle. But once again, neither Magnus nor the Emperor, when the Emperor was there for months, asked about this most public of his miracles. They did not ask the people of Colchis about Lorgar's past. If they had, this would have been another tip-off of psychic potential. So, once again, Lorgar exhibited clear signs of psychic potential during his youth on Colchis, and neither the Emperor nor Magnus investigated these phenomena because they didn't bother asking about him as a person. This is a glaring oversight, and it is not defensible, especially given how closely the Emperor monitored Magnus's abilities and how concerned he was with controlling psychers in the Imperium in general. So why didn't the Emperor Investigate Lorgar's psychic potential. Well, it's simple. The Emperor did not care about Lorgar. He was indifferent to Lorgar's past. He was famously dismissive of Lorgar's upbringing and had no patience for the religious culture of Colchis. He cared not for the Colchisian belief systems. He did not care how Lorgar arrived at them or made them. If he knew about the visions and miracles of Lorgar in canon, he may have viewed them as nothing more than religious superstition, but as far as I can tell, he just didn't hear about them because he didn't ask about them. Similarly, Magnus did not care to ask Lorgar about his past, and so never heard about the visions, never heard about stopping the storm front. What can you do? Ultimately, the Emperor obsessed over Magnus's psychic abilities, spending a long time training him and astrally projecting with him, but he ignored any evidence of Lorgar's psychic abilities, thus ultimately making Lorgar's fall even worse. Instead of learning to control his powers, he remained blind to his own potential until the ruinous powers gave him an interpretation that he could build a worldview around. Would an imperial-trained psyker Lorgar have been one of the Emperor's greatest sons? Or would his need for faith have still led him to seek a higher power in the warp and rebel anyway? Who knows? Leave a comment or something. Lorgar was deeply isolated from his brother Primarchs, and his strongest relationships with Corpheron and Erebus ultimately doomed him. However, there were several Primarchs who, if given the chance, might have provided him with healthier friendships that could have helped him grow in different ways. First, Sanguinius, the brother who understood faith, and prophetic visions for that matter. Sanguinius had a deep sense of spiritual purpose, but he channeled it into leadership, love, and responsibility rather than blind worship of some superior power. He was also one of the more compassionate Primarchs, meaning he likely would not have dismissed Lorgar outright the way Dorn or Guilliman might have, had he tried to put any effort in at all. He understood symbolism, inspiration, the power of belief. These could have helped Lorgar, especially early on, to use faith constructively rather than destructively. If they had put some effort into being friends with each other, if they had spent time near each other, perhaps Lorgar could have reframed his need for faith into something personal and uplifting rather than dogmatic and controlling. Instead of seeking gods, perhaps he might have seen humanity itself as something worth believing in, like Sanguinius did. A Lorgar who learned from Sanguinius might have become a spiritual leader without falling to chaos and without being castigated by the Emperor. Horus. Now, they did have a fine relationship in canon, but they did not spend as much time together as one would need in order to really call them friends, I think. Lorgar did deeply admire him. Horus was charming, diplomatic, and knew how to win people over. He could have been quite an influential guiding force in Lorgar's life. So if Lorgar had been near Horus more, if he'd been fighting in the main body of the Great Crusade instead of off on his own, he could have helped Lorgar to learn pragmatism and leadership rather than extreme devotion. And so, if Horus had been perhaps less cynical and more supportive, if he'd been able to spend more time with Lorgar, he might have been able to redirect Lorgar's need for purpose into loyalty to his brothers. And then we've already briefly discussed Magnus, the scholar who could have given Lorgar an alternative path. Both Lorgar and Magnus were seekers of knowledge. They were great intellectuals and thinkers, but they pursued their paths in different ways. Magnus might have helped Lorgar to understand his visions and abilities as psychic gifts rather than divine signs. A friendship with Magnus might have turned Lorgar into a seeker of knowledge rather than a seeker of gods, and the two of them spending time together might have been able to decrease each of their loneliness. If Magnus had mentored Lorgar, he might have realized Lorgar's psychic nature, trained it properly. Lorgar might have embraced learning and discovery rather than dogma, and perhaps then the knowledge of the warp might have helped Lorgar to learn to question the voices in the warp and the visions he received, rather than submit to them. Why did these friendships not happen? Well, Lorgar became isolated early on. He fought far away from the main body of the crusade in his own miniature Great Crusade, kind of like Guilliman with Ultramar. And then after that, the Emperor rebuked him and kept him at a distance. His closest influences, Corpheron and Erebus, spent all their time ensuring that he stayed in their orbit, isolating him as part of the abuser's playbook. And yeah, his faith made him difficult to relate to. Most of his brothers, almost all of them, saw his devotion as weakness and dismissed him outright. And then, of course, he wasn't a warrior like his brothers, so he didn't connect with them on that level. Almost to a man, his brothers focused on military prowess to the exclusion of intellectual pursuits or artistic pursuits. So then, of course, when the Emperor castigated him, Lorgar felt like he was the only one who was even trying to find the truth, which made it even harder for him to open up to anyone except figures who reinforced his worldview, Corpheron and Erebus. Could a strong friendship have saved Lorgar? Well, if he had developed a strong bond with absolutely anyone besides fucking Corpheron or Erebus, it might have given him an anchor. When he was falling apart after Monarchia, he would have had one friend who cared about him as a person instead of a tool, who could perhaps have prevented his descent into chaos and his pilgrimage to the Eye of Terror. His deep need for belief suggests that Lorgar would still have sought a higher purpose after Monarchia. But if he had been prevented from immediately traveling to the Eye of Terror, perhaps he would have had a chance to form faith within humanity, or within brotherhood and loyalty, rather than the warp. Lorgar deeply craved the respect of his brothers, and the lack of that respect was a significant factor in his emotional turmoil and eventual fall. Unlike Primarchs who found validation in war, strategy, or governance, Lorgar sought affirmation through belief and purpose, and his brothers did not share or even respect his devotion. Lorgar's entire worldview was based on the idea that faith and devotion were the highest virtues. He believed that he was pursuing the ultimate truth, and he wanted his brothers to recognize and validate that. He absolutely needed their respect, and many of them said to his face that they saw his obsession with faith as weak, foolish, and dangerous. This rejection, on top of the rejection from the Emperor, created a deep emotional wound that Chaos eventually exploited. Among the Primarchs who disrespected and dismissed Lorgar, perhaps Ferrus Manus was Lorgar's harshest critic. He saw Lorgar's philosophizing and faith as useless distractions from war. He had no patience for spiritual matters, and he viewed Lorgar as a waste of the Emperor's genetic gift. Ferrus was particularly cruel in his dismissals, reinforcing Lorgar's feelings of inadequacy and rejection. We can see this only partially as being Ferrus not caring about someone's inner emotional life compared to what they can do, like he did with his sons. Rather, we have to see this, the extreme cruelty he went to, as being Ferrus Manus seeing something in Lorgar that he was afraid to see in himself. He was insecure, so that's why he turned to being hostile. Dorn, meanwhile, was equally dismissive but less hostile. He respected duty and practicality, and Lorgar's approach to war seemed wasteful and naive to him. Dorn's loyalty to the imperial truth meant that he saw Lorgar as a misguided idealist at best and a liability at worst, but he at least was not openly cruel to him. Guilliman was not openly hostile initially, just seeing Lorgar's slow compliance methods as inefficient and unnecessary. And it is unclear in canon whether he approached his duty at Monarchia with eagerness or simply out of a sense of duty. Guilliman's ideal Primarch was one who built stable, logical, secular systems, not one who relied on belief. Thus, he saw Lorgar as a brother who was too emotional, too slow, and too focused on things that did not matter. Corax saw fanaticism as one of the great dangers to the Imperium, which, that's accurate, yes. He distrusted Lorgar on an instinctual level, believing that the blind devotion that the word-bearers preached was dangerous, which is also accurate. Well, that's a lot of heavy hitters there. Which Primarchs might have been more sympathetic? Well, in canon, there were some brothers who were more sympathetic, or at least who did not openly mock him. I feel that there's at least some limited textual evidence in canon that Sanguinius respected Lorgar's deep convictions, even though he did not agree with them. Magnus recognized Lorgar's thirst for knowledge, even though he thought that his own search for psychic, mystical knowledge was more important, and thus that Lorgar's approach was misguided. Horus had at least friendly relations with Lorgar, and notably, he later used that to manipulate Lorgar during the heresy, though he did not realize that Lorgar was also manipulating him. Was respect necessary for Lorgar's emotional fulfillment? For sure, yes. Lorgar was not Kurs or Angron, who could endure being hated. He was not Ferris, who did not care about what other people thought. He needed external validation from the Emperor, from his brothers, eventually from chaos itself. The rejection from his family made him seek approval elsewhere, which is what happens in real life if a family rejects one of their members. I'm not saying that if your family rejects your gay cousin or whatever, he'll turn to chaos. But I'm saying that he'll have a worse life than if they supported and respected him. If Lorgar had been treated less harshly by the Emperor and by his brothers, he might not have felt so alienated and desperate for meaning as to become an easy victim for chaos. If there's someone in your life who is something of an outsider, try to welcome them in. Otherwise, they may turn to self-destructive hobbies. Prior to Monarchia, Lorgar was one of the most emotionally fulfilled Primarchs. He had everything he wanted, except, as we noted, a close brotherly relationship based on respect, or a verbal acknowledgement from the Emperor that what he was doing was valid. What he did have, though, was quite a bit. He had a purpose he believed in completely, spreading the good news of the Emperor as religious doctrine. He had a legion that fully embraced his vision. He had a direct connection to the Emperor, or so he thought, through his psychic visions, whom he worshipped as a god. He had a sense of progress and divine mission. His slow, methodical compliance efforts were, in his mind, the best way to create a lasting, stable imperium. However, there are some key questions about the pre-Monarchia period. Did Lorgar ever doubt himself before Monarchia? So far as I can tell from canon, for the most part, no. Before Monarchia, Lorgar had no reason to question his beliefs. The Emperor had never explicitly told him not to treat compliance as a spiritual crusade. The Emperor had not rebuked him publicly or corrected his methods. He was wildly successful in bringing planets into the Imperium, even though his methods were slower. The word-bearers never suffered some giant defeat, as far as I can tell. They were devoted to him, and all of this reinforced his belief that he was doing what he was meant to do. But I feel that there were some small cracks that could have become doubts if Lorgar had been more introspective. The growing disdain of some of his brothers, his exclusion from key imperial decisions. These sort of things might have made him wonder why so many other people failed to recognize the truth that he saw. Why did his brothers not go along with what he was saying? Why was Guilliman trusted with empire building, but Lorgar himself was viewed with only suspicion, but more commonly was simply benignly neglected? Why was Horus trusted with overall command and Magnus entrusted with at least some amount of psychic knowledge, but Lorgar was never given a special task in public? This should have been an early sign that the Emperor did not fully approve of him. Likewise, the Emperor's lack of personal praise or direct acknowledgement. Lorgar ignored and rationalized this absence in canon, and the Emperor was distant with all of the Primarchs, that's true, but Lorgar needed validation in a way that the others didn't, or at least to a degree that the others didn't. When the Emperor repeatedly ignored his achievements, Lorgar had to convince himself that the Emperor silently approved, but he should have wondered why he wasn't being recognized. Overall, though, before Monarchia, any doubts that he had were small, and he was a master rhetorician. I hope that's a term. A master of rhetoric. There we go. So he was very good at self-deception. So he was fully convinced he was doing the right thing and that everyone loved him. Here's the big question, though. Did Lorgar ever attempt to directly communicate with the Emperor before Monarchia? As far as I can tell, no. I've found no evidence in canon that Lorgar tried to have a serious discussion with the Emperor about his faith, about the way he pursues compliance campaigns, about how he sets up societies afterwards. I feel that there's a couple possibilities about why. Maybe he assumed the Emperor's silence was tacit approval. The Emperor never directly told him to stop before Monarchia. And it was like a century, surely, if he was fucking paying attention, he would have said no if he disapproved. So Lorgar took that as implicit consent. And that's at least logically consistent with one problem. The Emperor was not paying attention to him for a century. So during those decades, if he considered pursuing a conversation with the Emperor, maybe he feared being rejected. Deep down, Lorgar might have worried that if he asked the Emperor directly, he might not get the answer he wanted. Or maybe he believed that the Emperor was too distant to reach. I mean, physically, astropathic communication and courier vessels take a long time to go from one end of the Great Crusade to the other. And the Emperor was notoriously hard to access, like bureaucratically, even for a Primarch. So if Lorgar felt unworthy or insignificant, perhaps he might have assumed that the Emperor wouldn't have time to entertain his personal concerns. This leads us to the next question. Did Lorgar believe that the Emperor secretly approved of his worship? I feel that the evidence, the bulk of canon, shows us that yes, Lorgar likely believed that the Emperor was pleased with his work, but was simply unable to acknowledge it openly. He saw himself as the Emperor's most devoted son, and it would have been emotionally painful to consider that his father disapproved. Since the Emperor had never explicitly demanded atheism of Lorgar, Lorgar then rationalized that the imperial truth was just a political stance, and that deep down the Emperor knew he was divine. This is the heart of his great work, the Lectitio Divinatus. Lorgar wrote that only a divine being could be so perfectly humble in refusing his own divinity. If Lorgar had picked up on the Emperor's need for control and secrecy, perhaps he might have assumed that publicly rejecting godhood was simply part of the Emperor's long-term plan. Unfortunately for Lorgar, Monarchia shattered this belief completely. The Emperor did not just correct him in private, he humiliated Lorgar publicly. He humiliated his entire legion in front of someone else, the Ultramarines. This was the first moment where Lorgar truly felt abandoned and betrayed. If the Emperor had told Lorgar decades before Monarchia that his faith was misguided, even if he had punished him at that time, it would have been a lesser fall than Monarchia. Lorgar could have adjusted, but by allowing him to continue for decades and build the Emperor up in his mind and then crush him, the Emperor ensured that Lorgar's crisis would be total. He'd built his entire identity around his faith, so when it was stripped away violently, he had nothing left. This guaranteed that Lorgar would look for a new object of worship. If the Emperor had denied him, he would seek a god who would not deny him. The Emperor should have realized this, but he never cared at all about Lorgar, so he didn't think about this stuff. Why did he ensure that Lorgar would be put into a position as a military leader anyway? He's not a warrior. He knew that. He said that. What were the alternatives, though? Well, how might Lorgar have contributed to the Imperium's domestic administration and governance? Lorgar's talents lay in inspiration, rhetoric, and shaping belief systems. This could have made him the exceptional cultural and ideological architect for the Imperium if his faith had been redirected constructively. He was unsuited for a purely military command, but his ability to unite and inspire people would have been invaluable in ensuring the legitimacy of government and cohesion of the empire. He could have been the minister of imperial unity, some sort of architect for a secular imperial creed. Rather than making the Electitio Divinatus, he could have made a secular ideological foundation with intellectual underpinnings, which reinforced loyalty to the emperor and to the Imperium without deifying the emperor. He could have thus crafted an universal cultural identity that helped bind the Imperium's many disparate worlds together, like how the Imperium ended up leaning on the Ministorum after the Horus Heresy. Thus, instead of allowing lingering local traditions and local dissatisfaction and resentment to fester, Lorgar could have established a set of values that made planetary populations feel like they were a part of something greater. The Imperium struggled with cultural fragmentation, and honestly, it still does in modern-day 40K. Many planets still retain pre-imperial traditions after 10,000 years of membership in the Imperium. A well-crafted imperial philosophy could have provided a cohesive, unifying secular belief system that strengthened the Imperium from within. Perhaps Lorgar could have been an administrator of compliance to ensure the stability of conquered worlds. That is to say, instead of leading compliance campaigns himself, he could have created an organization of administrators, diplomats, and educators responsible for stabilizing newly compliant worlds, perhaps including some word bearers. Remember, second largest legion, they could spare some men to serve as garrison forces and work on the compliance of the worlds in the wake of the initial conquest. His skill at understanding belief systems and mass psychology could have thus converted populations to the imperial truth without further destruction. This would have freed the Iron Warriors, notably, from long-term occupation duties, allowing them to move on, while human administrators handled governance, or while the word-bearers took over garrison duties. Even during the Great Crusade, many conquered worlds remained unstable for years following compliance. Lorgar's approach could have thus prevented costly uprisings and made compliance a lasting transformation, rather than just a military conquest which had to be followed up every few decades with a little war to put down a rebellion, which happens all the time in 40K. To be a little more cynical about it, Lorgar could have been the Imperium's master of propaganda. He could have created the imperial mythos to shape the narrative of the Great Crusade, ensuring that the Imperium was not seen as merely a military autocracy, which it was, but a civilizational and ideological movement, which the Emperor wanted it to be. He could have worked with remembrancers, poets, historians, whatever the imperial equivalent of a journalist is, to craft a glorified and controlled version of imperial history that strengthened loyalty and that encouraged worlds that they encountered to join peacefully. His natural charisma and oratory skills could have helped to hype up the mythos of the Primarchs as legendary figures to an even greater degree, cementing their roles as cultural icons much earlier, rather than just having newly compliant worlds think of them as warlords, or in the case of Russ or Angron as mad dogs. The Great Crusade lacked ideological cohesion. Each legion, each regiment to some extent, had its own culture, and many of the worlds we mentioned retained old traditions. If Lorgar had created an unified mythos, the Imperium perhaps might have suffered less from identity crises and fragmentation. Interestingly, I feel that Lorgar might have been a good candidate to advocate for non-Astartes leadership. He understood human belief systems better than any other Primarch, and he relied on humans, on Colchis. He wasn't fucking leading the world. He wasn't a governor. He had human administrators, and it worked out fine for him. Thus, he could have been an advocate for stronger human inclusion in governance, such as the Imperial War Council, rather than Astartes' superhuman rule. He might have been able to mentor leaders in the Imperial Army, the Administratum, the Imperial Navy, and so on. Instead of focusing on Astartes' compliance efforts, he could have worked to ensure that conquered worlds were ruled by capable humans. One of the Imperium's long-term flaws has been its over-reliance on the Astartes, especially during the Great Crusade, which allowed a civilian bureaucracy to come about more or less by accident. They didn't develop a robust civilian bureaucracy early on, while the Emperor was around to shape it, because the Emperor assumed he'd always be around. If Lorgar had helped to train and elevate human leaders, perhaps the Imperium might have been more stable in the long run. Any of these would have satisfied Lorgar more than being a warlord. And if Lorgar's faith had been gently reframed, as we talked about, to see humanity itself as divine, he might have embraced any of these roles as a divine mission in service to humanity, rather than being sidelined. Unfortunately, if he craved an object of worship, perhaps he might have rejected these assignments as too mundane, seeking something grander instead. It's hard to say. That's the problem with counterfactuals. You don't have facts to back you up a lot of the time. One more option would be an education. We've already discussed how Fulgrim would have been an excellent choice for creating and leading elite educational institutions in the Imperium, such as the Scala Progenium system. Perhaps Lorgar, in contrast, may have been better suited for a more broad-based public education system. If Lorgar had been the architect of public education in the Imperium, he could have stabilized worlds by standardizing imperial education as a unifying system for the masses. He could have created a curriculum that taught each citizen of the Imperium a common set of values, a common history of the galaxy, and at least some common core of knowledge to reinforce imperial unity. This would have ensured that newly compliant worlds quickly integrated into the imperial cultural framework, rather than retaining idiosyncratic and perhaps dangerous ideological elements. A focus on rational thought, galactic law, civic duty, and basic, reading, writing, and arithmetic would have vastly improved the Imperium overall. The Remembrancer Order was focused on chronicling the Great Crusade and preserving imperial culture, but they were, generally speaking, elitist and detached from the common citizenry. Lorgar's system could have elevated the literacy and knowledge of the average imperial citizen, rather than just preserving knowledge for the upper class and nobility. This would have also been an excellent vessel for compliance. Imperial schools that trained planetary populations would have been an excellent way to spread and disseminate imperial culture. Newly compliant worlds could have been brought into the fold over the course of a generation or two by educating youth in imperial ideals, rather than being overly reliant on constant military oversight. This would have given Lorgar a chance to shape the Imperium's belief system, even as a secular role. But I feel that how well he embraced this role would depend on how well his faith had been reframed. If he ended up seeing this as a divine duty to try to uplift humanity as a divine mission, he would have thrown himself into it with the same zeal he had for spreading worship. But again, if he remained fixated on needing an object of worship, the Emperor, perhaps he might have felt unsatisfied in this purely secular role. What are some options for the facet of the Emperor embodied by Lorgar? How does the Emperor's treatment of Lorgar help us to understand how the Emperor felt about that part of himself? Lorgar represented a part of the Emperor that the Emperor either rejected, suppressed, or failed to control within himself. There are, I feel, several possible facets of the Emperor which Lorgar might embody, some of which have better textual evidence than others. First, perhaps the need for devotion and worship. The Emperor denied godhood, but he still craved absolute loyalty and control over humanity. He was a despotic authoritarian. Lorgar took this to its extreme. He wanted not obedience, or at least not just obedience, but worship. The Emperor's disgust with Lorgar's religious tendencies may thus suggest that he feared his own susceptibility to being worshipped, a fear that, ironically, became a reality after the heresy because of Lorgar. The second option, perhaps visionary and philosopher. The Emperor was not just a conqueror, though that was most of what he was. He viewed himself as a philosopher king, shaping a new order for mankind. Lorgar was also a deep thinker, but where the Emperor built a rationalist imperium, Lorgar sought spiritual truth. Thus, the Emperor may have seen in Lorgar a mirror of his own philosophical ambitions, twisted by emotion and faith instead of logic and will. His harsh rebuke of Lorgar might perhaps be a sign of his own frustration with the limits of his ideological control. Perhaps the facet Lorgar embodies is that of the charismatic unifier. The Emperor did not only use war to unify humanity, he used diplomacy, inspiration, and vision. Lorgar was a natural leader and orator, capable of uniting people around a shared belief. Perhaps what the Emperor saw and rejected in Lorgar was the danger of charisma unchecked by discipline, a warning of how the power of belief, even when used for unity, could spiral out of control. Perhaps we might see a little less commonplace of an option. A myth creator, a legend teller, a storyteller. The Emperor crafted his own legend, manipulating history to present himself as an all-powerful, infallible being. Remember, he was a fascist. Lorgar understood the power of myth better than any other Primarch and sought to cement the Emperor's legend with human faith. The Emperor's rejection may thus have been an attempt to deny his own myth-making instincts, pushing back against a part of himself that he could not completely suppress. Perhaps we can see Lorgar as a seeker of truth. The Emperor sought ultimate knowledge about chaos, the warp, about human potential, lost technology. Lorgar also sought ultimate truth, but where the Emperor sought it through science, the study of the warp, the study of psychic phenomena, control, Lorgar sought it through faith and surrender. Perhaps the Emperor rejecting Lorgar may thus reflect how he hated seeing his own thirst for knowledge warped into blind devotion. That is to say, he feared that Lorgar's path was a perversion of his own search for intellectual understanding. What the Emperor's treatment of Lorgar tells us about himself is that he understood Lorgar pretty well, at least on some level, and he feared what it represented. The Emperor feared faith because he knew its power. He spent millennia suppressing religion, albeit that he was not in absolute control of humanity as the Imperium for millennia. Yet Lorgar proved that faith could still thrive, even under imperial rule. His rejection of Lorgar was thus less about Lorgar himself, and more about the Emperor's failure to erase belief from humanity. Meanwhile, though the Emperor understood that Lorgar was a great orator and a leader, he did not understand emotionally driven leadership. Lorgar, like Russ, led through emotion and shared belief, a shared connection with people, while the Emperor led through rationality and will, like Dorn. By dismissing Lorgar so harshly, the Emperor revealed his own discomfort with leaders who inspired through emotion rather than logic. And yet, by not dismissing Russ, we can see that the emperor was willing to tolerate anyone who was useful. Now, of course, the big takeaway here is that the emperor rejected the thing that could have secured his legacy. Lorgar wanted to build a lasting, unified belief system. He wanted to build it around the emperor. If the emperor had cared about Lorgar even a little bit, he could have worked with Lorgar instead of rejecting him. He could have controlled the myth of the Imperium and led to a unified belief regarding humanity's potential, instead of letting it grow unchecked and center on him personally. Why did the Emperor reject Lorgar? It's because he saw himself in Lorgar and hated it. He was a master manipulator, a myth maker. He was a figure of great authority. And Lorgar was all of these things, but all in ways that the Emperor could not accept. Lorgar cared about what the general people thought, and the Emperor did not care what anyone else thought. The rejection of Lorgar was a rejection of a part of himself that he wished did not exist. The Emperor had long ago calcified his own self into being entirely self-serving, seeking his own power, and subsuming humanity under himself. Lorgar cared about other people in a real way, and the Emperor hated that Lorgar caring about other people proved that the Emperor could choose to do likewise. Before Monarchia, all of this made Lorgar deeply devoted to his vision of the Emperor and the Imperium, though whether those actually existed in reality is a different story. His loyalty was not built on military conquest, it was built on faith. Faith gave him a powerful sense of purpose, and he shared that sense of purpose with his legion, with his allied imperial army elements and imperial armada elements, and with the populations which he brought into the Imperium. He had absolute devotion to who he thought the Emperor was. He believed in the Emperor completely, seeing him as a divine figure who would bring true enlightenment and unity to mankind. If the Emperor had acknowledged Lorgar's devotion in a constructive way, especially early, where it could still be shaped, his loyalty could have remained unbreakable. Lorgar had a vision for an united Imperium. He saw cultural unity, a unity of purpose, as being more important than military conquest. He was not interested in conquering worlds. He only conquered worlds as a means to reshape them, to create a lasting, unified society under the Emperor. This vision aligned with the Imperium's goals in a number of ways, and had it been guided properly, had Lorgar been given some sort of civilian position rather than being made a warlord out of habit, it could have made Lorgar one of the Imperium's greatest builders. Lorgar had the love and dedication and devotion of his legion. They cared about him in a way that very few legions cared about their Primarch. This sense of brotherhood made him enormously emotionally validated, and it could have been a stabilizing force if the Emperor had managed it properly. Lorgar desired to seek and understand the truth. He was not just a believer, he was a seeker of knowledge, always searching for the deepest truths of existence. If the Emperor had engaged with Lorgar intellectually, he might have redirected that curiosity towards a controlled exploration of philosophy, rather than letting it eventually be corrupted by chaos. Unfortunately, the same traits that made him strong were also Lorgar's greatest flaws. His deep need for belief, his desire for absolute truth, and his unwillingness to accept gray areas, his emotional intensity. When these were not properly engaged by other people who cared about him, they made him vulnerable to manipulation and despair by people who didn't care about him and entities that wanted to use him. He needed an object of worship. He could never be satisfied with a mortal leader who did not embody divinity. The Emperor's refusal to accept worship and the Emperor's refusal to have Lorgar broaden his worship to be regarding human potential in general created a conflict that Lorgar could not resolve. He could not accept a universe without a higher power. And so when the emperor rejected his faith, he had to find another god to take his place. Unlike Dorn or Gilliman, who could handle the emperor's coldness and aloofness, Lorgar was deeply emotional and needed validation explicitly. He had some amount of emotional fragility and deep sensitivity, a more private, careful correction than the public humiliation at Monarchia would have thus been required. It might have allowed Lorgar to adapt rather than break. But even then, doing it earlier would be better, because Lorgar had some substantial amount of black and white thinking. He saw the world in absolute terms. Something was either divine or meaningless. It was worthy of worship, or it was worthless and evil. This is why his love for the emperor became hatred so quickly. He had difficulty forming an emotionally mature assessment of other people. He had some amount of splitting because of the abuse he'd suffered from Corpheron. He could not emotionally accept an in-between state where the emperor was a powerful but flawed ruler, a person who had both virtues and sins. He needed to accept complexity and nuance, and without a great deal of therapy, he was not able to reach such a mature position. Because of his upbringing with Corpheron, Lorgar surrounded himself with manipulators and sycophants. That's what he knew. That's what he found familiar. So when he ended up with Corpheron and Erebus with him, they reinforced his worst tendencies. The Emperor's failure to separate Lorgar from these influences early on meant that when Monarchia shattered his faith, they were there to pick up the pieces and reconstruct him in a way that pointed him towards their goals, their accumulation of personal power. If the Emperor had ensured that Lorgar had better influences, maybe Sanguinius, it's conceivable he could have recovered. Monarchia was designed to shatter Lorgar's belief in the Emperor. It did not engage with a bunch of his flaws. It did not correct his deeper imbalances. His need for faith was not redirected, it was merely punished. The Emperor destroyed Lorgar's worship of the Emperor and did not then replace it with something better. Instead of offering him a new way to serve the Imperium, the Emperor left him adrift, lost and humiliated. What the Emperor needed to do at some point in the century that Lorgar was a part of the Great Crusade was to tell Lorgar, probably in person, your devotion of me personally is misplaced. It must be redirected into building the Imperium in a way that endures and serves humanity. It's conceivable then that Lorgar might have found new purpose. At Monarchia, his black and white thinking was left unchallenged. Instead of being taught to see a world where belief and reason could coexist, Lorgar was simply punished for being inconvenient. The Emperor needed to engage Lorgar in philosophical debate at some point, but instead he just publicly shamed Lorgar, punished him, and wanted him to obey. The Emperor never wanted children, he wanted tools. Because of that, he never engaged with his sons as sons. He never engaged with the Primarchs as people. If he had, he would have noticed that Lorgar's two closest confidants were corrupt, self-serving sycophants who needed to be executed. Instead, Corpheron and Erebus were there to pour poison into Lorgar's ear after Monarchia. Those two idiots needed to be removed yesterday. Could Monarchia have been handled differently? Yes, definitely. Almost any difference would have been an improvement. Lorgar had flaws that could lead him towards rebellion, but they were not inevitable. We are left with a number of questions, none of which I can conclusively answer. Make your own darn video, okay? Look into these questions on your own. I'm on a time crunch here. I've only got like 12 hours. If the Emperor had engaged with his need for belief instead of destroying it, Could Lorgar have remained loyal? If he had been paired with a better influence, like Sanguinius, maybe Dorn, maybe Ferrus Manus, could he have found a more constructive path? If he had been taught a better way to seek truth, if he had been taught a way to discern someone else's motives, might he have avoided falling to chaos? Or was Lorgar's fate sealed as soon as the Emperor left him alone with Corpheron and Erebus? Was his rebellion only a matter of time after that? But you know what? Even after the emotional devastation of Monarchia, Lorgar was not immediately lost to chaos. He did not have visions of Neverborn in his sleep immediately tempting him to worship. His fall to chaos took time. There were still sources of strength and loyalty within him that his brothers could have engaged with to prevent or mitigate his descent if Corpheron and Erebus were not in the way. While the Emperor's rejection shattered his faith and made him hate the Emperor, some of his brothers, if they had intervened, might have given him something new to hold on to. Lorgar had a desire for brotherhood and belonging. He was never an isolated figure like Kurz or Alfarius. He wanted connection with others. He deeply valued the idea of unity. If any Primarch had reached out to him, offering him fraternal support instead of judgment, it could have helped stabilize him. Who could have helped? Well, there's a bunch of good options. The first, obvious best one, who we talked about earlier as being a potential friend, would have been Sanguinius, a compassionate brother who understood belief, who had wrestled with problems with his own legion, who had feared that his legion might be castigated by the Emperor. He might have offered Lorgar a new form of spiritual connection, one focused on hope and not aimed directly at the Emperor, rather than being aimed at someone who was never going to respond to you and offering only despair. Vulcan, maybe. His kindness and patience might have given Lorgar someone to confide in without fear of being ridiculed, or at least with less fear. Jagatai Khan, maybe. Though not a zealot, he understood a need for personal freedom and at least some amount of spirituality from Trigoris. Perhaps he might have taught Lorgar to see faith as a personal journey rather than something requiring external validation. Lorgar retained his intellectual and philosophical curiosity, even in the depths of despair. He was not just a zealot, he was a thinker, a philosopher. He was a seeker of deep truths. If any of his brothers, perhaps Magnus, had encouraged him to redirect his search for meaning into something constructive, an intellectual pursuit, perhaps he might have found a new purpose. Magnus was certainly capable of engaging Lorgar with the bridge of philosophical discussion. Perhaps he might have convinced Lorgar that truth could be found through knowledge rather than only through faith. Guilliman, perhaps. Though pragmatic, Guilliman might have framed imperial service as a grand intellectual endeavor, helping Lorgar to find fulfillment in, say, serving humanity rather than through religious doctrine. Lorgar had a need for higher purpose. Even after Monarchia, Lorgar still wanted to serve humanity. He just didn't know how. If one of his brothers had helped him to redefine his purpose, perhaps he might have found a new role, and thus avoided turning to chaos. He might have found a new way to feel emotionally fulfilled. Dorn, perhaps, could have taught Lorgar that duty and service are their own rewards. Horus, who had not yet fallen, might have redirected Lorgar's devotion into, say, the Great Crusade. Ferrus Manus would have probably been an even better teacher for that, as he saw the conquest of worlds as being the purpose of the Astartes, with everything else being able to be taken care of by humans who followed behind. Lorgar still had great love for his legion, his sons, unlike some Primarchs who were, let's say, indifferent to their warriors. Kurz comes to mind. Lorgar truly loved the word-bearers and was deeply connected to them. If another Primarch had shown him that leadership was itself a sacred duty, he might have focused on his legion's well-being rather than seeking gods. Who could have helped here? Leman Russ believed in honoring warriors through action rather than words. So while their personalities clashed, Lorgar might have respected this. Corvus Corax fought for his people's freedom. Perhaps he might have helped Lorgar channel his devotion into fighting for the well-being of his legion and fighting for the well-being of people who were yet to encounter the safety and security of the Imperium. Perhaps even Angron, flawed as he was, understood brotherhood well enough to teach Lorgar to find higher purpose in brotherhood. What could his brother Primarchs have done? They could have engaged him, they could have talked to him, discussed things with him, instead of mocking or dismissing him, especially if someone like Magnus or Gilliman was willing to engage him in deep philosophical conversations, which was what he had grown up with in the caravan. It's what was familiar to him. They might have maybe been able to slowly guide him towards a healthier worldview, even as late as the post-Monarchia age. His brothers perhaps might have been able to help him find a role that restored his confidence. What Lorgar needed was purpose. So after Monarchia, what Lorgar needed was a new purpose. Dorn, Gilliman, Ferrus Manus, any of them might have been able to challenge him, to charge him with undertaking a great project or a great series of conquests within the Great Crusade as a way to try to build something lasting, a way to find a new purpose within serving the people. And honestly, many of his brothers should have been able to notice that Corpheron and Erebus were toxic. His downfall was largely, though not entirely, due to their manipulations. If any of his brothers had isolated him from them, or if Malcador, who was at Monarchia, had sent assassins to kill Corpheron and Erebus, perhaps Lorgar might have had a chance to recover. If, for example, Lorgar had been taken on a long campaign alongside one of his brothers, such as Ferrus Manus, maybe by being far away from their influence, he might have had a chance to find new purpose in himself without being poisoned by them. Maybe they could have appealed to his love for his legion. If another Primarch had shown him that he could be a leader and a father without being a prophet, he might have found some stability in his love for the word-bearers. Leman Russ might have told him, "Forget gods, lead your warriors, help your sons, that's all the purpose you need," because that's what was true for Leman Russ. Even after Monarchia, Lorgar's fall was not inevitable. With human connection, well, transhuman connection, whatever, with connection with his brothers, even with his faith broken, he was not yet fully lost. If his brothers had stepped in with guidance, patience, and purpose to try to connect with him, he might have remained loyal. But instead, in canon, since he was left alone, his wounds festered, constantly being picked open again by Corpheron and Erebus. His brothers, and obviously his father, the Emperor, failed to engage him, thus leaving him vulnerable to chaos. Lorgar could have chosen differently, but it would have been extraordinarily difficult for him to do so without external support. He needed someone from outside his legion to help him. Let's talk a little more about the really weird option, Ferrus Manus. Ferrus Manus had already made an unlikely friendship with Fulgrim, and he had already given Lorgar a gift, a warhammer, after a naval battle in which Lorgar had taken a great risk to rescue Ferrus's flagship from an enemy attack. Ferrus Manus has canonical evidence for a sense of humor in which he uses friendly insults, jests, and ribbing. If Ferrus had taken pity on him after Monarchia, He might have tried to lighten the mood by gently poking at the word-bearer's slow performance. Perhaps he might have challenged Lorgar, maybe Lorgar and Fulgrim, to a contest of who could conquer the greatest number of worlds within some particular time frame. I don't know, a decade or something. If done well, this might have been able to give Lorgar a new sense of purpose. It might have brought him out of his depression post-Monarchia. It might have brought him into the friendship of Ferris and Fulgrim, given his legion a new goal, and helped Lorgar to take his mind off of the Emperor's mistreatment. Time can heal wounds. Ferris Manus was a no-nonsense pragmatist. He had a brash, competitive spirit and a hidden streak of camaraderie. And all of these qualities could have counterbalanced Lorgar's tendency to overthink. Lorgar needed to be distracted from his despair. He needed to be forced to engage in brotherhood. He needed to be given new purpose. And brotherhood, especially brotherhood through something so masculine, let's call it, as competition, might have helped Lorgar to find a sense of camaraderie without making him feel patronized. If Lorgar had been focused on a military goal, time might have perhaps dulled the raw pain of Monarchia, allowing him to recover emotionally without falling into the hands of Corpheron and Erebus. All right, we've put this off for long enough. Let's talk about the Emperor and Monarchia. After the Emperor heard from the Imperium's War Council regarding the religious cause of Lorgar's slow pace of conquest, the Emperor had several options available to him. The option he eventually chose was to fly off the handle and ruin things forever. But at the very least, we can say that he did not make that choice in haste. He initially sent emissaries to gather more information, which of course implies that he could have been gathering more information about each of his Primarchs the whole time, so why didn't he? But whatever. Anyway, these emissaries examined several worlds which had been brought into the Imperium by the word-bearers, and they found, indeed, they were quite religious, against what the Emperor wanted. What may the Emperor have been thinking and feeling during this time? Well, the first most obvious thing is the strategic concern about the Great Crusade falling behind. The War Council reported that Lorgar's conquests were significantly slower than those of other legions. The Imperium had been built by the Emperor on at least some attempts at efficient military conquest and secular governance. Lorgar's theocratic post-conquest compliance efforts were slowing things down. So, maybe he feared that if other Primarchs adopted similar delays, maybe Guilliman, then the Great Crusade might stall. If this is what he was thinking, then his conclusion would have been that Lorgar's actions were a threat to the long-term success of the Great Crusade. This seems likely, but an even more likely option would be the concern about imperial unity, the danger of religious factionalism. Lorgar was not spreading loyalty to the Emperor. He was spreading a belief system which was at least temporarily aligned with imperial authority, but which could become independent of imperial authority. If the imperial truth was not enforced universally, then local variations of imperial belief could take root, potentially fracturing unity and leading to ideological conflict. This can be seen in canon in the stories of Dolan and Thor, but whatever, watch a different lore video about that. The Emperor's conclusion here was that the Imperium needed to be culturally unified as well as militarily unified, and that meant stamping out religion, even if that religion was ostensibly loyalty to the Emperor. Now, the fact that the Emperor did not act immediately suggests that he was not sure exactly how bad the problem was at first. Thus, why he investigated the extent of the problem. He sent emissaries, got information, and what he found was many worlds saw the Emperor as a god. The imperial truth as he saw it was being distorted into an explicitly religious bent, and the word-bearers had been doing this for most of a century, with no one noticing. Thus, it was not a minor issue. Lorgar had fundamentally misunderstood the Emperor's directives and had been building something dangerous for a long time. I wonder if the Emperor ever thought, oh, maybe I'm the problem for not fucking paying attention to my sons. Maybe not. Anyway, then above all, personal grievance. The Emperor was volcanically angry at the thought that Lorgar had betrayed his vision. Lorgar viewed himself as deeply devoted to the Emperor, and so the Emperor believed that Lorgar should have understood him better than this. Lorgar's failure was not just an error, it was a personal betrayal of the imperial truth. Thus we find in the character of the Emperor, a rather distant figure, some rather human emotions, frustration and impatience. The Emperor was a being of immense intellect, vision, and power, and he saw Lorgar's religious mindset as an exhausting problem he should not have to deal with. He'd spent, centuries purging religious belief from humanity whenever he found it, only to find now his own son rebuilding it in his name. How could he not understand this? How could he be so blind? Well, it's because you don't talk to your sons, asshole. And then going along with that, anger at having to divert his attention. The Emperor's focus was moving towards the Webway project and the long-term future of humankind. So now having to deal with Lorgar's bullshit was an infuriating distraction from his true goal. Something along the lines of, this child is misbehaving and I have to deal with it now when I have more important things to do. More generally, the Emperor craved control, like an addict. So he had a fear of losing control. He knew that belief was a powerful force, and that faith in him, even, could spiral into something uncontrollable. The Emperor had seen what happened with religious societies in the past, and he may very well have feared that Lorgar's work would undo what he had built so far, thus leading him to overreact, seeing Lorgar as a direct threat to his long-term vision. Similarly, the Emperor likely had resentment at being worshipped. He had spent a great amount of time and effort trying to make sure that humanity did not deify him. So now Lorgar's worship forced him to confront an uncomfortable truth. Well, two of them. First, no matter what he did, humanity would always seek a god. And then second, when you show up speaking to people through their mind at the head of a golden-armed army, displaying magnificent psychic power, people are gonna assume you're a god. But rather than acknowledge any of these things, he tried to crush them. Thus, the Emperor did not see any of this stuff as a personal crisis for Lorgar, and he did not consider Lorgar's emotions even a little bit when making his decisions. He saw the issue purely in terms of the stability of the Imperium, and so he concluded that a brutal lesson was necessary. His mistake here was in failing to realize that Lorgar's faith, once broken, would seek a new object of devotion. In canon, this time period was poorly recorded even by the low quality of the historiography of the Imperium. Some imperial historians have suggested that the Emperor first attempted communication with Lorgar and privately censured him, threatening that the word-bearers would suffer consequences if Lorgar persisted. If, and this is a big if, it's not guaranteed even in canon, if the Emperor did privately censure Lorgar before Monarchia, which again is not certain, then Lorgar's failure to change course suggests that he either misunderstood the warning, dismissed it, or was emotionally incapable of obeying it. That is to say, his deeply ingrained worldview, combined with his devotion, would have made it extremely difficult for him to process such a rebuke. So why did Lorgar not change course? Well, he may have believed that the Emperor didn't really mean it. He'd spent decades worshipping the Emperor, and the Emperor had never really corrected him. He'd never shown any interest in finding out what he was doing, you know? So now, if the Emperor privately reprimanded him, Lorgar would have likely not seen the reprimand straightforwardly and would have instead thought, yeah, he has to say this, but surely it's not what he means. He knows the truth. He's a god. Or maybe he is testing my faith. I must prove my devotion. Especially if the warning was kind of vague or not forceful enough, Lorgar might have rationalized that the Emperor's actions were merely for show rather than an absolute command. More to the point, though, in general, Lorgar lacked the internal framework necessary to comprehend a secular imperium. His whole worldview was built off of faith. He had no concept of an universe without divine purpose. If the Emperor told him to stop treating compliance as a holy mission, Lorgar may very well have been genuinely incapable of understanding what was being asked of him. And even if he understood what was being asked of him, he may very well have been emotionally paralyzed by confusion and doubt. A censure from the Emperor after a century of the Emperor not paying attention to him would have been shocking. Lorgar would have felt like his entire sense of purpose was suddenly in question. He may have thus reacted with denial. The Emperor doesn't really mean this. Or confusion. But the Emperor is worthy of worship. Why is he rejecting me? Maybe a sunk cost fallacy. If I stop, I will have failed my father and my purpose. What will it all have been for? These conflicting emotions thus may have paralyzed him into inaction. That is, rather than directly or intentionally defying the Emperor, he was just unable to change course. He simply continued what he was doing, unsure of what else to do instead. Further, Lorgar may very well have not fully processed what the Emperor said, if he said anything, as being an immediate call for action, or a time-sensitive warning. Lorgar may very well have thought, if this is truly unacceptable, surely he will tell me more forcefully, or maybe he'll send a messenger or an observer to see what I'm doing and give me more advice or pointers or more strict directions or something. If the Emperor just says something and then does nothing, then that's easy to misinterpret as a test of conviction. If he truly wanted me to stop, he would intervene directly, that sort of thing. Thus, this could have led to a dangerous assumption that because the Emperor did not immediately act, he was allowing Lorgar to continue. What Lorgar must have thought and felt is easy to understand. Confusion. He'd spent his entire life building a vision of the Emperor as a god, and now the Emperor spent so long doing nothing and is now suddenly interested in rejecting this vision. This would have been profoundly disorienting, with his entire reality being thrown suddenly into doubt. Maybe some heartbreak, filial love, being confronted with the question, does he not love me? Which, the Emperor did not love anyone, as far as I can tell. Lorgar's devotion was deeply personal. If the Emperor told him that his worship was unwanted, it would have emotionally devastated him. This then, of course, leads to fear. What if I'm wrong? What if I've failed him? What if I've misunderstood the Emperor all along? Admitting that he was wrong would have meant admitting that his entire life's effort was a mistake. And so he would have tried to justify it as a test of faith. Rather than admit he had erred, he may very well have decided to double down, thinking something along the lines of, if I continue, he will see my devotion and finally acknowledge me. Thus, if the Emperor gave a vague, private warning, Lorgar may very well have rationalized it away rather than changing course. Instead of correcting Lorgar, the warning may have deepened Lorgar's internal emotional conflict, thus setting the stage for catastrophic fallout at Monarchia. But, once again, it's not certain in canon that the Emperor did this at all. He may have instead just sprung Monarchia on Lorgar out of nothing. A being of vast transhuman intellect, the Emperor must certainly have looked back and finally noticed the path that brought the two of them to their current situation. He may have even metaphorically looked down and noticed the pedestal upon which Lorgar had placed him, impossibly high, built brick by brick for more than a century. He was certainly disappointed in Lorgar, perhaps even feeling personally betrayed. He was angry that Lorgar had recreated some of the excesses of religion that the Emperor, with the help of the pre-Lorgar 17th Legion even, had fought so hard to stamp out during the Unification Wars and during the Great Crusade. He may have even been fearful that the work he had done to establish a culture based on science and reason was being eroded. How else might the Emperor have thought and felt at this time? Well, here's the thing. The Emperor, for all his vast intellect, was still prone to misjudging emotions, both his own and those of others. Beneath all of the frustration and fear and disappointment and cold pragmatism, beneath all of that, there may have been traces of regret, exhaustion, and even self-recrimination. Regret seems pretty obvious. I should have seen this coming, that sort of thing. The Emperor was a master manipulator, yet he completely failed to predict this outcome. He had already seen how humanity clung to faith even in the face of reason, and yet he did not notice how deep Lorgar's need for belief ran until it was far too late. He may have realized that he had let Lorgar build him up as some kind of deific figure ever since before he even met the Emperor, and had done nothing to stop it. Thus, the Emperor may have felt a rare moment of self-recrimination, noticing that it was his own failure to lead or guide Lorgar which caused this disaster. Exhaustion, similarly. Must I fight this battle again? The Unification Wars and many battles in the Great Crusade had been fought already to eradicate religious excesses and establish secular rule. The Great Crusade had been waged to unite humanity under a common cause of reason and science. And yet, here was one of his own sons undoing that work, resurrecting the very thing that the Emperor had spent centuries stamping out. And thus, the Emperor may have grown weary at the realization that the struggle against belief was never ending, which of course leads him possibly to the idea that belief must be harnessed rather than eradicated, but whatever, he never got there. Ultimately, his pragmatism won out, or at least he believed that it did. Something along the lines of this must be dealt with no matter the cost. He did not try to dwell on emotions. He always tried to focus on the grander vision. And so even if he recognized that he felt regret, he set aside his emotions instead of dealing with them, and then focused on the practical solution. Lorgar had created an existential threat to the Imperium's ideological foundation, and so to the Emperor, allowing religious devotion to flourish was more dangerous than losing a single Primarch. Now, he likely saw Monarchia's destruction as a necessary surgical strike to try to stop a greater infection. But in reality, he was not acting entirely pragmatically or with cold logic. Rather, the Emperor was acting by flying off the handle, his emotions ruling him. He was not just correcting Lorgar, he was punishing Lorgar for being something which the Emperor saw and disliked within himself. The Emperor understood that faith could be stronger than reason. It could override logic. It could override self-preservation. And Lorgar had not just had faith in the Emperor, had created an entire theological framework that would survive and spread beyond him. The Emperor may very well have realized that no matter how much he tried to erase faith, humanity would always create gods, and this was a truth he could not allow. Thus, the Emperor may have reacted with greater force than necessary, because he was afraid of how faith could infect the rest of the Imperium. The Emperor was not necessarily blind to the fact that Monarchia might break Lorgar. He may very well have had a flicker of sadness, a thought that I may lose him. He knew that publicly humiliating one of his sons might not be something that would be reparable. Perhaps he may even have hesitated, knowing that Monarchia could push Lorgar to the edge of despair. But if that moment of hesitation existed, it is not recorded in canon. If it existed, he must have dismissed it, seeing it as a weakness in himself, a distraction from his larger goals. The Emperor did not see this stuff going on with Lorgar as a father-son spat. He saw it as a war of ideology. He was not thinking about how to reach Lorgar emotionally, but rather about how to stop the damage Lorgar was doing to the Imperium. He may very well have regretted that it had come to this. He may very well have acknowledged his own failure to guide Lorgar earlier, but he also believed that the survival of the Imperium depended on erasing this mistake completely. Fairly early in the Great Crusade, the 2nd and 11th Primarchs were lethally sanctioned at the order of the Emperor. The Emperor's emotions, though often buried under his aloof demeanor, were deeply affected by the loss of these Primarchs. He felt great grief from this event, which we address elsewhere. After that, every time the Emperor considered censure of a Primarch, it must have stirred up the bitter feelings and profound grief which he had felt from that event, as well as fear that his censure may end up escalating into the death of another Primarch. Thus, his caution in the early stages of dealing with Lorgar here, sending out feelers, trying to get more information, can thus be seen to reflect a fear of being forced to take extreme, even lethal action. I feel that this may help to explain why the Emperor took a relatively cautious approach after learning of Lorgar's religiosity, as well as the pendulum swinging the other way with his overly harsh, even cruel, treatment at Monarchia. That was his attempt to stamp out the problem before it could reach a crisis point, but also him flying off the handle as a reflection of the pain and frustration he carried from his past losses. These were not the actions of a rational demigod, but they are certainly the actions of a father who has already lost 2 children and responds emotionally at the prospect of losing a third. The Emperor always saw himself as above human emotion, and this is wrong, wrong, wrong. His actions throughout canon show us that rather he was ruled by his emotions because he refused to acknowledge them. His decisions about Lorgar were not just about imperial ideology, which is what he told himself. They were about loss, fear, and frustration which he could not afford to show, or at least which he believed he could not afford to show. The Emperor needed to see Lorgar face to face. Lorgar's unwillingness to change after being sent a message by the Emperor, which again might not have happened in canon, or being confronted in person by Malcador at Monarchia, which is canon, show this to be true. The Emperor's presence at Monarchia shows that he at least suspected this to be true, though by having Malcador try first, just in case that worked, it also shows that he had complicated feelings about confronting Lorgar directly. If he had wanted to confront Lorgar directly, then he would have just done it and not involved Malcador. Instead, he had Malcador go down to confront Lorgar first, just in case that meant the Emperor didn't have to do that, because he didn't want to. The Emperor's actions and preparations show us some things about his mindset here. First, he knew Lorgar needed to see him in person to accept what he was being told, or at least to understand what he was being told. Lorgar had spent his entire life building the Emperor up into a divine figure, so no words from Malcador or Guilliman or other Primarchs could shake that belief. The Emperor thus suspected that it would only be by appearing himself and delivering the rebuke in person that he would be able to break Lorgar's illusions. So why did he have Malcador try first? Well, he may have hoped to avoid facing Lorgar directly, whether it's because he felt emotionally unprepared for that, or because he thought that confronting Lorgar would do more damage. Mostly it's that if Malcador had succeeded, the Emperor would have been spared having to break his son personally. The Emperor has a history, a pattern of using intermediaries, which suggests emotional avoidance. By using others to enforce his will, he avoids confronting emotional conflicts himself. He used the Space Wolves to censure Magnus. He used the Space Wolves to censure Angron. He sent Malcador to reprimand Lorgar before stepping in himself. This pattern suggests that the Emperor found disciplining his sons to be emotionally difficult, even though he did very well at trying to hide that from himself. It suggests that he preferred to remain above personal conflicts, delegating punishment to others whenever possible. And it suggests that perhaps the emperor feared that direct confrontation might reveal his own emotions, whether to himself or to others, something which he believed he could not afford to show. I think the balance of canonical evidence suggests that the emperor likely felt conflicted about seeing Lorgar's reaction to the punishment up close. He was an intellectual and strategic being, but he was not capable of understanding and dealing with his own emotions. He must have known that seeing the heartbreak in Lorgar's eyes, hearing his desperate pleas, would make it harder to carry out his decision. Thus, why he had the Ultramarines destroy Monarchia rather than him doing it himself, and why he let Melkador try first as a way to try to maintain some distance before fully committing himself to Lorgar's humiliation. But in the end, he knew it had to be done personally, otherwise he would not have shown up in person. Despite his discomfort, he could not stay removed from this. Lorgar would not accept the rebuke unless it came from the Emperor himself, directly, in person. And so the Emperor addressed not just Lorgar, but the entire Wordbearer's Legion all at once, so that the Emperor could witness firsthand the destruction of his son's faith. He knew that he had to break something that had been building for over a century, and he did not know exactly how it would break, or whether it would just crumble. But having decided on a face-to-face meeting, the Emperor had not initially decided what to do. He needed to decide what to do and what to say to shape his face-to-face meeting with Lorgar. The actual canon result of Monarchia was just one of several bad potential outcomes. He knew he had to be careful. That is to say, he had to carefully consider how to break Lorgar's faith without then creating an even bigger problem. In canon, he failed. He created a bigger problem. But there were options. First, Lorgar viewed his summoning as a pilgrimage, a communion with the divine. He interpreted being called before the Emperor as an honor. It is possible that even with the destruction of Monarchia, instead of breaking his faith, the Emperor giving him personal attention at all would have reinforced it. Rather than being a rebuke, he might have viewed this personal confrontation as a deepening of his belief that the Emperor was divine and that his wisdom was so complicated that he could not understand it. He would rationalize everything away that the Emperor said as either a test or a lesson beyond his understanding or some sort of messianic secret or hidden truth. This would be very dangerous because instead of eradicating religious belief, the Emperor could have accidentally turned Lorgar into an even greater zealot. The Wordbearers were already a fundamentalist cult. How could they have changed? This could end up entrenching religious devotion across the Imperium rather than suppressing it. Lorgar, that is, could have seen himself as a Job-like figure, viewing punishment as a test of faith. Instead of breaking, Lorgar might have embraced suffering as a divine trial, interpreting the Emperor's actions as a necessary test of his devotion. That is to say, the destruction of Monarchia could have become a sacred ordeal for Lorgar, for the Wordbearers, making them more fanatical. Lorgar might have seen suffering as a path to enlightenment, doubling down on worship. This would make the Wordbearers into martyrs, perhaps inspiring an underground religious movement, with Lorgar deliberately seeking out more trials and suffering, not losing faith, but rather seeing himself as the Emperor's most devoted servant in secret. If the Emperor delivered punishment, but did not explicitly reject Lorgar, it might have felt like a divine test, or if he left room for interpretation, Lorgar might have seen himself as the Emperor's chosen, martyred saint. So the Emperor needed to be really careful with that. As a third option, even if the Emperor was successful at stamping out Lorgar's religiosity, how he ended up becoming was not guaranteed. Perhaps he could have overcorrected and become like Kurz or Angron, embracing nihilism and destruction. Instead of religious fanaticism, he might have abandoned faith completely and replaced it with rage, cruelty, and bitter fatalism. He may very well have lost all desire to build or create, instead becoming a prophet of despair, spreading the message that nothing matters. The word-bearers could very well have become yet another legion of sadists, executioners, people embracing ruin rather than building. They would have become yet another nihilistic death cult within the Imperium. Lorgar, broken and bitter, could turn into another Kurz or another Angron, spreading terror and destruction for its own sake. This may very well have served some of the needs of the Great Crusade, but it would have destabilized the Imperium in a different way. What Lorgar needed was purpose and hope. If he did not find a new purpose following Monarchia, he might have lost all hope. Now, of course, there's the canon result. Lorgar turns to chaos. Having had his faith in the Emperor rebuked, he turns his faith to a new target. The destruction of Monarchia left him adrift, searching for new meaning. Unbeknownst to the Emperor, Corpheron and Erebus filled that void, pointing him towards the ruinous powers. He went on a pilgrimage, and then he found in chaos what the Emperor had denied him, a higher power to worship, who accepted and even craved his worship. This is dangerous, of course, because Lorgar did not just fall. He dragged the Imperium into the Horus heresy by corrupting Horus. Chaos gained its most devoted servant, and the manpower of the Word-Bearers Legion, thus ensuring that the chaos spread like wildfire, and the Emperor lost control over the legions. The way that this happened in canon was that the Emperor humiliated Lorgar instead of correcting him, and did not give him any new purpose. So having been left directionless and broken, he was very vulnerable to manipulation. As another option, Lorgar could have withdrawn from the crusade entirely and become a recluse. Instead of rebelling or correcting his course, Lorgar might have isolated himself, refusing to engage with the Imperium. Magnus did something kind of like that after Nicaea. That is to say, he could have abandoned the Great Crusade, turning the word-bearers into philosophical hermits rather than warriors, or just sat at Colchis, garrisoning the place, and doing nothing. Lorgar could spend, we know from canon, years and years searching for meaning in withdrawn from everybody else. That's what he did after he ascended to daemonhood. This is particularly dangerous because the word-bearers would become disconnected from the Imperium, not just failing to help in the Great Crusade, but making them unpredictable and perhaps uncontrollable. Lorgar might still discover the warp, but instead of waging open war, he would become a hidden, festering threat. And all of that is besides how it would mean the Great Crusade missing the second greatest source of manpower among the legions, the Word-Bearers, the second largest legion. Thus, if the Emperor had rebuked Lorgar, but then he had decided on solitude in his search for meaning, rather than a pilgrimage, if none of his brothers had reached out to him, Lorgar may very well have felt no reason to continue in the Great Crusade. As perhaps a less likely possibility, Lorgar might have sought out another father figure, and thus aligned with a different Primarch, probably Horus. He desperately sought validation from others. It's possible that he could have landed on another Primarch as being a source of validation. If he ended up aligning with Horus, and then Horus still fell to chaos, then he would drag Lorgar down with him. So that's not ideal. All of this might have happened if the Emperor had publicly rejected Lorgar, but then another Primarch had taken him in, or if he had been assigned to serve under another Primarch. Perhaps that influence could have reshaped him. Overall, the Emperor's challenge was to try to destroy Lorgar's faith without destroying Lorgar himself. If he was too soft, Lorgar might have rationalized the rebuke away and continued his religious zealotry. And if he was too harsh, Lorgar might have overcorrected, becoming more like Kurz or Angron. If he was left rudderless, he could find purpose somewhere else, or could fail to find purpose and lose all hope. This is a very thin reed for the emperor to try to get hope from, but this is what happens when you ignore a problem for a century before you try to fix it. I feel that there were two big options for the emperor trying to fix the problem of Lorgar. The first would work best early on, during the months he spent with Lorgar upon finding him, but in a pinch it is not inconceivable that it could have worked even as late as Monarchia, though it would have been very more difficult. The second would be less of an about-face and more of a pivot, moving Lorgar towards a more useful path in a less abrupt manner. Before we go over these options, let us reiterate some important points about what we know. The emperor was intimately familiar with chaos theology and had explicitly chosen to not go that route. He instead created the imperial truth, a theology-philosophy hybrid of humanity focused on human primacy, unity, rationality, freedom from non-human influence, and freedom from chaos corruption. The emperor, by the time of Monarchia, had realized that Lorgar believed the emperor to be a god. The emperor knew that this was a problem, but the emperor could have realized that as early as finding Lorgar and Colchis. The emperor knew that the Primarchs were exceedingly capable at a variety of things. He wanted his remaining 18 Primarchs to be performing at their best, at that moment in military roles, to bring the greatest likelihood of success to the Great Crusade. He knew that Lorgar and his legion were conquering worlds and leaving behind enthusiastically productive worlds, which were often captured intact, unlike the actions of certain other legions, such as the World Eaters. But of course, the Word-Bearers conquered at a much slower rate than other Primarchs. So first, he needed to get Lorgar away from the religiously reinforcing cultural milieu of Colchis immediately upon finding Lorgar. After he gets Lorgar away, he needed to step down from the pedestal that Lorgar had put him on, and then afterwards redirect his faith. Doing this earlier rather than later is easier because the pedestal is not so high, but it still may not have been impossible at some later time, just more difficult. First, how to step down from the pedestal of expectations. He needed to convince Lorgar that he is not a god, but then redirect Lorgar's thoughts so that he still respects the emperor. He needs to maintain a way for Lorgar to rebuild respect for him, to serve him. He can afford to fall from the height of expectation that a child has for their parent, but not from the height that a congregant has for their god. Simply rejecting divinity was not enough. He needed to replace worship with admiration. I feel that the best way to do this is to emphasize his humanity. The emperor does not know how to do this emotionally, but he may have been able to do it pridefully. For a real god, the worldly puissance of the Imperium would be trifling. For a man, the achievement of interstellar evangelistic empire takes a level of genius and single-mindedness that verges on madness, or perhaps madness's cold mirror. A god-made man has all the weakness of perfection. A man-made god has all the might of his flaws. The key challenge for the emperor was conceiving of a way to convince Lorgar that the emperor was not a god, without shattering his perception of the emperor as being worthy of being served. He needed to fall from god to great man, rather than from god to fraud. And the emperor, had he realized that this is what needed to happen, could have redirected Lorgar's awe by reframing his greatness as human and self-made rather than divine and innate. He needed to show that his powers were not some sort of miraculous source, but rather the result of relentless effort, genius, sacrifice, and hard work, even his supernatural psychic powers. He needed to show that he was not perfect, but that his flaws and struggles made his achievements even more impressive. He needed to show that he was not some untouchable deity, but rather a man who had built the future with his own hands. The emperor did not know how to emotionally connect, nor did he want to. but he could have appealed to Lorgar's admiration for grand achievement. A god does not struggle, but I have fought for every victory. A god does not fail, but I have made missteps and then corrected them. A god does not need loyalty, but I have built an imperium where loyalty is earned and rewarded. Lorgar, I am not divine, but I am the most powerful man who has ever lived, and I have no equal. Worship is for those who cannot achieve. You are a Primarch, Lorgar. Do not kneel. Stand and fight by my side. This sort of thing is something that the Emperor could have said. This was entirely within his character. He just didn't think to say it. He could have helped Lorgar to replace his faith with admiration, shifting his mindset from devotion to understanding and respect. If the Emperor had reframed the Great Crusade as serving humanity as a almost divine mission, and framed himself as the greatest of men, the greatest human, it could have preserved Lorgar's reverence without needing worship. Lorgar needed something to believe in. If the Emperor showed him his vision for the Imperium, Lorgar could have transferred his devotion to an ideal rather than a man. Lorgar respected power. If the Emperor convinced him that his power was real because of his choices, not because of divinity, Lorgar might have accepted it. What he needed was a controlled descent, not a catastrophic collapse. The big mistake at Monarchia was that Lorgar's faith was shattered without guidance on how to rebuild his psyche. Instead of being carefully led away from worship, which would have been easier 100 years prior, Lorgar was forced to abandon it completely with nothing ready to replace it. Perhaps Lorgar, even that late, could have transitioned from worship to admiration, thus potentially saving him from falling to chaos. Here we still run into a problem. Admiration was necessary, and it was sufficient for the other Primarchs, but I think it would never have been enough for Lorgar. Lorgar was a believer. All he needed was belief. Lorgar was faithful. All he needed was faith. Nothing more than that. But crucially, nothing less than that. It may have been difficult for the Emperor to wait a century and then only address the problem at Monarchia, but it may still have been possible even then. The Emperor needed to redirect Lorgar's faith. The obvious way to do that was to give him faith in humanity, in the imperial truth. Indeed, the Emperor may even have proselytized to Lorgar, as in many ways it could be said that it was true that the Emperor had faith in the imperial truth, that the Emperor had faith in humanity, and that the Emperor proselytized to other Primarchs about that. Now, he may not have been able to convince Lorgar of the exact same version that the Emperor believed in. But, as we talked about earlier, a debate over philosophy and theology is exactly what Lorgar needed from a father figure. No better form of bonding could have possibly been contrived. Lorgar had not sacrificed his humanity like the Emperor had done, so he would have been able to notice flaws in the imperial truth which the Emperor was blind to, notably the gaping void where empathy, emotional fulfillment, and human interconnectedness should be. Thus, I think that the version of the imperial truth which Lorgar ended up with would have been more human than that of the Emperor, and might indeed have lacked the explicit prohibition against religion, but that's hard to say. We're pretty deep in the weeds with counterfactuals here. Honestly, though, if Lorgar ended up with some version of the imperial truth, the Emperor might have decided that that was good enough, and not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Lorgar needed something to believe in. He couldn't function without a grand guiding truth to devote himself to. And the Emperor had that. He just needed to talk to his son like a person, away from Colchis, ideally early in their relationship. The Emperor's big mistake was just not engaging with Lorgar at all. He didn't engage with Lorgar as a son, as a person, as a believer, and so instead of offering him a new path, he just shattered his faith and left him directionless. If he had treated the imperial truth as something to be spread through belief rather than something to be forced at the point of a sword, he could have made Lorgar its greatest missionary instead of its greatest heretic. Even as late as Monarchia, that might still have been possible, but the Emperor would need to talk to Lorgar as a person, rather than treating him as a malfunctioning piece of machinery. Here we come to a huge missed opportunity with Lorgar. Rabute Gilliman penned the Codex Astartes, the expansive guide to the military doctrine of the Ultramarines, which defined the way of war for the vast majority of Adeptus Astartes for 10,000 years after Gilliman was placed into stasis. Lorgar penned Lectitio Divinatus, his argument for the divinity of the Emperor, which became the foundational text for the Ministorum for 10,000 years, even after Lorgar turned to chaos. Lorgar thus showed himself to be the equal of Gilliman in the creation of this magnum opus, defining a huge portion of the Imperium despite his absence. If Lorgar had instead worked to pen an argument for the standardization of a humanity-focused imperial truth, it would have created a Fisher King institution of imperial philosophy which would have stood for millennia. Just as Gilliman shaped the Imperium's military doctrine, so too Lorgar could have shaped its ideological and philosophical foundation as the architect of imperial philosophy. Had the Emperor worked with Lorgar and engaged with him and crafted a set of beliefs that they both could live with, then instead of the straightforwardly religious Lectitio Divinatus, Lorgar could have written a grand, unifying text on the imperial truth, as a belief system centered on humanity's greatness, purpose, and unity, rather than being centered as a cold, rationalist doctrine as spread by the Emperor. This could have then given the Imperium a core ideological foundation beyond just military conquest. And so, instead of religion creeping back in uncontrolled, a Lorgar-led imperial truth could have preemptively shaped how future generations understood humanity's place in the galaxy. Without this foundation, the Imperium has drifted ideologically, allowing the Ministorum to fill the void with his own interpretations of dogma. Even though Lorgar was cast down, his absence has still defined the Imperium through the Fisher King effect, just in the wrong way. Lorgar had the rhetorical skill to write let's call it a codex of imperial truth, to provide a clear, standardized imperial ideology, thus to try to prevent future schisms and contradictions in how different planets view imperial rule. It might have been able to center the needs of humanity and human interconnectedness, thus softening the Imperium's descent into dogmatic oppression, and ensuring that humanity's unity was based on reason and purpose rather than blind faith and fear. Lorgar could have become the Imperium's greatest thinker rather than its greatest heretic. The Emperor would have needed to recognize Lorgar's talent as a writer, theologian, his talent in rhetoric and philosophy. He could have made Lorgar into his greatest ideological ally instead of his most dangerous enemy. There was another option available to the Emperor, a strategic pivot. He could have addressed the speed of conquest of the word-bearers as the primary concern, and religious belief as a secondary matter. This could have thus had the chance to fix the one problem, while buying time to gradually improve the second problem. The way to do this would have been to frame the conquest of worlds as Lorgar's grand purpose, while removing the post-conquest compliance efforts from Lorgar's responsibility in a way which does not seem like a punishment. Ideally, the word-bearers would end up simply transferring compliance efforts from Astartes to humans, as the Iron Hands did. Here's an example for what the Emperor could have told Lorgar. "My son, by making such slow progress, you are denying so many other worlds the imperial truth. Let the conquest of worlds be the manner in which you serve. Ensuring that worlds are made compliant can be entrusted to non-Astartes. Create an organization of humans to work with your legion to bring worlds into compliance. The humans of the Imperial Army fight alongside your legion in battle. Now let humans fight for compliance after the battle ends. Such an organization of humans would assuredly have been made explicitly religious by Lorgar, but it could have then been infiltrated and molded by the Emperor's agents over time to gradually turn the organization and the planets they bring into compliance away from religiosity. Kick the can down the road. Instead of telling Lorgar he's just wrong, reframe efficiency as a divine duty, thus aligning with Lorgar's need for purpose and perhaps making him eager to comply. Removing post-conquest compliance efforts from the direct purview of the Wordbearer's Legion both frees up manpower for the Wordbearers to continue expansion, but also removes their particular dangerous fanaticism from the compliance efforts. By framing it as delegation, Lorgar could still feel in control, while the Emperor's agents could subtly reshape the process. The Wordbearers themselves could still serve a secular imperium, while themselves being religious. They just needed to make conquest itself into their holy mission. Again, kick the can down the road. The Emperor could deal with that later. Instead of shattering Lorgar's faith in a single moment, this approach would have thus allowed the Imperium to gradually guide him towards a more useful belief system over time. This option could not be possible after the brutality and cruelty of Monarchia. The Emperor's sudden destruction of Lorgar's faith made a slow pivot impossible. So this really was an either-or situation. The Emperor was a being of incredible post-human intellect. Did he just fail to think of a long-term option? No. Clearly, that is not the case. He must have thought of such options as the aforementioned pivot, and probably some even better options besides, but chose not to engage in them, and instead to act more harshly. Perhaps he may have felt that he needed to act more harshly, more decisively, to address a deeper problem. Well, what sort of deeper problem have we not yet considered? Could apotheosis have been forced upon the Emperor? Could Lorgar's religious efforts have changed the Emperor into a god? In the warp, the thematic is the real. Belief is creation. Emotion takes form. And to think is more real than to act. A man's soul can be weighed on a scale against a feather, because symbolism is structure. If enough people hold strong enough faith that the Emperor is a god for generations, why should the unnatural laws of the warp care about the belief of a single individual in opposition? Even if that individual's belief is that he himself is not divine. Belief has power in 40K. In the warp, the stronger the faith, the more real the object of faith becomes within the Immaterium. If enough humans believed in the Emperor's divinity with enough conviction, then the warp could have made it real, regardless of the Emperor's own will. The Imperial truth was meant to prevent this exact scenario, but Lorgar was unintentionally undoing the Emperor's safeguards. Since the warp can shape gods from belief, what would happen if humanity's faith in the Emperor reached critical mass? Was the Emperor in danger of losing control of himself? Is faith a binding force? Could the Emperor have been trapped in a divine role he never intended, unable to act freely? Perhaps the Emperor feared that if he allowed Lorgar's religious movement to spread, he would no longer be able to direct his own fate. As billions worshipped the Emperor as a god upon the planets Lorgar conquered, he He could have become a being of faith and power within the warp, just like the Chaos Gods. The Emperor was already the psychic beacon, the Astronomicon, and so if the faith of humanity shaped him into a true god, he might have lost his independence, lost his agency. He might have gained a shadow self in the warp, or indeed have lost his real self and only had the shadow self. He could have become a deity bound by the faith and expectations of his followers, unable to choose otherwise. Thus, perhaps the Emperor felt that he had no choice but to act brutally, not just to correct Lorgar, but to prevent himself from being shaped into something beyond his control. He needed the destruction of Monarchia as a symbolic rejection of faith, a grand, undeniable act to try to shatter the idea of his divinity in a manner that would not be easily repaired, publicly humiliating Lorgar, publicly denouncing the faith. The Emperor may indeed have been trying to break a growing, building metaphysical force before it reached a point of no return. If this was the real issue, then no long-term strategy could have been acceptable. No gradual correction, no ideological pivot followed by long-term infiltration. This was not about Lorgar's emotions or the speed of compliance so far as the Emperor was concerned. It wasn't even just about stamping out religion as a general concept. This was indeed about the Emperor fighting for his own metaphysical autonomy before it was taken from him. Well, why care about that? Is becoming a god just becoming more powerful but otherwise staying the way you were? No. Throughout the galaxy, the four chaos powers appeared over and over in folk religions, in benevolent-appearing disguises. This can be especially well seen in the Colchizian religion, the Covenant. Despite planet after planet believing in the benevolent deific nature of a noble god of honorable warfare, or a bacchanalian god of fertility and the harvest, or a wise god of magic and wisdom, or a caring god of death and the peaceful afterlife. The ultimate nature of the powers of chaos was unchanged. They are parasitic monsters, the primordial annihilator, inimical to all life. The benevolent intent, appearance, and practice of religion does not prevent a warp entity from being malevolent. The Emperor understood chaos better than any other mortal. As he spent months gaining information from his agents about the actions and religiosity of Lorgar and the Word-Bearers, I suspect that he was also spending time and effort testing himself and conferring with Malgador about whether apotheosis was building, perhaps even terrified about the possibility that he may already be too late. That is, the Emperor wasn't just waiting to decide what to do about Lorgar. He was watching himself, testing whether apotheosis had already begun. If belief alone could force a god into existence, then every minute that passed with billions worshipping him as divine could have been tipping the scales against his will. He knew what chaos was, how benevolent-seeming gods could still become corrupt, monstrous forces. He knew that faith created power in the warp. He knew that faith and belief bound beings in the warp. He could not risk becoming something he could not control. He may have spent this time in fear of what he might be turning into. And so, by the time Monarchia happened, it may not have been Lorgar alone that the Emperor was trying to destroy, but the creeping, invisible force that had been building in his own shadow. If this was the case, then his response at Monarchia was not about correcting Lorgar primarily, but rather an act of desperate self-preservation. The question then becomes, was this enough? Had Lorgar already done irreversible damage? Was this the seed of the Dark King? I shall not be speaking overmuch of the Dark King, because at the time that I'm recording this in 2026, Games Workshop has not done much with the Dark King in lore. So it's entirely possible that by the time I end up publishing, it'll have a novel and a new faction for it or something. Anyway, back to the Emperor. Given what we know about the Emperor, what must he have been thinking and feeling if he suspected that he was at risk of contracting apotheosis? He and Malgador would have been the only ones in the Imperium who knew the risk academically. And the Emperor was only one of 5 entities who could understand the risk personally, who could understand the feeling of building godhood within oneself. And of course, the other 4 such entities were horrible warp parasites who wanted him dead. He must have felt so isolated, so afraid. If he was forced into godhood, he knew there was no way back. For the first time in a long, long time, he may have felt something approaching helplessness. He was a being of unparalleled knowledge and power, but this was a transformation which, once complete, might never be undone. It would mean losing his will, his identity, perhaps even his humanity. The Emperor must have felt isolated, an idea that no one else can understand this, and no one else that he could trust to talk to about this. Who is he going to talk to? The Chaos Gods? His nightmare reflections? He might even have thought that his sons could not be trusted with this knowledge, not only because he didn't really care about them, but also for fear that one of them might push him towards godhood intentionally. He was walking a path that no one else had ever walked. Thus, no one else could help him or understand. He must have felt afraid of whether he was already too late. The Emperor knew that faith creates reality, that is, in the unreality of the warp. If billions already believed in his divinity, could he stop the building vortex? He had spent centuries ensuring that he was seen as a ruler, perhaps intentionally being seen as a tyrant, but not a god. But had he understood humanity's need for a ruler, or had he underestimated humanity's need for faith? If he had already begun to change, would there be no way back? What if he could not stop it? Perhaps he felt desperation, a sense that he must act before it was beyond his control. Monarchia may have been a last-ditch effort, a way to shatter faith in a dramatic fashion because he felt that a slower, safer path was not an option. Perhaps he felt helpless, a feeling that even he, as powerful as he was, could not control everything, a feeling that he was at the mercy of forces beyond his control. If he was right, if the process had already begun, then he may have known that his eventual fate was the Golden Throne, or a similar idea. He would become a prisoner of faith, unable to die and unable to change. He would become a god, but not on his own terms, for a god is shaped by the desperate prayers and blind faith of the people, not by the god's will. A god does not dabble in something so human as decisions. He knew what gods were. He knew what chaos was. And he must have indeed hated and feared the idea that he might become something similar. I suspect that this, then, was the Emperor's greatest fear. The Emperor did not fear the Xenos, or the Chaos Gods, or rebellion, so much as he feared becoming something he despised, something that he could never escape. If he truly felt godhood stirring within him, then Monarchia may have been an act of self-defense, and it may have already been too late. We know from canon, the Dark King of godhood stirs within the Emperor, moving forward and backward through time as ripples through the warp. Perhaps this is the fault of Lorgar, and perhaps not. But that brings up a big question. If the Emperor was too late to pursue a long-term pivot at Monarchia, if he needed drastic action, did the Emperor make a mistake by not killing Lorgar like he had killed the Primarchs of the 2nd and 11th Legions. Should he have executed Lorgar at Monarchia? By this point, Lorgar had already spread the idea of the Emperor as a god across many worlds newly conquered. He had created a growing, self-sustaining religious movement that could have been potentially impossible to fully erase. Lorgar had possibly already contributed to the Emperor's potential future forced apotheosis in ways that could not be undone, though I admit that this is perhaps speculative. What would killing Lorgar have done? Well, it would have stopped him from spreading his religion further. With Lorgar dead, the Word-Bearers would no longer be a vector for religious worship. They would likely have been subsumed into the Ultramarines, much like the 2nd and 11th Legions had done. The faith that Lorgar had spread would no longer have a living Primarch to reinforce it, though there was the risk then that it might have made him a martyr instead. Killing Lorgar would have cut off Chaos's greatest tool before it could be used. Lorgar was in many ways the architect of the Horus heresy, corrupting Horus and corrupting some key legions and Primarchs. Without Lorgar, Chaos's plan might have fallen apart before it could take shape. Though, Chaos always finds a new champion. If not Lorgar, then perhaps another Primarch might have taken his place. Then, of course, there's the concern about what message the other Primarchs might have heard. Guilliman and Dorn likely would have approved of the execution, much in the same way that they had approved the deaths of the 2nd and 11th Primarchs. But perhaps some others might have seen the execution as an unforgivable act of cruelty. So perhaps killing Lorgar might have driven any such nascent rebellion to occur even earlier. Plus, there's the concern that maybe it was too late. The damage was already done. That killing Lorgar could not undo what had already happened. So why didn't the Emperor kill Lorgar? Was it emotional hesitation? He had already lost 2 sons, the 2nd and 11th Primarchs. If he truly grieved for them, then perhaps he may have been reluctant to kill another son unless absolutely necessary. Perhaps it was a pragmatic calculation that Lorgar was still useful. He was still a Primarch, an asset to the Great Crusade, and the leader of the 2nd largest Space Marine Legion. If the Emperor thought that he could redirect Lorgar rather than destroy him, that may have seemed like the better choice. We spoke already about the fear of martyrdom, the idea that Lorgar dying could have strengthened his religious legacy. His followers perhaps might have deified him even more, making the faith harder to stamp out. Potentially, the Emperor may have thought that he had more time, that Lorgar could still be salvaged, or that his influence could still be undone. But if so, he had underestimated how deeply Chaos had prepared for events. Was sparing Lorgar the Emperor's greatest mistake? I feel likely not. You have to look further back in time to the Emperor failing to engage with Lorgar to find greater mistakes. But by choosing to break Lorgar instead of killing him, the Emperor did not understand that he was turning Lorgar from a loyal, misguided son into an enemy, one who would go on to ensure the Imperium's greatest war tore the Imperium apart. So why did the Emperor do what he did? I've got an interesting idea. If the Emperor suspected a risk of apotheosis, and knew at least an inkling of what terrible things that could mean, but chose to risk it all by only punishing Lorgar instead of killing him, that may have been a supremely human, irrational decision. He was risking himself, his identity, his agency, and the very future of humanity to give one of his sons a chance to live. Allowing Lorgar to live risked the doom of both himself and humanity, yet he still chose to spare his son. It's a father's gamble against fate, a decision that defies pure logic in favor of love, or at least sentiment. in a way that the emperor almost never engaged with. What mythology might we draw on for comparison? Perhaps Zeus and Kronos, the father who knew his child might destroy him. Kronos devoured his children because of a prophecy that one of them would overthrow him. Later, Zeus, having been warned of a similar fate, that his own child with Metis would surpass him, chose not to kill his unborn child, but instead swallowed Metis whole to prevent the prophecy. This did not prevent the prophecy. Athena was still born, emerging from his skull fully formed. Thus, the emperor may have known that Lorgar was dangerous, but chose not to devour him outright. His attempt to contain the problem through public humiliation failed, and Lorgar still became the architect of the emperor's downfall. So, just as Zeus's choice led to Athena's birth in an unexpected way, the emperor's choice led to the Horus heresy in a way that he may not have foreseen. Perhaps Balder and Loki. In Norse mythology, Balder was the most beloved of the gods, and he was prophesied to die. This doomed son, so beloved of the gods took every precaution to protect him, making everything in the world swear not to harm him, but they missed mistletoe. Loki, knowing this, tricked another god into killing Balder with a mistletoe dart. After Balder's death, the gods could have executed Loki immediately, but they didn't. Instead, Loki was punished and imprisoned, but he eventually escaped and went on to become the architect of Ragnarok, the end of the gods. Thus, the emperor, recognizing that Lorgar was dangerous, but not taking the ultimate step of killing him, might be seen to be like Odin imprisoning Loki rather than executing Loki. That is to say, Lorgar was humiliated instead of eliminated. By leaving him alive, it allowed something in him to fester into something worse, thus leading him to play the central role in the emperor's downfall. Perhaps King Arthur and Mordred. In some versions of Arthurian legend, Arthur is warned that Mordred will be the one to bring about his end. In some versions, Arthur, like Herod, tried to have all children of Mordred's age killed to prevent the prophecy. But Mordred survived, grew to adulthood, revealed himself to Arthur, and joined the Knights of the Round Table, rather than being executed by Arthur. In the end, striking the fatal blow that kills King Arthur. Arthur's decision to allow Mordred to live and to rise within his court thus ultimately seals his fate. The emperor may have seen warning signs in Lorgar, but still allowed him to rise within the Imperium, to pursue his own path in the Great Crusade, even after being punished. But like Mordred, Lorgar ultimately became a betrayer, striking a blow against the Imperium, in this case by ensuring Horus's fall. Had the emperor been more ruthless, perhaps could the fall have been avoided? Had Arthur been harsher, could his own death have been avoided? In the story of Abraham and Isaac, God commands Abraham to sacrifice his beloved son Isaac, and Abraham prepares to do so. But in the last moment, God stops Abraham, instead providing a ram. This test was not about killing Isaac. Rather, Abraham and God were testing each other. God was testing Abraham's willingness to do what God commanded, to do what was necessary. And God was being tested by Abraham in turn, with Abraham needing God to prove himself worthy of worship. Did the emperor hesitate? Did he spare Lorgar as a test of himself, only to realize too late that he had miscalculated? Did the emperor spare Lorgar like how God spared Isaac? Perhaps was the rational decision execution, but the human decision mercy? Perhaps, if the emperor spared Lorgar despite knowing the risk, then he was not acting as the cold, perfect machine he pretended to be to all the Primarchs. He was a tragic father who knew better, but who couldn't bring himself to do it. He was being irrational, hopeful, and perhaps ultimately doomed by his own sentiment. Mythology warns us over and over that the father who cannot destroy his son, despite knowing a prophesied betrayal, will fall by that son's hand, as with Kronos and Zeus. The question is, what did the emperor know? What did the emperor suspect? If he knew that Lorgar would betray him, why did he let Lorgar live? If he didn't know that Lorgar would betray him, but he knew that Lorgar had already betrayed the imperial truth through spreading religion, why did he let Lorgar live? If the emperor was indeed at risk of apotheosis in the near future, then the decision he had to make regarding Lorgar could have been the last decision of great magnitude he would have the chance to make as a mortal, the last decision he could make with free will, without the influence of the faith of his billions of congregants shaping or perhaps overriding his agency. Perhaps tomorrow he would wake up and find that his identity was no longer his own. Faced with the possible loss of the remainder of his humanity, the emperor may have responded by defiantly choosing a very human choice. If he truly feared that his identity would soon no longer be his own, then this was a moment where he still had the power to choose freely. A god would not hesitate. A god would see only necessity. Instead, not a ruler, not a warlord, not a pragmatist, he was a father. Maybe for the only time in his life, he made a father's choice. If he was going to be forced into godhood, then before that happened, he would prove to himself and to Malkador and to the universe that he was still a man. This makes Lorgar's betrayal even more tragic. Lorgar did not know that he had already been given more mercy than anyone else in the Imperium's history, and yet he still felt abandoned. With this constellation of ideas, none of which are explicitly endorsed in canon, but all of which are plausible within the confines of 40K, we have identified a course for possible actions and motivations in which both the Emperor and Lorgar believed they were acting out of concern for the other. Both came out of the events of Monarchia unsure about the other, and both felt unsure about the future and felt betrayed by each other. All because, on the one hand, the Emperor wouldn't tell Lorgar certain important information. The Emperor failed to ask Lorgar anything about Lorgar's life or his past or what was important to him, and because he left Lorgar isolated with no ongoing guidance. And on the other hand, Lorgar built his beliefs about the Emperor off of his own preconceptions and biases, instead of trying to get to know his father as an individual, all while placing impossibly high expectations on his father, such that the Emperor was certainly doomed to not live up to them. This is such a well-made tragedy, built not on malice, but on misunderstanding, omission, and inevitable disillusionment. The Emperor believed he was protecting Lorgar from chaos, from misguided faith, perhaps even from himself, but he did so without ever trying to truly know his son. Lorgar believed he was honoring the Emperor, spreading devotion, bringing unity, making worlds believe in something greater. But he did so without ever truly knowing his father, because he was blinded by his own preconceptions. Both of them thought that they were acting in the other's best interest. Both of them walked away feeling deeply betrayed. Both were right and both were wrong, because the one thing that could have saved them, communicating, understanding each other in a real father-son relationship, never happened. This is a tragedy that does not need a villain. It only needs two people who never figured out how to love each other. Fuck, I love this storytelling so much. The Emperor did not intend for Lorgar or the Word-Bearers to be destroyed, but instead punished, so that they would course correct. The Ultramarines Legion and their realm of Ultramar, a growing realm of hundreds of obedient and prosperous star systems, were exactly what the Emperor wanted the Word-Bearers to be like. The Ultramarines conquered worlds quickly and administered effectively. Administered government effectively. They were a mirror that the Emperor wanted to hold up to the Word-Bearers as an example of what he wanted them to be. By choosing the Ultramarines to be present at Monarchia, the Emperor hoped that after the Word-Bearers' punishment and shame, they might see in the tool of their punishment a hope for acceptance and something to live up to. This is precisely not what happened. But it is interesting that, by choosing the Ultramarines instead of, for example, the more militarily focused Iron Hands, the Emperor seems to have been signaling a willingness for the Word-Bearers to take some part in administration of government and rebuilding after battle. The Emperor wanted Lorgar to learn, not to be destroyed. And to effectuate that, he chose a legion renowned for balance, efficiency, and governance, not one focused purely on war. Let us examine some similarities and differences between the Ultramarines and the Word-Bearers with regards to conquering worlds, building or rebuilding after annexation, and compliance efforts post-conquest. So first off, both legions sought lasting compliance, stable worlds, not just military victory. The Ultramarines built lasting governance structures tied directly to Ultramar that ensured imperial rule endured. The Word-Bearers sought ideological compliance, aiming for deep cultural transformation. Both of them cared about the aftermath. They weren't just conquerors. They weren't going to hit it and quit it. Instead, both excelled at creating stable, productive worlds. Ultramar was turned into an economic powerhouse by the Ultramarines through order, pragmatism, some amount of meritocracy, albeit tempered by aristocracy. The Word-Bearers left behind worlds which were deeply loyal to the Imperium and which did their best to exceed the tithes demanded of them because of their faith. Both Guilliman and Lorgar took conquest personally, Guilliman seeing each world as part of a grand strategic vision, and Lorgar seeing each world as souls to be won. Neither Primarch were content to simply leave compliance to bureaucrats and then move on, though it is fair to say that the Ultramarines did have a broader human civilian apparatus of governance, which was only headed by the Ultramarines. There were some notable differences. The Ultramarines conquered quickly, imposing order efficiently afterwards, whereas the Word-Bearers took their time, ensuring deep cultural transformation after the initial military victory. It seems obvious that the Emperor wanted the Word-Bearers to learn how to move more quickly, to conquer worlds in a more rapid succession, and he wanted them to learn this from the Ultramarines. Their approach to compliance was different. The Ultramarines enforced laws, economic policies, and military control, whereas the Word-Bearers focused on ideological indoctrination and religious unity. I don't find anything in canon to say that the Word-Bearers particularly cared about economic reforms or whatnot on worlds that they conquered. So perhaps the Emperor's goal was to push the Word-Bearers towards more practical methods. The Ultramarines built loyalty in a vaguely Roman manner, an attempt to get people to buy into a system by being a part of it. Governance, prosperity, and meritocracy were their goals, and to the extent that they succeeded at that, they did get people to buy into the idea. They never really succeeded at that at the amount that they expected because they kept the aristocracy, but whatever. Word-Bearers, meanwhile, built loyalty through belief, devotion, and spiritual unity, and that could survive without the Word-Bearers. Now, of course, this did not work. The Word-Bearers saw the Ultramarines not as an example, but rather as an insult. Instead of aspiring to be like them, they resented the Ultramarines for being used as the Emperor's ideal, and thus their focus shifted from redemption to revenge. It ensured that instead of learning from the Ultramarines, they would rebel against whatever the Ultramarines were aligned with. By the time of the Monarchia castigation, Lorgar had already finished writing Lectitio Divinatus and had begun distribution. Meanwhile, Guilliman was much of the way through writing the Codex Astartes. It is reasonable to think that the Emperor's intelligence networks would have been able to get him copies of both of these works, though it is unclear in canon whether the Emperor actually cared about either of these works or read either of them. If the Emperor had read both Lectitio Divinatus and the partially completed Codex Astartes before deciding Lorgar's fate, he would have immediately recognized that both were works of extraordinary intellect and enduring influence. This leads me to wonder what may he have thought about them comparatively, if he did indeed read both of them. Would the similarly high quality of these Primarch's written works have potentially played a part in swaying his decision to not execute Lorgar, simply because his work showed incredible potential? Perhaps he spared Lorgar not just out of sentiment or hesitation, as we've talked about before, but because he saw in Lorgar the same kind of academic brilliance that Guilliman possessed. Guilliman was writing the future of the Imperium's Astartes military doctrine, whereas Lorgar had written the foundation of imperial religion. Perhaps the Emperor might have hoped that, if given the right guidance, Lorgar might one day write a more useful magnum opus, perhaps the philosophical foundation of the imperial truth, as we had previously discussed. Sparing Lorgar may have been a gamble that Lorgar could one day be redeemed and turned towards something great and useful. However, by failing to give Lorgar any guidance following Monarchia, by failing to give him any guidance for a century before Monarchia, the Emperor ensured that Lectitio Divinatus became Lorgar's imperial legacy, and that heresy and betrayal became the rest of his legacy. If I were Valdor, the captain of the Adeptus Custodes of the time, I would have felt some complicated emotions regarding the sudden realization that Lorgar had been spreading an emperor-focused religion for a century. Valdor should have had every reason to have strong feelings about this news. Valdor may have felt embarrassed. The greatest ideological threat to the imperial truth had been spreading for a century, and the Custodes hadn't caught it. The job of the Custodes is to protect and serve the Emperor, and one of the 20 or so most important people in the galaxy had been betraying the Emperor's ideals, but Valdor had not been the one to find out about it and bring it to the Emperor's attention. Perhaps Valdor may have felt exasperation. Nobody who found out about it had enough clout to bring it to the attention of the Custodes. This is a huge failure of the intelligence apparatus. Perhaps he felt anger, and I believe that this is the most justifiable one through canonical evidence. Valdor had a high opinion of himself, and he never really trusted the Primarchs. Valdor had always viewed the Primarchs as dangerous variables, not even true equals to the Custodes. This was false. The Custodes were inferior to the Primarchs, but whatever. The Custodes never thought that the Primarchs were true kin to the Emperor. It was the Emperor's command that the Custodes not be dispatched as observers. But perhaps now that this had led to Lorgar digging a deeper hole for himself for a century, Valdor realized that left unchecked, a Primarch could do enormous damage, even while well-intentioned. Thus, given these emotions, he may have advocated for stronger oversight of the Primarchs going forward. Perhaps it was even Valdor personally who was the impetus behind Custodes being attached to the Word-Bearers after Monarchia. But did Valdor push for execution of Lorgar? This is unclear in canon. Make your own video. Maybe you read a little throwaway sentence in the Horus Heresy books that I missed. For his part, the emperor trusted the Custodes more than any of the Primarchs, more than anyone else, save perhaps Malcador. He seems to have only ever dispatched custodians from his person or from the imperial palace on punitive missions. For example, later, accompanying Russ to Prospero. What does it say about the emperor's view of the Custodes that the emperor never considered that the Custodes might have utility in a supportive role instead of a confrontational role? Was the emperor perhaps afraid that the custodian attached to a Primarch as an advisor might grow close enough to that Primarch that their loyalty could shift away from the emperor? The Custodes were supposed to be reflections of the emperor's will, not just warriors. But if a custodian were attached as a permanent advisor to a Primarch, perhaps constant exposure to that Primarch's charisma, ideology, and experiences might create a bond stronger than loyalty to the emperor. Malcador and Valdor were completely loyal to the emperor, but Malcador had enough independence to argue with the emperor, and Valdor already harbored doubts about the Primarchs. Perhaps other custodians exposed to one of the more inspiring Primarchs, like Sanguinius, might begin to feel conflicted. The Custodes, made in the emperor's will, might perhaps be drawn into Primarch-driven factions, where the Primarchs were made in the emperor's image, thus diluting their purity of purpose. Now, of course, the Custodes were extensions of the emperor's authority. They were generally not used as independent agents. It was only much later that the Custodes commanded armies. Assigning the Custodes as advisors perhaps might have given them more independent power than the emperor wanted, making them quasi-governors or perhaps ideological enforcers or political officers rather than warriors. Perhaps the emperor feared the risk of making a parallel power structure within the Imperium, one where the Custodes, rather than the emperor, influenced the decisions made by generals in the Great Crusade. And of course, the bigger problem, the overarching problem, was that the emperor saw the Primarchs as tools, not individuals in need of guidance, not children to be mentored, just weapons of conquest. In order to feel that assigning Custodes, or anyone, to support a Primarch, the emperor would have needed to understand that the Primarchs were figures in need of oversight, guidance, and emotional stability. It would have required the emperor to admit that perhaps everyone needs guidance and emotional support sometimes, maybe even himself, the emperor. And so, instead of engaging with such difficult thoughts, the emperor expected the Custodes to perform their punitive function only following disaster, and so only intervene when they failed. The Custodes, for their part, only appeared when something had already gone horribly wrong. The emperor saw them as correctional forces, not proactive agents. And so, after that had been established as precedent, their presence would thus have been viewed as a sign of failure. This is unfortunate, because it means that he missed opportunities to prevent failure in the first place. But overall, I feel that the strongest evidence from what we know of the emperor's personality was that he feared that the Custodes' presence among the Primarchs would compromise their absolute loyalty to the emperor, instead potentially making them loyal to their charge, the Primarch. For if a custodian became too sympathetic to a Primarch, he might begin questioning the emperor's choices. If a custodian came to understand the Primarch's perspective, and perhaps even advocate for the Primarch's perspective, would he still be purely an extension of the emperor's will? If the Custodes were only ever sent out because the emperor wanted them to punish somebody, but the rest of the time he needed to keep them close to the source of his authority, then the irony there is that by keeping the Custodes distant from the Primarchs, he may have allowed many of the Primarchs to spiral further out of control. Do you, watching this video, feel like a custodian advisor assigned to Lorgar early could have prevented his descent? Or do you think that attaching one to such a fierce orator and accomplished evangelist as Lorgar could have resulted in a custodian being converted to Lorgar's religion? Leave a comment and then go make your own darn video. If my knowledge of canon is accurate, the Emperor only ever dispatched the Custodes in sufficient force that they could watch each other as well as their target. This implies that the Emperor may have been worried that a single custodian may have wavered, might have been at risk of developing personal loyalty to his charge rather than to the Emperor, and so he was relying on their group dynamic to keep each other in line. This further implies that even though the Emperor trusted the Custodes more than anyone else, he only trusted them in aggregate and not individually. That is, he trusted their collective discipline and their ability to police each other, but not necessarily their individual resilience. This would mean that even among the Custodes, his bodyguards, the Emperor assumed that loyalty was something fragile, something that needed constant reinforcement through peer oversight, and, as we mentioned before, by keeping them close to the Emperor, to the source of authority, by sending them out in groups to, for example, the Space Wolves or the Word Bearers. He ensured that they were as much watching each other as watching their target. Thus we come to a finding. The Emperor viewed loyalty not as innate, but as something that must be actively maintained, even among those he trusted most. This also implies that he never took anyone's devotion for granted, no matter how perfect they seemed. With that in mind, the Emperor's decisions with regards to, for example, Angron and Conrad Kurs become, in retrospect, even dumber. Now, back to Monarchia. At Monarchia, Lorgar was severely punished. There are several important points we might discuss. 100,000 Ultramarines were deployed to Monarchia. Remember, the Ultramarines were at that point the largest legion. Did the Emperor suspect that the Word Bearers would react by attacking en masse, and thus he would need the might of an entire legion, the only legion larger than the Word Bearers, to put them down? The capital city of Monarchia, Kor, was burned to the ground by the Ultramarines and the population slaughtered. The Emperor notably did not perform exterminatus on the planet, but on the other hand, he did not have the Ultramarines make an effort to just conquer the planet and then bring the city into compliance according to the Emperor's view of the imperial truth. So why the middle ground? The Emperor, after Lorgar reacted poorly to Malcador, appeared and psychically forced the Word Bearers to kneel before him. The removal of their agency was perhaps not what stung Lorgar the worst, but rather the lack of trust about whether the Word Bearers would obey the Emperor's direct order. Monarchia appears to have been a brutal and carefully calculated punishment, but what exactly the Emperor was calculating is unclear in canon. All of these things together raise important questions about the Emperor's expectations, choices, and the psychological damage inflicted upon Lorgar and his legion. Let's go through these in a little more detail. Deploying 100,000 Ultramarines on Monarchia was not a symbolic act of rebuke, it was a show of force. The Word Bearers, the second largest legion at the time, could have retaliated immediately. Maybe. And so a full-strength deployment ensured that if the Word Bearers resisted, they could be crushed, perhaps all killed, right then and there, by the Ultramarines. Did the Emperor expect Lorgar to fight? I don't know. He likely understood that Lorgar's emotional state was fragile and unpredictable, but perhaps the Ultramarines' presence was meant as a deterrent rather than as a preemptive strike force. I mean, if he had just intended to be able to destroy the Word Bearers en masse right away, just in case they attacked, he had his fleet there. He could have used the Bucephalus, or whatever his flagship was at the time, to destroy them from orbit. Thus, if Lorgar had ordered an attack, or if his legion had mutinied and attacked without Lorgar's order, this would have been the time in canon that the Word Bearers were destroyed entirely. Now, why was Kur burned to the ground, but Monarchia was not exterminatus. Well, as a symbolism of erasure, Kur was the monument to Lorgar's religion, so thus, by burning it, it was a monument to Lorgar's failure. He wanted it removed from history. Letting it stand under new rule might have allowed its legacy to persist. But by having a controlled punishment in this manner, unlike exterminatus, it left survivors. The message was aimed at Lorgar and his legion, not at just destroying the entire planet. That is to say, if the planet had been completely destroyed, it might have been harder to justify the punishment as corrective rather than simply brutal. The psychic kneeling of the word-bearers has been discussed before. The Emperor was not just forcing obedience, he was demonstrating that he did not trust them to obey even a single command. This was a direct rejection of Lorgar's belief that he was the most loyal son. It was a statement to Lorgar that your free will is meaningless before me. But also, to that point, it was a statement that since Lorgar had been fucking up so badly for a century, the Emperor did not trust him to do anything. Being forced to kneel by the Emperor's psychic power was a denial of their dignity, their worth, their obedience. This created perhaps a deeper emotional wound among the rank and file than did the destruction of Kur itself. And thus, all this stuff put together made Monarchia a moment of no return. The Emperor's goal appears to have been correction and behavioral change. But by fucking it up so badly, what he created was shame, rage, and disillusionment. The scale of the punishment ensured that even if Lorgar wanted to redeem himself, he might not find it possible to bring the entire legion with him. The kneeling had broken something fundamental in the entire Word-Bearer's legion, the rank and file. Now, this brings us to the next question. Did the Emperor underestimate the depth of the damage that he inflicted? Was he simply too focused on the larger goals of the Great Crusade to care? Both? I feel it's obvious from canon that following the castigation at Monarchia, the Emperor completely underestimated how deep of a wound he had inflicted. He, the Custodes, and the Ultramarines all went back to the front lines of the Crusade immediately, and the Word-Bearers were left alone. For a month, the Word-Bearers' fleet remained in orbit around Monarchia. This waiting period, this calm before the storm, this holding of breath, is another emotionally fraught time which bears close examination. Similar in many ways to the prophetic year which passed on Colchis waiting for the Emperor to arrive. Let us start by comparing these two times. On Colchis, there had been breathless hope for the fulfillment of prophecy, but then in orbit around Monarchia, it was the dark mirror of that time. This was the exhausted pit of divine punishment. Not even divine, for the Emperor had done all of this while saying explicitly it was because he, the Emperor, was not divine. On Colchis, a planet had been waiting with bated breath, standing still for the Emperor to come and change their lives. And then in orbit above Monarchia, the Legion was shocked into stillness and silence after the Emperor had changed their lives and then departed, possibly forever. Nobody knew what would happen on Colchis, especially if the Emperor did arrive on Colchis as prophesied. They all knew that their lives would change irrevocably at the end of the year, whether he did arrive or not. And then at Monarchia, nobody knew what would happen next for the Word-Bearers after the Emperor's departure. They all knew that their lives had already been changed irrevocably. A third of the population of Colchis had died in religious civil wars in preparation for the Emperor's message. The population of Kur on Monarchia was slaughtered to drive home that message. On Colchis, Lorgar had longingly looked to the skies for the arrival of his god, and in orbit above Monarchia, Lorgar stared down through the viewport from a godlike perspective from space, staring at the still burning golden city of Kur. the fires still visible from space for weeks afterwards. The writers from 40K have thus created a haunting and deeply poetic contrast, maybe by accident. The month in orbit above Monarchia was the inverse of the year of waiting on Colchis a century before. It was a moment of broken faith, where everything once again hung in suspense, this time in ruin instead of anticipation. That is to say, Colchis was the birth of faith, Monarchia was its destruction. This month in orbit was the funeral of the old self of Lorgar and the Wordbearers. But no one knew yet what they would become. Just as Lorgar had once waited for the Emperor to arrive and change his life, he now waited for something else to change his life, something else to take shape in the void left behind by the absence of divinity. Interestingly, we know canonically what Lorgar was doing at this time. He waited in orbit, unsure of what to do, watching the burning city of Kor. He wore hair shirt robes in mourning. Hair shirt meaning like it's very rough and scratchy. It's a penance thing. He grieved for the loss of everything, really. He mourned the Emperor's commands and actions, and he made no commands of his own. He left his legion inactive. And most importantly, he spent the entire month having poison poured in his ears by Corpheron and Erebus. They were absolutely giddy at the chance to take control. If the Emperor would not be Lorgar's object of faith, these two reprobates would gleefully steer him in the direction which offered the greatest potential for personal power for each of the two of them. This month in mourning was such a critical turning point, not just because of Lorgar's despair, but mostly because it gave Corpheron and Erebus unrestricted access to his vulnerable mind, filling the vacuum of meaning with their own self-interest. Instead of helping him find a new purpose in the Imperium, they exploited his grief, feeding his bitterness, doubt, and resentment to try to direct him towards chaos. They framed the Emperor's rejection as proof that the Emperor was unworthy of Lorgar's devotion, and thus they introduced the idea that the truth Lorgar sought existed beyond the material realm, something far older and greater than the Emperor. They worked to reshape his need for faith and turn it towards the warp, while pretending to offer comfort and understanding. If anyone else had been there to reach him first, history might have been different. Any of his brothers, any friend, he had very few friends, Malcador maybe, even Malcador, who had been so instrumental in the punishment, any of them would have done something better than Corpheron and Erebus. Instead, Lorgar was left alone with the worst possible influences, the two worst people in the galaxy. By the end of that month, Lorgar did not need faith in the Emperor. He realized that he only needed faith itself. He had not decided yet on chaos, but this was the moment that Lorgar's path towards chaos was set. The Emperor had broken him, but Corpheron and Erebus were the ones who built him back up into something far worse. This month in orbit above Monarchia was an unprecedented crisis within the Wordbearers. We don't know for certain what happened to the 2nd and 11th legions, so we can't say for them, but we can say that this time in orbit above Monarchia had precedent among the Astartes legions only when the World Eaters had a brief civil war about whether or not to widely use the Butcher's Nails. The World Eaters Legion, to a man, had been humiliated in a way that no other legion had ever experienced. This created an identity crisis. Their faith had been invalidated. Their entire worldview had not just been challenged, it had been annihilated by the one being they trusted and cared about the most, the Emperor. The entire chaplaincy was suddenly bereft of purpose. They could not be counted on to support the chain of command, which, of course, they stood apart from. They were like a flying buttress, which had cracked and fallen, and thus was no longer supporting a wall. Lorgar, their guiding light, had gone silent. Without his leadership, every rank of the Legion was left in free fall. The officers were without direction from their Primarch. The rank and file were all grieving in their own way. Surely there must have been problems with discipline. How bad was it? Were there crackdowns? Executions? How bad could it have gotten had it gone on longer? Would the Legion have fragmented, crumbled, splintered into groups of renegades and pirates? It's not addressed in canon. And of course, then there's the fear and uncertainty about what would happen to them. Did the Emperor plan to replace them? Were they going to be dismantled and scattered from on high, like the 2nd and 11th Legions? Did they still have a place in the Imperium, or had they been written off? Perhaps they may have wondered if this was only the beginnings of the Legion's punishment. The Word-Bearers have something of a flaw of, let's call it, passivity. Lorgar acted when he believed he was receiving some sort of guidance from on high. The Lorgar's officers followed that example. They waited for him to give orders. In that month, Lorgar did not give orders. Thus, discontent and paranoia was growing. Dissenters may have been purged. Word-bearers who reacted too emotionally or too violently may have been executed. The Legion could not afford open rebellion within its ranks, so discipline had to be maintained, brutally if necessary. We know from the existence of Black Shields in the Horus Heresy that it was possible for a legion to shatter when it had an identity crisis. Thus, it was indeed possible that had the silence gone on for much longer, the word-bearers may have shattered, some of them splintering off into mercenary groups or pirates or renegades. Others may have tried to redeem themselves through extreme acts of loyalty. Black Shields offering to fight alongside other legions as penitents, for example. But then Lorgar did speak. At the end of the month, he gave them a new purpose, one that bound them together more tightly than ever. This was not a good thing. Now, we talked about the custodians. Following Monarchia, the Emperor had dispatched 5 custodians as observers of the word-bearers and Lorgar. These 5 individuals failed more completely in their duties than did anyone else in the entire setting of Warhammer 40,000, save only the Emperor himself. They utterly failed to understand the mind of Lorgar, the pernicious influence of Corpheron and Erebus, or the creeping corruption which gradually spread from those 3 to the rest of the Legion, and ultimately to 8 other legions. The failure of these 5 custodians is staggering in its scale. They were given a direct mandate from the Emperor himself, and yet they allowed the greatest betrayal in Imperial history to unfold right in front of them. Why? Well, first, they failed to understand Lorgar's mindset. He was not some disgraced general like they'd seen hundreds of times before in the Unification Wars. He was a shattered believer. The Custodes were warriors and enforcers, not philosophers or theologians. They did not understand or care about his spiritual crisis. They were watching him for military disobedience, and because of that, they missed the internal transformation that was far more dangerous. Custodians are trained to fight external threats, not political or ideological corruption. That's what the Inquisition was made for later. Corpheron and Erebus worked against Lorgar in whispers, in private conversations, making a slow, corrosive influence. The custodians had been watching for open defiance, not for subversive manipulation. And because of that, they misread the nature of corruption. To the Custodes, heresy meant rebellion against the Emperor in an obvious way. After the month was up, the word-bearers began fighting for the Imperium again, still acting as loyalists on the surface. The Custodes missed that they had been shifting towards chaos until they got to Vadoa, when it was far too late. We'll talk about Vadoa later. Were these custodians doomed to fail? Well, there were only 5 of them. Being so few, they could observe but not control or meaningfully intervene. In a legion of tens of thousands, they were insignificant in number. They had no cultural influence. They had no authority within the legion. They were just observing. If they suspected something was wrong, and if they had tried to act against Lorgar, would the word-bearers have listened to them? The Emperor gave them no clear plan. Their mandate appears to have been, send an astropathic message if the worst happened, and then die trying to kill Lorgar. This is not a plan. This is a complete failure of a plan. Thus, the greatest failure of the Custodes here was really the Emperor's failure. He had sent them on a mission that may have been impossible for them to succeed in. They did not have the training, they did not have the expertise to see what needed to be seen, and they did not have the manpower to do what was needed to be done. That sentence got away from me a little. The Emperor gave them a role that was passive, when what was needed was active intervention, probably from the Emperor himself, honestly. And so by the time they realized what was happening on Vadoa, it was because it was already so obvious that they could not help but notice. And that's too late. Lorgar had already found faith in chaos. Could the Custodes have stopped the fall of the word-bearers? Or was their failure inevitable from the moment Lorgar was left alone to grieve for a month? Shit, I don't know. Make your own freaking video. Now, let's clarify. For the next 43 years, this is the history of the word-bearers, which the wider Imperium believed to be true regarding this time period immediately after Monarchia. Lorgar spent a month above Monarchia in private planning sessions with his 2 most trusted subordinates, the Custodes bodyguards granted to him by the Emperor as a gift of trust, waiting patiently outside his chambers. Then, like a thunderbolt, the word-bearers struck deep into the far reaches of the galaxy, Lorgar leading them to conquer world after world in rapid succession. The Emperor's gentle guidance had transformed their practice, and now the Great Crusade itself was transformed by the renewed fury of this great legion. Hail the Primarch! This is the history of the word-bearers which the Emperor and Custodes believed to be true for the next 43 years. Lorgar spent a month above Monarchia in private grief with his 2 most trusted subordinates. The Custodes observers assigned to him by the Emperor, waiting outside of the chambers because they had been sidelined. Impatient with the inaction of the word-bearers, the Emperor was considering a second punishment, when, suddenly and unexpectedly, the word-bearers returned to the front lines with Lorgar at their head. The word-bearers struck deep into the far reaches of the galaxy, Lorgar leading them to conquer world after world rapidly, in a cartographically strange direction, completely different from their previous conquests. That's unusual, but it was not thought to be a problem. Thus, the Emperor's sanction had transformed their practice, and now the Great Crusade was itself transformed by the improved efficacy of their legion, and Lorgar was now a loyal servant of the Emperor. Both of these were completely wrong. 2 completely false narratives, both reinforcing the illusion that the word-bearers had been corrected by the punishment at Monarchia. The official imperial narrative was false. Lorgar was not planning, he was mourning and being corrupted. The custodians were not included in this rebirth, they were excluded from it. The word-bearers' renewed fervor was not proof of redemption, it was evidence of their descent. Meanwhile, what the Emperor and Custodes believed was false, Lorgar had not self-corrected, he'd found a new purpose, and it wasn't the Emperor. The Custodes had not done their job, they had missed everything that mattered. This new direction of conquest wasn't random, it was a pilgrimage. The emperor had been deceived by his own desire to believe that the problem had been fixed. There's tragedy in these parallel lies. For 43 years, the Imperium celebrated a reformed Lorgar. And for 43 years, the Emperor and the Custodes believed that the Emperor's punishment had worked. But in those 43 years, no one outside of the Wordbearer's Legion realized that Lorgar had already turned away from the Imperium. This is perhaps the second greatest failure of the imperial intelligence apparatus. The first, of course, being the failure to notice the century-long religious campaign of Lorgar in the first place. And so by the time anyone saw the truth, the Horus Heresy had already begun. I'll say that differently. There was roughly a century between Lorgar being found by the Emperor on Colchis and the Emperor being punished by the Emperor on Monarchia. And for that 100 years, fucking nobody bothered to care about Lorgar. There was roughly 43 years between the punishment at Monarchia and Istvan V. And for those 43 years, fucking nobody cared about Lorgar. And in both of these cases, it was among the greatest mistakes made by the Emperor and the Imperium. How did the Emperor and the Custodes think and act towards Lorgar and the Wordbearers after the month had passed and the Wordbearers appeared to be seemingly fixed? And how did this influence how they thought about other Primarchs moving forward? What I think is that after the Wordbearers' apparently miraculous recovery, the Emperor and the Custodes experienced a false sense of success, one that shaped their future decisions in ways that would prove disastrous. That is to say, the first and foremost mistake was that the Emperor and the Custodes thought that the punishment worked. Harsh discipline had achieved its goal. The Wordbearers had appeared to cease their religious excesses, and their sudden increase in military efficiency was interpreted as proof of loyalty. They believed that Lorgar was humbled, not broken. They believed that Lorgar had taken the lesson to heart and had reformed. Magnus and Angron and Mortarion and Kurs had strong, publicly known grievances. Lorgar did not. He seemed to be more driven and productive than ever. Lorgar was playing his cards close to his chest, and the Emperor did not even realize he had metaphorical cards. And then the lack of reported issues from the 5 Custodes observers for those 43 years. Well, less than that. Between Monarchia and the Wordbearer's arrival at the Eye of Terror, reinforced the belief that everything was fine. Thus, this made the Emperor form 2 main changes in his approach to other Primarchs moving forward. First, he believed that harsh punishment was effective. Lorgar had seemingly responded well to punishment, so the Emperor assumed that other disobedient Primarchs could be corrected the same way. This notably influenced his decision regarding Magnus, leading to the disaster at Prospero. And it influenced his decision regarding, you know what, screw it, we'll talk about Horus another time. Listen, the Emperor also secondarily felt that a passive stance following harsh punishment was sufficient. This influenced his decisions regarding Angron. After Angron briefly fought the Space Wolves, the Emperor thought, oh, Angron was slapped on the wrist by the Space Wolves, and now his continued resentment does not matter, because the punishment obviously worked, because harsh punishment works, and thus we can just passively watch. That is to say, the Emperor saw immediate results from Monarchia, and then didn't bother to check for long-term consequences. And so, for the rest of his life, it reinforced a pattern of his issuing commands and then assuming they would be followed indefinitely, and not bothering to check on them. He believed that Primarchs who did not openly rebel would never rebel at all. Thus, because Lorgar and the Wordbearers played the part of loyal servants, And because the 5 custodes assigned to the word-bearers failed to notice problems, the Emperor and the broader Adeptus Custodes became complacent. This led them to overlook warning signs in other Primarchs: Magnus, Horus, Angron, Perturabo, Fulgrim. The fucking red flashing light of danger for curs. If Lorgar had openly defied the Emperor, then more attention would have been paid to the long-term damage of Monarchia, and the Emperor might or might not have learned from his mistakes. But instead, Lorgar convinced the Imperium that he had learned his lesson, when in reality, he was already writing the first chapters of the Horus Heresy. The rank-and-file word-bearers must have been quite confused and surprised as to the change, but they went along with the plan and seemed to have been thankful for some direction and action from their Primarch. Lorgar, when he first met his legion, spent a long time carefully proselytizing to them. Lorgar evangelizing to his legion had been cautious, but not secret. This time around, he was doing much the same thing, except that he did need to keep it all secret from the Custodes. Long before he arrived at the Eye of Terror, each member of the word-bearers had been converted, though they didn't make their final decision, or at least Lorgar didn't make his final decision, until he met a daemon. And not a one of the word-bearers ran to the Custodes in a panic. There were no Istvan III-style loyalists that I can find in canon. What an incredible feat of ideological control. Lorgar managed to completely convert his legion to chaos without a single defector, even under the watchful eyes of the Custodes. Why were there no loyalist word-bearers? They were already conditioned to follow Lorgar as a prophet. Lorgar had built a culture of absolute faith, and so when their original faith in the Emperor was shattered, they were ready to believe in whatever Lorgar told them next. So they were primed for the message. But what was the message? Well, the message was a masterwork by Lorgar, all about how chaos was the true reality which they were seeking on a pilgrimage. Excellent work. He doesn't need them to immediately understand. And indeed, when the word-bearers met a culture which already, strangely, worshipped the Emperor, is a weird, time thing. Don't worry about it. Only some of them had been converted by Lorgar already. Others were like, holy shit, there's a new culture here, and they already worship the Emperor. This is divine evidence that we were right the whole time. And Lorgar's like, no, just kill him. And so we find the next problem. The word-bearers had nowhere else to go. After Monarchia, they were completely isolated from the rest of the Imperium. Even if some of them had doubts, even if they raised those doubts to the Custodes, who would take them in? Their entire identity had been built on being the most loyal legion. And so, knowing that the Emperor had rejected them meant that they knew they had no purpose within the Imperium at all. Those who had not yet been converted to chaos went along with what Lorgar was doing and where he was taking them on his pilgrimage because they didn't have any other ideas. And of course, then there's the Custodes. The Custodes were watching for military betrayal, not ideological corruption. If a word-bearer had gone to the Custodes and had not known the right phrases to use to talk about chaos specifically, if they just said, we're learning secret truths, that would have been dismissed as philosophy, not treason. The Custodes were concerned about Lorgar falling into open rebellion. They were trained to look for treason. They had no idea that Lorgar had been converted gradually to chaos by Erebus and Corpheron, and they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Now, the word-bearers' military performance at this time may have been roughly similar to what the Emperor may have hoped for from the aforementioned pivot method of correction, in which Lorgar could have been turned to focus on military conquest and leave matters of compliance to human institutions. Rapid conquest, no delays for ideological compliance, aggressive expansion. And yet, the Custodes should have been looking for little signs to tip them off that the word-bearers had different motivations. If Lorgar had truly accepted the Emperor's lesson, then his newfound purpose should have been motivated by repentance, trying to prove his worth, imperial duty. Instead, they were driven by seeking a truth outside of or beyond the Emperor. Yes, they were conquering worlds, but they were doing it searching for something else. The pattern, the direction of their conquests was not, shall we say, strategically sound. Had they had any inkling to watch out for Lorgar turning to chaos or whatnot, they should have seen the blaring red flag that the word-bearers were heading for the Eye of Terror. If Lorgar had truly adopted a pragmatic military focus, the word-bearers would have pushed where they were needed. They would have integrated with other legions instead of continuing to go off alone. They would have sought orders from War Master Horus once he was elevated. Instead, they struck deep into the unexplored regions of space, far from the Imperium's front lines, going to, of all places, the Eye of Terror. Now, Lorgar was not immediately convinced of the path of chaos. He was merely open to the possibility. He first spoke with Magnus regarding faith and the warp, as we can see in the canon novel The First Heretic. And having not received a satisfactory answer, he proceeded on his pilgrimage. In keeping with the whispers of Corpheron and Erebus, he was attempting to find a place where the gods, the true gods who would never turn away worship, could speak with mortals. Thankfully, there was one silver lining to all of this, one tiny sliver of hope for the Imperium. Lorgar did not know about Molech. Corpheron and Erebus had poisoned his mind with the lies of the primordial annihilator, but they did not know how to speak with gods directly. That, at least, caused delay. It may have been the only reason Lorgar did not turn to chaos immediately. He was searching for gods, but he did not yet know how to find them. Corpheron and Erebus could lead him towards chaos, but they themselves did not know how to commune with it, except for Erebus psychically. This delay meant that Lorgar might have still been open to alternatives before he made his final choice. Had someone else intervened during this window, notably Magnus, because when your brother starts asking weird questions about the parasitic monsters in the warp, that should raise red flags. They might have been able to offer Lorgar a different path before he found his way to the Eye of Terror, before he found Cadia. Even once he reached Cadia, Lorgar was not able to speak with the four powers of chaos directly, merely with lesser daemons. But let us consider an alternative. Molech had been visited by the Emperor and his party of perpetuals long before the Unification Wars, and there the Emperor found a portal to the realms of chaos, wherein a mortal might bargain and treat with the powers of chaos directly to try to obtain godlike power for oneself. Early during the Great Crusade, the Emperor had targeted Molech for conquest because he knew of its immense importance. He personally led 4 Primarchs and their legions to conquer it: Horus, Lionel Johnson, Jagatai Khan, and Fulgrim. Afterwards, he went to great pains to psychically modify the memories of these Primarchs, with the goal of preventing them from remembering the portal. It was only after the Horus heresy had begun that Horus was able to have this mental block lifted so that he could travel to Molech himself to try to obtain power sufficient to challenge the Emperor in single combat. The Emperor was truly exceptional at certain things, and erasing or hiding information was one of them. If he had not done quite so good a job at it, Lorgar the Scholar may have looked through the history of the Emperor's conquests and noticed that Molech was special. How much worse would the heresy have been if Lorgar had traveled to Molech and therein gained godlike power sufficient to challenge the Emperor? I feel that if Lorgar had discovered Molech before Horus, the heresy could have been much worse, and perhaps even unwinnable for the Emperor. Here's my reasons for believing that Lorgar would have been more dangerous than Horus. First, Lorgar wanted apotheosis from the beginning. Horus merely sought power sufficient to win a war. He was throwing an Oedipal tantrum, a Freudian crisis to kill and replace his father. Lorgar sought godhood. If Lorgar had reached Molech, he would have entered into these bargains willingly, eagerly, and without hesitation, but would have kept his eye on the fucking prize. He would not just have bargained for power, he would have embraced it, body and soul, because Lorgar understood chaos more deeply. Horus was a military leader who fell due to manipulation and wounded pride. Lorgar was a scholar and prophet who had spent decades studying the warp. He would have gone to Molech with something closer to a full understanding, thus making him less vulnerable to chaos's deception in the bargains therein, but simultaneously more willing to accept its gifts on better terms. Horus gained incredible power, but remained a pawn of chaos. He spent much of the Siege of Terra isolated in his chambers, with his fractured mind being pulled in different directions by the chaos gods. Lorgar might have become something far more dangerous, able to integrate the four hideous powers within himself, able to act on the front lines himself, a true chaos incarnate in the flesh, perhaps even a fifth power. Unlike Horus, who was eventually undone by doubt and hubris, Lorgar's faith in chaos would have made him unshakable. How would the heresy have changed? Well, that depends on when Lorgar falls. If Lorgar falls early on, as in canon, but then he's able to get to Molech and get the portal before anyone realizes there's a threat, then he may have been able to engender a stronger, more unified traitor effort. Horus was a warlord first and a believer second. Lorgar, as a chaos-gifted god being, commanding absolute obedience from his traitor legion, may have been able to forcibly demonically possess other Primarchs. But we've gone a little deep in the weeds. Let's get back to the main thing. In main canon, the Emperor's ability to hide the truth of Molech for so long was one of his few truly effective safeguards against disaster. And so Lorgar did not become War Master. Rather, following Monarchia, with the guidance of Corpheron and Erebus, Lorgar discovered that the reason why so many human regions throughout the galaxy featured four great powers with recurring patterns of domains. He discovered that this was not due to some quirk of the human subconscious, but rather was because of the real existence of these unreal entities within the immaterium, the warp. This was the moment that his search for faith became irreversible. He desperately wanted to learn about these beings. At this time, not even Magnus, not the Emperor, could have possibly convinced him that these beings were bad and needed to be avoided. Because he had learned about them outside of the bounds of what he was told, he could not be brought back into the fold. Ultimately, this led Lorgar's pilgrimage to Cadia and the Eye of Terror. He had spent his life seeking the divine, and the Emperor had denied divinity, but chaos had not. This meant that Lorgar's pilgrimage was not just about rebellion, it was about discovery. If gods existed in the warp, then the imperial truth was a deception, and the Emperor's rejection of religion was a deliberate lie. Embracing his faith then offered certainty which the Emperor had denied him. The Emperor had rebuked Lorgar's devotion, but gave him no alternative. If chaos was real, then it justifies Lorgar's life work. He'd been right to believe all along. His only mistake was in worshipping the wrong being. If Magnus had given him a satisfying answer about chaos, telling him the true nature of chaos as parasitic monsters before then maybe he could have turned aside. But in canon, by the time Lorgar reached Cadia and the Eye of Terror, he was not yet fully devoted to chaos, but he was ready to listen, and that alone meant that the Emperor had already lost him. Chaos ensnares the weak and the unwary. A pure mind can turn aside its embrace if he girds himself in the armor of contempt. That's in one of these Gaunt's Ghost books. Lorgar no longer had that. He was open-minded. And being open-minded means you're vulnerable to propaganda and manipulation. Even after Monarchia, Lorgar might have pursued a different path. But we'll never know this, because instead, due to the pernicious, insidious influence of Corpheron and Erebus, two of the four worst people in the 40k setting, he walked the path of chaos. Was Erebus's corruption of the Legion already beginning before Monarchia, or was he still only subtly guiding Lorgar's path? Was Corpheron's thirst for power ever sated as he achieved high office and post-human strength? Were there specific key moments where Corpheron or Erebus could have been removed before their influence became irreversibly harmful? That is, besides their dying earlier, perhaps during the induction process for becoming a transhuman. These two assholes were the true architects of the Wordbearer's fall, and thus the earliest traitors in the saga of the Horus Heresy. Lorgar's descent into chaos was not inevitable. Corpheron and Erebus worked really hard to make it happen. These two figures are just the worst. They fed Lorgar's doubts, they encouraged Lorgar's frustrations, they subtly influenced the Legion. They brought with them the influence of surviving chaos cults on Cultus via Erebus, and the horrible thirst for power in its own sake in Corpheron, and they could have only possibly been removed by the Emperor. Well, at least once they achieved high office. Perhaps earlier, the Emperor could have prevented Corpheron from being inducted into the Legion. And when Erebus was still young, had someone noticed he was chaos-tainted, they could have perhaps had him removed. Even a senior Wordbearer's officer could have done that. Without Corpheron and Erebus, Lorgar might still have sought deeper meaning, but he likely would have looked elsewhere besides chaos. The Wordbearers might have redefined their purpose rather than turned into chaos, or they might have fragmented. The Horus Heresy itself would have played out very differently. And thus, in many ways, these two men, Corpheron and Erebus, did more damage to the Imperium than any single Primarch. Yes, Horus led the Horus Heresy, but Horus only fell because of Erebus, because of Lorgar. Lorgar only fell because of Erebus, because of Corpheron. Erebus only fell because of surviving chaos cults on Cultus, which was not guaranteed. And Corpheron only fell because he was a power-hungry psychopath, authoritarian asshole. And thus, it is the love of power for its own sake that ultimately doomed the Imperium, not only as the proximate cause, but also at each step on the chain. Now let's talk a little bit about the internal Legion politics of the Wordbearers before and after Monarchia. The Wordbearers were always distinct from other legions due to their deeply hierarchical, faith-driven culture. But Monarchia shattered that old structure and forced them to become something else. Before Monarchia, they had a hierarchy of faith and obedience. They were an extremely centralized, theocratic legion. Their politics revolved around their faith in the Emperor, and their chain of command was heavily influenced by the secondary chain of command of the chaplaincy. Lorgar was the spiritual and military authority, their leader and prophet. And Space Marines are, of course, warrior monks. Their military leaders served the faith. Their captains, their legion masters were expected to be warriors, but also believers who lived their faith, and thus officers who prioritized efficiency over faith were sidelined. The rank and file were devout warriors, and the chaplains supported this whole structure, gave it shape, provided instruction, reinforced faith, and were the ones who led the efforts to convert newly conquered worlds. There were important conflicts in the Word-Bearers Legion before Monarchia. There was a tension between fanaticism and pragmatism, with some officers questioning the slow progress of the Legion, but they were generally overruled by the chaplains, and they themselves figured, I must be misunderstanding something, rather than thinking, well, we need to talk about this openly, maybe have a big argument. And then, of course, Erebus and Corpheron already were the seeds of corruption within the Legion. After Monarchia, they were no longer merely seeds. They sprouted into full flower. There was a shattered Legion searching for purpose, and these two assholes gave it to them. Monarchia destroyed the ideological foundation of the Legion, and Lorgar's month of silence created a dangerous political vacuum that allowed Corpheron and Erebus to fill the vacuum. Lorgar was in crisis, and then when he re-emerged, he had a new secret purpose, forged for him, engineered for him by Corpheron and Erebus. He did not reveal this purpose to his Legion immediately. His new leadership style was less open, it was more secretive. But those three gradually spread the corruption of chaos throughout the Legion until everyone had been converted by the time they arrived at Cadia. The chaplaincy lost its purpose overnight at Monarchia, and for weeks they were directionless, with their entire ideological structure having collapsed. But by the time the Legion resumed its conquests, they were so interested in being guided that Corpheron and Erebus were able to direct their efforts, to redirect their faith towards serving chaos. All under the nose of the custodians, by the way. And thus, they were all able to work together to convert the officers, to convert the rank and file, and those who didn't know about this secret reasoning were just happy to go along with the new plan of apparently proving their worth through rapid military success. We can do that, you know? Yes, some officers were confused about why they were now focused purely on military success and why they were going this direction cartographically, but the chaplains were there giving them reassurance, so why not? Thus, the Legion was led down a secret path, with warriors not even realizing what was happened until the proselytization reached them personally. And like their father, Lorgar, they accepted it with both hands. I can't do the grasping fist gesture with both hands because I'm holding a microphone. In some ways, the Word-Bearers became even more unified after Monarchia, but it was terrible. Before Monarchia, their faith in the Emperor bound them together. After Monarchia, their shared sense of humiliation and betrayal became the new glue that held them together, a wound within each of them, which was exploited by chaos to inculcate the new faith of damnation. Rather than the Legion breaking or fracturing after Monarchia, they reforged themselves into something much worse. Before Monarchia, the Word-Bearers had been the second largest Legion. After Monarchia, the Word-Bearers aggressively expanded their ranks. What motivations might have played a role here? Their explicit comparison with the 100,000-strong Ultramarines Legion, who the Emperor apparently was counting on to kill the Word-Bearers if needed. Preparation for war against the Imperium. The material needs of their more rapid pace of conquest. what other motivations might we consider? Feel free to leave a comment and then make your own video. Following Monarchia, Lorgar's emotional needs were not merely old needs which had gone unfulfilled. His emotional needs had changed, they'd deepened, they'd taken on a new, desperate quality. Before Monarchia, his needs were largely centered around purpose, devotion, and recognition. But after Monarchia, his wounds reshaped these needs, twisting them into something more unstable. Before, he had a need for higher purpose, more than any other Primarch. But after Monarchia, it was mixed with betrayal, with desperation. He still needed something greater than himself to believe in. But now, he needed something greater than himself to attack the Emperor with. Before, Lorgar had the need for acceptance. He had a need for validation. Now, warped by rejection, he had a need for self-justification. His pilgrimage to find chaos was a desperate attempt to prove that he was not a mistake, that the Emperor was who was wrong. Lorgar had never been vengeful before Monarchia, but afterwards he had a need for vengeance, cloaked as righteousness. Seeing his life's work burned, a new part of him wanted to prove the Emperor wrong with action. His future role in the heresy would not be about serving chaos as the only motivation. It was also about undoing the Emperor's Imperium as an act of cosmic justice, a balancing of the scales. Lorgar was rejected by the Emperor and made to feel useless. Lorgar had a need afterwards to feel needed. He made himself into the most indispensable Primarch, the most indispensable individual to the Chaos Gods. And so he believed he was, up until Horus defeated him in single combat, when Lorgar tried to use the possessed Fulgrim to kill Horus. Afterwards, Lorgar more or less abandoned the Horus heresy and moved on to his post-heresy life of solitude and meditation. Anyway, for 43 years after Monarchia, Lorgar occasionally fought alongside other legions, but no one, neither Custodes nor his Primarch brothers, suspected his descent into chaos. Why? Well, what they likely assumed about his change in behavior, his shift from slow, compliance-driven conquest to rapid, aggressive expansion, was reassurance. The people watching must have believed Monarchia humbled him. Many of the other Primarchs thought that Lorgar had learned his lesson and had gotten with the program. His newfound focus on rapid expansion and war, instead of faith, looked like an attempt to redeem himself in the Emperor's eyes. This looked like a personal growth arc, not a warning sign. It looked like he was trying to earn back his place, trying to regain the Emperor's favor. And bookish Lorgar, always the black sheep of the family, well, many Primarchs, especially the Lion and Ferrus Manus, viewed his previous slowness as weakness. Now that Lorgar was leading a fast-moving, efficient war machine, it looked to everyone else like he was finally embracing his true purpose and acting like a Primarch should, that is, acting like they did. While his outward actions seemed normal, there were inconsistencies which should have given it away, except that no one cared to look closer. He never really tried to repair any relationships. After Monarchia, a truly remorseful Primarch, a Lorgar who was really trying to change and reintegrate with the Imperium, might have sought reconciliation with, for example, Guilliman. Lorgar never did. He fought alongside other legions, yes, but he was distant and isolated. His conquests had a strange pattern, moving in a manner that made little strategic sense in a strange cartographic direction. He wasn't just conquering. It should have been obvious that he was seeking something. If any other Primarch had studied his campaigns, if they'd cared about what he was doing, if they'd cared about him, they might have noticed that his targets were not purely strategic choices. And then, of course, for the Custodes specifically, it should have been noted that the culture of the word-bearers was shifting in ways that should have been concerning, not just growing in number, though they were. Legionnaires who had once been missionaries were now secretive, insular. A perceptive brother, perhaps Magnus, might have sensed a deeper undercurrent of change. Despite all these inconsistencies, no one sought more information and no one sounded the alarm. Why? Well, there's one reason. No one cared about Lorgar. They didn't need to disguise corruption within the word-bearers. He just needed to act according to their expectations outwardly, and they wouldn't question him. It took a century for anyone to fucking care about him before, so if now he was doing something which was convenient for them, it was reasonable that he could expect no one to look into him or investigate at all. Now, Lorgar did not complete his fall to chaos until after his pilgrimage reached the Eye of Terror, but he was certainly cautious. He was certainly curious, and he was certainly open to it enough to start inculcating it throughout the Legion. Whenever he spent time with his brothers after Monarchia, was he perhaps evaluating them for the possibility that they might be vulnerable to be turned to the cause of chaos? When he fought alongside Russ and Magnus at Arc Reach, for example, perhaps Lorgar publicly prevented them from dueling each other, while privately being filled with glee at how unstable their behavior appeared. In Horus, Fulgrim, and Perturabo, did Lorgar recognize early signs of pride which could be nurtured into treason? With Guilliman, Dorn, and the Lion, did he see them as too rigid to be turned? By the time the heresy began, Lorgar already knew exactly where the cracks in the Imperium were, and thus he was able to advise Horus. He was able to confirm for Horus the rightness of the vision Horus received about which Primarchs to turn. It could be an interesting academic exercise for some fan going through the Primarchs novels and the early Horus Heresy novels to find every canonical instance of Lorgar interacting with his brothers in the timeline after Monarchia, and then picking every turn of phrase apart to evaluate it for potential corruption. We will not do that here. That sounds like it would take a long time and would be highly reliant on finding specific quotes and passages associated with known years in the imperial calendar, and I don't want to bother doing that. Instead, let us talk about Cadia. Horus would later fall in large part due to cult activity elsewhere. But we will talk about that when we get to Horus. For now, Cadia and Lorgar. The Emperor's strategy of deliberate ignorance regarding chaos meant that he couldn't give the Primarchs specific useful warnings about warp storms or human cult activity, and he never told anyone specifically, the entities of the warp are malevolent parasitic monsters inimical to humanity, who always lie and who have destroyed countless civilizations by both human and Xenos, by trapping people in extreme mental states forever, denying them the possibility of ever finding peace. Thus, the Emperor's policy of deliberate ignorance directly enabled Lorgar's fall. If the Emperor had simply told the truth about the warp to his two sons who were the most vulnerable to it, Magnus and Lorgar, then Lorgar could have had a strong intellectual and ideological foundation to resist it. Instead, he denied chaos entirely, leaving Lorgar completely vulnerable when he encountered its reality firsthand, meeting lesser daemons. Because of this lack of direct believable warning, because of the lack of evidence to back it up, Corpheron and Erebus needed practically no effort to convince Lorgar in the first place. Lorgar had no warning, and thus Lorgar had no defense To be forewarned is to be forearmed. That means armed with weapons ahead of time, not have forearms. Fucking look it up. Okay, let's go. Let's go on. Lorgar had already been lied to once by the Emperor. The Emperor claimed to be no god, then acted like one. So when Chaos claimed to be the true gods, Lorgar was primed to believe them due to the Emperor's various hypocrisies. If the Emperor had already hidden truth from him, why not another? When Lorgar reached Cadia, it was the culmination of his pilgrimage. He was looking for the voice of the gods, and he found it in the lesser daemons. He no longer needed convincing, he needed communion. The warp spoke back. For Lorgar, this was proof. Thus, he was interested in searching into the Eye of Terror. This is a difficult matter to address for certain, one way or the other, but I believe that if Lorgar had been told by the Emperor a warning about chaos and directly linked it to some of the worst practices of the chaos-tainted religion, the Covenant on Colchis, then Lorgar might have kept his guard up against chaos even after his worldview was shattered at Monarchia. When Corpheron and Erebus came to him in his despondency, looking through the viewport at the burning city of Kur, and spoke with him about the four powers, I think it at least possible, even if not likely, that Lorgar in his recently spurned state may have jumped to seeing their words as yet another betrayal. He might have reacted to this betrayal in his moment of greatest weakness in an extreme manner. Perhaps killing them right then and there. Perhaps falling into paranoia and instituting a purge of his legion. Perhaps losing hope entirely and fleeing into the wilderness. In any such scenario, I do not believe that the word-bearers would survive. An extreme reaction by Lorgar in his moment of greatest weakness there would have also been the moment of greatest vulnerability for his legion. I believe that the legion would have reacted to extreme behavior by Lorgar at that time by simply falling apart. Just for fun, let's take a moment to examine possible reactions by the Emperor, the Custodes, Russ, and maybe Guilliman to the specific scenario of, during the month after Monarchia, Lorgar killing Corpheron and Erebus, instituting a paranoid purge of many officers in his legion in a search for more individuals he suspected of being sympathizing with the Emperor, or sympathizing with the powers of chaos, and then leaving on his own into the wilderness of the galaxy. The Custodes observers would have immediately, had they survived, informed the Emperor via Astropath, and then they may have attempted to stop Lorgar from leaving, and in that case he would have simply killed them. The Custodes could not stand up to a Primarch. Custodians were elite warriors, but they were never a match for even this, the least martially inclined Primarch. We shall not engage with the propaganda about Valdor being able to hold his own in a sparring match against Alfarius. No, I shall not get into the details of power scaling. Just let it be the Primarchs are better than the Custodes. The Custodes sending a warning message to the Emperor and then being slaughtered would have, of course, let the Emperor know that something had gone terribly wrong. The Emperor would have thus found himself in a crisis with no easy solution. A rogue Primarch, a fractured legion, his past response to Primarchs who were problems had been to eliminate them, the 2nd and 11th Primarchs. But Lorgar's situation was more complicated. Simply killing enemies of the Imperium, Corpheron and Erebus, as well as killing the loyal Custodes, and then fleeing. The Emperor would have had a few options to deal with. He could hunt Lorgar down as a rogue element, try to rehabilitate him and reintegrate him. He could try to dissolve or restructure the word-bearers. None of these are great options. But given the pattern of the Emperor and Custodes of preferring force over patience, they likely would have chosen to have Lorgar hunted down. Russ would have been the obvious choice. Russ had little respect for Lorgar to begin with, and may have seen this as a chance to remove a weak link. A Primarch hunt across the stars would have been the perfect task for the Space Wolves. But if Lorgar had gone fully into hiding, even Russ might have struggled to track him down. The Ultramarines at that time would have been the closest legion because they had been present at Monarchia specifically in case they needed to be called upon to take action against the Wordbearers. Would they have then just destroyed the Wordbearers? Well, that's an option, but Guilliman would have seen the strategic danger of losing the manpower of an entire legion. And the Ultramarines had, as far as can be told, integrated the 2nd and 11th Legions into their fold after the 2nd and 11th Primarchs were sanctioned. In any case, this would have prevented the Horus Heresy entirely. Without Lorgar, there's no first traitor Primarch. There's nobody to steal weapons from the Interrex. There's no spiritual groundwork for the heresy. Without Lorgar, Horus would have lacked the push into chaos, and if Russ or Guilliman had successfully handled the situation, the traitor legions might never have formed. And thus, in this alternate timeline, even Lorgar falling into paranoia and killing a bunch of people may have accidentally saved the Imperium. The Horus Heresy was not a guarantee. It was specifically and carefully engineered over hundreds of years, or at least multiple decades at the very shortest time period. And any link in the chain could have stopped it. Now then, back to canon. On Cadia, Lorgar met the Chaos Priestess, Ingethel, who joined in pouring poison and lies into the ears of Lorgar. She performed a ritual which saw her ascend to daemonhood right in front of them, not trying to hide it, and then led a portion of the Wordbearers, the Serrated Suns chapter, into the Eye of Terror to show them the wonders of the warp. Valdor considered the Custodes, wrongly, the Emperor's greatest weapons against the demonic, as evinced by his later resistance to the founding of the Grey Knights chapter. He and the Emperor did not keep the rank-and-file Custodes ignorant of chaos for that very reason. Those 5 Custodes observers, remember, were still with the Wordbearers. Thus, they did advise Lorgar against talking to Ingethel. They did recommend that he kill the Cadian natives, but when they recognized the ritual for what it was too late. They saw no way that they could have reached an astropath alive. Instead, they tried and failed to kill Lorgar. Lorgar had kept those Custodes in the dark, sidelined, always being watched by Wordbearers, with limited access to astropaths, as much as he was able. And now that preparation paid off. The Custodes were killed, Lorgar was still alive, and Lorgar was not going to start wondering about why he didn't hear from these 5 Custodes until a very long time had passed. Lorgar's meticulous preparation on his pilgrimage to the Eye of Terror thus ensured that when Valdor and the main body of the Custodes finally realized the full extent of what was happening, it was already too late. This specific event was perhaps the single greatest intelligence failure during the Great Crusade, even greater than not realizing that Lorgar was preaching faith in the century leading up to Monarchia. This was indefensible. These 5 Custodes completely failed. Immediately upon finding that they were being kept away from astropaths, their only mission should have been fight their way to an astropath and send out a distress call, because the only reason to silence them would be if Lorgar was implicitly planning to do something traitorous. Now, these specific corrupt theology and wicked lies of Ingethel are important. She showed them the crone worlds of the Eldar and told them lies about the Eldar's fall. Specifically, she told the Serrated Suns chapter that the fall happened because the Eldar approached true enlightenment when Slaanesh was born, but then turned away from worship of chaos. She claimed that if humanity did not turn to the worship of the true gods of chaos, then they too would suffer the same fall as the Eldar, the same divine punishment, the same cosmic fate. The serrated sons endured many losses in the Eye of Terror and were reduced in number to 3 companies, with the surviving brothers all being possessed by daemons. Lorgar heard everything that happened, lauded their communion with the divine, and granted them much favor, decided that the words of Ingethel were believable, and then he destroyed Cadia and killed its people with exterminatus to prevent others from learning what he had learned. That is, not just to stop anyone else from finding out about his corruption, but also because he was jealous of his new status that he was asserting for himself as Chaos's high priest. What can we learn about Lorgar from these events? We can see that Lorgar has a need for a narrative, even a false one. Ingethel's lies about the fall of the Eldar were absurd to any rational observer. However, Lorgar needed a framework to justify his actions. He could not simply accept that he was turning to chaos out of desperation or wounded pride. He needed a cosmic truth that made his choices necessary. If humanity's fate was inevitable unless they embraced chaos, then he was not betraying the Emperor, he was saving mankind. Lorgar's faith was always about finding grand, overarching meaning, and so he found one, even though it was built on a lie. Lorgar viewed suffering as a divine test. We can see from the serrated sons. They suffered immensely in the Eye of Terror, and instead of mourning their losses and their agony and their transformation into daemon hosts, he celebrated it. To Lorgar, this was not a tragedy, it was communion with the divine. Their pain and corruption were proof that they had been chosen. This is a radical inversion of his pre-monarchia beliefs. Before, he had sought to bring enlightenment and purpose to the Imperium. Now, he saw and, importantly, intentionally spread suffering, mutation, and possession as divine favor. What about the exterminatus of chaos? Well, that shows us Lorgar's jealousy and need for exclusivity. He was not just hiding his corruption, he was destroying potential competition. If others discovered the truths he had found, they might seek chaos on their own terms. Lorgar wanted to engineer the fall of his brothers by hand-picking them and guiding them to chaos himself. He did not want converts, he wanted disciples. Before Monarchia, Lorgar had sought to share enlightenment. After Cadia, he sought to control who could access knowledge. For the time being, he was a gatekeeper. He no longer believed in universal enlightenment. He believed in his own authority over ecclesiastical matters. And so Lorgar became what he hated most, a deceiver and abuser. He became a false prophet, leading others into damnation. Now, Lorgar seems to have understood his limitations after he accepted his role as High Priest of Chaos. He would not be able to bring other Primarchs to his side. He did not have the charisma and the interpersonal pull to achieve such a delicate, important task. Rather, his role first was to corrupt the War Master Horus by using Horus as a tool to help corrupt by using Erebus as a tool to help corrupt Horus. There we go. Here's an interesting little question, though. Later, in the lead-up to Istvan V, did Horus realize that Lorgar had set him up to fall to chaos? Did Horus realize at that time that Lorgar had previously gone over to chaos himself? Or did he believe that Lorgar came to his side so quickly just because Horus was so persuasive? Horus was deeply proud and saw himself as the natural leader of the Great Crusade. And so, once he turned to chaos, I think it's reasonable from the text to see that he assumed his own charisma and strategic genius were what convinced Lorgar to follow him. He may have thought Lorgar had been wavering, but he needed a strong leader to push Lorgar over the edge. That is to say, Erebus played the central role in corrupting Horus, but I think from the text, Horus does not realize this. If Horus had realized Lorgar had orchestrated his fall, he might have resented him for it due to pride. Instead, Horus saw Lorgar as an eager, overly zealous follower, rather than a manipulator. What does this say about their relationship? It says that Lorgar was never truly subordinate to Horus, even though Horus believed he was. Lorgar had an interest in leading the heresy himself. That's why he tried to kill Horus later. But by letting Horus think he was in control, Lorgar ensured that Horus's ego would never question Lorgar's role as the first traitor Primarch. Thus, Horus never saw himself as Lorgar's puppet, even though in many ways he was, at least for a time. During the Horus heresy, Lorgar had one overarching goal and one personal goal: overthrow the Emperor, defeat Guilliman. In some ways, then, we can see his participation in the Horus heresy as being a bargain between Lorgar and the Chaos Gods. Serve Chaos in exchange for the opportunity and the power to fight against Guilliman with some good chance of victory. His loyalty wasn't just about ideology. It was about securing his own personal war against Guilliman. His hatred for Guilliman was, of course, deeply personal, being tied to Monarchia and their fundamentally opposed philosophies. Serving Chaos was not, despite any protestations he makes, an end in itself. It was a means to an end. Even he, the most religious of the converts, found Chaos to be a means to an end, not an end in itself. With that clear view in our minds, we can thus see that Lorgar's pilgrimage to the crone world Shanriatha was a successful attempt by Chaos to manipulate him. All through the proselytizing at Shanriatha, Lorgar was told over and over that he was special, and that the Chaos Gods could only ever trust Lorgar to serve the greater good, instead of his own selfish ends like all the other fallen Primarchs were going to do. And thus, after they gained Lorgar's allegiance and service, and Lorgar had corrupted Horus, and Istvan V happens and all that, the Chaos Gods direct their servant Horus to order Lorgar to fight against the Ultramarines. It appears, then, that the gods of Chaos understood full well that Lorgar was just as susceptible as his brothers to selfish motivations. But they also knew that Lorgar needed an excuse to believe that he was above all that. The Chaos Gods thus manipulated Lorgar by playing into his need to feel uniquely virtuous. Sanriatha was a staged deception, reinforcing the idea that Lorgar was special. They offered Lorgar everything he wanted, the power and the opportunity to defeat Guilliman, while also at the same time believing that, unlike everyone else, he was not selfish. He served Chaos for the greater good, the truth, humanity's future. He was the one that the gods of Chaos truly trusted. Once they had Lorgar, the gods of Chaos treated him just like everyone else. They rewarded Lorgar's loyalty by directing Horus to give Lorgar exactly what he wanted, the chance to defeat Guilliman. This proves that the Chaos Gods knew that Lorgar was just as driven by personal motivations as any of his brothers. And they knew that they had to lead him to believe that he was different, because he needed to hear that in order to go along with the plan. This was one of the most effective manipulations Chaos ever pulled off. Lorgar thought he was above ambition, and by failing to engage with that, he became a slave to it. The word-bearers having already converted all within their ranks, Lorgar did not take part in the Istvan III atrocity, though in canon there are some imperial historians who believe that he may have helped Horus in planning it. What is known is that immediately prior to the Istvan V betrayal, Horus entrusted Lorgar to convert Alpharius, Conrad Kurs, and Perturabo to the side of the traitors. In some ways this was inevitable, because not having to take part in the Istvan III massacre, the word-bearers were the one legion under Horus's sway not known to the Imperium to be under Horus's sway. But, on the other hand, it's interesting that Horus had entrusted this to Lorgar, because Perturabo was in many ways the most important leader of the traitors during the Horus heresy, especially as time went on and Horus's sanity deteriorated. Showing this much trust suggests that he saw Lorgar as more persuasive than Horus is often given credit for. Alpharius is secretive and enigmatic, making him difficult to predict and thus perhaps difficult to sway through traditional means. Kurs was deeply paranoid and had a unique personal outlook on fate and justice. He might have reacted to Lorgar's attempts to convert him by simply attacking him. Kurs was known to attack other Primarchs sometimes. He'd done it to Dorn. Perturabo was the most strategically vital leader among the Primarchs, making his loyalty crucial. So thus, maybe Horus believed that Lorgar's deep understanding of faith, destiny, and ideological conviction could help bring them into the fold, or perhaps he saw that Lorgar's worth lay more in manipulation than it did in battlefield leadership. Or maybe Lorgar was just the one tool, the one card left to play that Horus had, which the Imperium didn't know about. There is, of course, the question of to what degree Lorgar manipulated these other Primarchs into readiness for treason ahead of time. But regardless of his exact role, the stage was then set for Istvan V. Now, during the events at Shanriatha, Lorgar had been warned by a daemon that he would die if he ever fought against Korax alone. At Istvan V, Lorgar proceeded to seek out a fight against Korax as soon as he could. What might this teach us about his motivations? Was Lorgar perhaps unwilling to accept what the daemon had told him if it meant the deaths of many of the word-bearers at the hands of Korax? Was Lorgar perhaps trying to prove himself to be above prophecy or demonstrate his worth to the Chaos Gods? Was Lorgar subconsciously trying to die? If any of these questions are interesting to you, feel free to leave a comment and then go make your own video. Unlike many of his brothers, Lorgar approached war through a spiritual lens. Thus, his duel with Korax has to be seen as not just being a fight. It was a moment of existential defiance, faith, and fate, and his internal motivations are at least somewhat up for debate. But Lorgar did not die. Rather, he was saved by Kurs. Now, at Istvan V, Conrad Kurs saw the possessed marines of the word-bearers for the first time and was disgusted. Did this, perhaps, influence Kurs' decision to never worship Chaos himself in the manner that many members of his legion did? At Istvan V, he saw what Chaos did to his brothers and to their warriors, and he wanted no part of it. But then we get into another complication. 4 days after the Istvan V massacre, Horus hosted a meeting of the traitor Primarchs, in which he laid out his plans and his grand vision for how to prosecute the heresy, which everyone knew would take some time, and ultimately 7 more years would pass before the climactic final fight between Horus and the Emperor. At that meeting, Lorgar, who, remember, had lauded and praised the possession of the Serrated Sons chapter of his own legion as being communion with the divine. At that meeting, Lorgar discovered the demonic possession of Fulgrim and lashed out, saying that the forcible possession of Fulgrim was not the equal partnership that he envisioned for the future of chaos-aligned humanity. This event should have tipped Lorgar off that he was on the wrong path, that he was being deceived, that daemons tell only lies, and that Horus was willing to sacrifice any of his brothers to achieve his goals. Yet, while Kurz saw the horror of chaos for what it was when he saw possessed Marines, and Kurz recoiled rightly, Lorgar could not see what was plainly in front of him. Kurz's instinctual rejection of chaos was right. He saw chaos for what it was, a force of madness and destruction that consumed all those who let it in. But Lorgar, despite recognizing the deception, refused to acknowledge it fully. He instead deceived himself into believing that Fulgrim's possession was bad, but that other possession was good. He did not take the logical next step of questioning the path he'd put his own legion on. He'd spent too much effort building his faith in chaos to abandon it, even when faced with proof that he had been misled. We talked before about the armor of contempt. Kurz was contemptuous of chaos. Kurz's cynicism and paranoia, for all that they were false, acted as a shield against direct alliance with chaos. But Lorgar's need to believe made him so easily manipulable as to be blind. He could recognize a betrayal, but he could not accept that he too had been betrayed. Now, in this meeting held by Horus, and in a subsequent meeting with Magnus, or is like a psychic conversation, whatever, and also in a conversation with the daemon possessing Fulgrim, Lorgar displays a marked personality shift. Having discovered and embraced his psychic powers, Lorgar has now become a bit of an insufferable blowhard, prideful, arrogant, unwilling to accept advice from someone who fucking knows what they're talking about, that is, Magnus. It seems that he is perhaps overcorrecting from his previous post-Monarchia depression and self-doubt, by now being an asshole. Post-Monarchia, Lorgar was broken and uncertain, searching for meaning. Now, with his psychic powers unlocked and his role as Chaos's high priest secured, he overcompensates, acting as if he has all the answers. His dismissiveness toward Magnus is particularly interesting, as Magnus was the one Primarch who might have been able to challenge his spiritual authority. His arrogance blinds him to the same lies he once feared, making him ironically more susceptible to manipulation despite his supposed wisdom and enlightenment. Lorgar was always searching for certainty, and now that he believed he had found it, it ensnared him. This, I think, is the greatest emotional wound of Lorgar, his desperate need for certainty. This is what was latched onto by Chaos, what Chaos kept unhealed forever when Lorgar became a daemon prince of Chaos Undivided. There are others, his need for validation, his need for a father, but this seems to be the big one. Before Monarchia, his certainty came from his faith in the Emperor. After Monarchia, he could not bear to confront his own doubts, and thus his certainty came from Chaos. Upon becoming a daemon prince, he was locked into a role where questioning was impossible. Thus his faith was rewarded, but in a way that permanently trapped him. The greatest evidence for this is that, following the Horus heresy, he spent 10,000 years in almost unbroken solitude and meditation. This is not the course of a man who is so certain of what he believes that he wants to act based on that belief. His arrogance and self-importance were forever reinforced by Chaos, ensuring that he would never grow beyond them. Like all the fallen Primarchs, his ultimate fate was stagnation, his wounds festering eternally. The great tragedy of Lorgar is not just that he was manipulated, it's that he willingly embraced the prison built for him. Now, Lorgar's major contribution to the Horus heresy was keeping the Ultramarines from meaningfully participating in the main theaters of the war for years and years. Specifically, he had two major efforts. The Calth campaign. Lorgar assigned Corpheron and Erebus to summon a major warp storm at Calth, which they did achieve. To remove Guilliman as a threat to the heresy, which they failed to achieve, and to preserve their detachment of word-bearers as an effective fighting force for the later actions of the heresy, which they also failed at. From this defeat, tinged with only a partial hint of victory, we can see further evidence that Corpheron and Erebus were just not very effective. They were idiots. These two incompetent assholes are just the worst. Then, there was the Shadow Crusade. Lorgar and Angron led this campaign against the Ultramarines. In large part, Lorgar pursuing a goal of forcing Angron to ascend to daemonhood, which at the ruins of Nuceria was successful, to continue efforts to cut the Ultramarines off from accessing the rest of the Imperium, which was also successful for quite some time, and to kill Guilliman. Both Lorgar and Angron together failed to kill Guilliman. However, despite their accomplishing significant successes, the Ultramarines' fleet caused tremendous losses to both the Word-Bearers and World Eaters' fleets at the Battle of Nuceria. From this victory tainted by partial defeat, we can see that Lorgar's arrogance was getting the better of him. Lorgar's role in the Horus Heresy was crucial, but flawed. His grand strategy worked, but his arrogance and poor choices of subordinates led to unnecessary failures. In sum, he succeeded in delaying the participation of Guilliman and the Ultramarines in the main theaters of the Horus Heresy by several years, and made sure that they did not arrive at Terra in time to prevent the Emperor from being killed. But at the same time, Lorgar's arrogance ensured that he never achieved total victory. He did have the opportunity to succeed, and he didn't succeed because he failed. There's no other explanation. He could have, he didn't. Following the partial successes at Calth and Nuceria, Lorgar's self-aggrandizement gnawed at him, convincing him that he should be in charge of the traitors instead of Horus. From this, we can see not only his own failings, but also more evidence that the nature of chaos is to fall apart. Lorgar did not realize that Horus's talent at unification and command was the only thing holding the traitor legions together, and even then it was temporary. No one was going to follow fucking Perturabo over to Terra. No one was going to follow Lorgar to Terra. They were going to follow the War Master. Later, when he was attempting to kill Horus, Lorgar was himself betrayed by one of his trusted senior chaplains, though by then they were called Dark Apostles, leading to Horus's survival and to Horus barring Lorgar and most of the Word-Bearers Legion from participating in the siege of Terra, taking only 5,000 Word-Bearers Marines to Terra. And so, Lorgar's trajectory in the heresy is the definitive case study in Chaos's tendency towards self-destruction. Everything worked together to prove that Chaos does not create loyalty, only opportunism. As a result, Lorgar was sidelined from the siege of Terra, depriving him of the ultimate victory he craved after he had already failed to achieve the victory over Guilliman that he wanted. Lorgar learned nothing from all of this. His downfall was entirely of his own making, his own poor decisions, and his own incompetence. He learned nothing. He did not grow, nor did he change or adapt as a result of his failures, and he ended up as just another daemon trapped in the prison of his own arrogance. As we discussed, following the legions retreating after the Horus Heresy and the Scouring, with the Word-Bearers, at least in some canon, going mostly to the Maelstrom rather than the Eye of Terror, Lorgar ascended to daemonhood and went into solitary meditation, only rarely leaving his chambers to take the fight to the Imperium. Lorgar's retreat into seclusion suggests that, despite all of his ambitions, perhaps he ultimately became disillusioned even with chaos. In a way, Lorgar's withdrawal mirrors the Emperor's fate on the Golden Throne, with both of them achieving a form of godhood, yet neither actively ruling, instead leaving their followers to interpret their will. Lorgar's passivity thus has left the Word-Bearers being led by a council of senior Dark Apostles, some of which are humans, some of which are Daemon Princes. This council has two main political factions opposing each other, headed by Erebus and Corpheron, respectively, and their forces are, in current canon, distributed between a main base of operation in the Maelstrom and another base in the Eye of Terror. The Word-Bearers remain a mostly intact organization which does not war against itself, instead having their internal conflict mostly be political in nature. This can be contrasted with collections of warbands constantly warring against each other, like most of the other legions. Their stability and unity set them apart from the endless infighting of, for example, the World Eaters. In this, Erebus and Corpheron and the rest of the council have been resoundingly successful. Yes, there are splinter groups, but their leadership, while politically divided, has ensured that the Legion remains a major force. Remember, by the Battle of Istvan V, the Word-Bearers were the second largest legion, outnumbered only by the Ultramarines. Because of their great numbers and their relative unity compared to many other traitor forces, the Word-Bearers have been quite active in their efforts against the Imperium since the Horus Heresy, even though Lorgar personally has been passive. Their numbers and coordination thus allow them to act as a serious, long-term threat to the Imperium. With the return of Guilliman in modern canon, and the opening of the Cicatrix Maledictum, several traitor Primarchs have been more active recently in canon, notably Magnus and Mortarion. If Lorgar also ends up being more active against the Imperium, as has been hinted at, it would be thematically consistent with his long-standing animosity against Guilliman. If Lorgar were to return to active involvement against the Imperium, it would carry several strong thematic implications. It would be the final stage of his arrogance, the time of symbolizing his full assertion of divine authority. It would be the completion of his crusade. Lorgar could see the Imperium Nihilus suffering from warp storms and demonic invasions as the culmination of his efforts, a ruin storm writ large. Guilliman is a resurrected leader trying to restore order to the Imperium. Lorgar, then, is a dark reflection. If he returned, he would be a dark mirror, another Primarch stepping into the galactic stage, but for the opposite purpose. This, then, could heighten the religious overtones of their rivalry, with Guilliman trying to halt the rise of the ecclesiarchy, while Lorgar aims to fully drown humanity in the faith of chaos. Now, interestingly, it would also be a shift in Chaos's balance of power. Abaddon, the current War Master of Chaos, achieved that position in large part by keeping the Black Legion, at least with a plurality of its efforts, unified under his command. If Lorgar steps forward now, it might threaten the influence of Abaddon. Would he aim to lead Chaos in a new direction, or would he simply act as another rival, causing additional internal fractures? Regardless, Lorgar's return could not just be about revenge on Guilliman. Rather, it would symbolize his ultimate moment of vindication or delusion. Whether as a prophet, a conqueror, or a pawn of chaos, taking action would define his legacy. Now, since Lorgar attempted to kill Horus, he has mostly stayed away from the forces of the Black Legion. Sure, some detachments of the Word-Bearers have been sent by the Council to fight alongside some of Abaddon's Black Crusades, but the main bulk of the unified Word-Bearers has existed as something of a counterweight to Abaddon, whose force consists primarily of a plurality of the mostly fractured Black Legion. If Lorgar thus regained prominence by becoming more active, it could drastically shift the power dynamic within the traitor legions. Abaddon's Black Legion thrives on fractured allegiances, positioning itself as the dominant force simply because no other traitor legion really exists. There's the Word-Bearers, who are unified, with only a few scattered warbands having left. Abaddon's Black Legion, which is really just a plurality of their number, with most of the Chaos Marines descended from Horus existing as fractured warbands. And then each other of the traitor legions is quite fractured, with their Primarch merely controlling the largest of the warbands, such as Angron, notably. The Word-Bearers are the closest thing Chaos has to a functioning, organized force. If Lorgar thus stepped into an active leadership role, he might very well undermine Abaddon's control, drawing warbands and followers away from the War Master of Chaos, perhaps leading to an internal schism within Chaos. Now, looking through the Fisher King lens, what imperial institution may be seen as linked to Lorgar? This one's easy. Lorgar's spiritual wound, his need for faith, purpose, certainty, and validation, was never healed. As a result, his fall to Chaos left a gaping hole in the Imperium that shaped its institutions and failings for 10,000 years. The Ecclesiarchy, the Adeptus Ministorum, is Lorgar's lasting legacy. Lorgar's Lectitio Divinatus text became the foundation of the imperial cult. The Ministorum filled the vacuum Lorgar left behind, creating an Imperium-wide religious bureaucracy to impose belief. It is a perversion of both what the Emperor wanted and what Lorgar wanted. Instead of an unified, enlightened faith or philosophy, the Imperium's religion is corrupt, rigid, prone to factionalism, and fueled by fear and pain. In Lorgar's absence, the Imperium became everything the Emperor feared it could be under Lorgar's influence. Had Lorgar been guided properly, that is, had the Emperor put any effort into Lorgar at all, the Imperium might have had an unified philosophy that allowed for faith without corruption. Instead, his absence created a fractured, self-devouring theocracy, wherein belief is wielded as a tool of oppression rather than enlightenment. Lorgar's spiritual wound became the Imperium's rot. Over many hours, we've covered a vast amount of ground with Lorgar, but there are still a few additional angles we might consider. Lorgar and the nature of Chaos Undivided, perhaps. Unlike many of his brothers, Lorgar was not purely aligned with any one Chaos god. Did his belief in Chaos as an unified pantheon protect him from being consumed by any one god? Or did it just limit his potential influence? How does his relationship with Chaos compare to that of Abaddon, who also refuses full patronage, but in contrast has declined, or at least deferred, daemonhood? Is Lorgar a true believer in Chaos even now, or is there still some part of him that regrets his choices? What is Lorgar's relationship with the powers of Chaos? Does Lorgar see the Chaos gods as gods in the same way he once saw the Emperor? Do the Chaos gods actually value Lorgar, or is he just another pawn? Is Lorgar pulled 4 different directions into insanity in the same way that was Horus? If not, why? If Lorgar tried to wield the full might of Chaos instead of serve it, would he meet the same fate as Horus? Lorgar's greatest argument against the Emperor in the debate over godhood was that the Emperor's power was that of a god, whether he admitted it or not. Now that the Emperor is literally worshipped and functions in the warp like a god, does Lorgar believe he was right all along? If you would like to discuss any of these matters, I recommend you leave a comment and then go make your own darn video.